On 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a hump day edition
Hump day.
of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Your home of the Cowboys and Rangers is right here. 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Troy Hughes with you as we had a little radio station outing in Arlington at the game last night. 5-1. Athletics give Tony Beasley his first loss as the replacement for Chris Woodward. How was the game? What was it like out there?
It was actually kind of cool. We got to go to the ballpark and sit in a little suite. Haven't sat in a suite at the ballpark yet, at the new one. So that was nice. And then my buddy Brian, who works for the team, he invited us up to the Rangers suite. And they don't give everybody else the same kind of suite as they give the Rangers. Oh, that one had doors and
doors.
It had
Ours doesn't have doors.
Well, it does, but not like a door blocking you from the outside. Right, it was all open. This one had like doors before you get to the stadium portion of it. Had this big giant table in the middle, and the food spread there was very, very different. The alcohol spread was very, very different. So that was kind of cool. But getting a fellowship with the rest of the teammates, can't beat it.
Who was out there? Well, obviously you could beat it. You left to go to another.
No,
suite.
they had left. Everybody rolled out about the sixth inning.
Oh, okay.
And we stay. We stay to the end of the game.
Okay.
We are end of game people. We don't leave sporting events early.
What? What are you talking about? You've talked about leaving sporting events all the time.
Yeah, but not when there's only 11,000 people there. You
Ah.
have to worry about traffic.
15,260 the listed attendance.
Try 1,500. So
Felt empty.
yeah, I mean, look, school's back today officially for everybody now, right? I don't think there's anybody left.
No, everyone
today.
should be in school by now.
So yeah, it's you were definitely not going to get it. It's supposed to the last place A's and the Rangers, who are not very, very good. So
Anybody partaking harder than the other amongst the crew in terms of the drinks?
no, I did not see
Was there
it.
free drinks in the suite?
There was beer. There was beer and seltzers. Let's see. Walchuk was out there. Chiafalo was out there.
Okay, that's one. That's two. Keep going because you may prove my theory correct.
Broadus was out there.
Oh, that's definitely not three.
Let's see. Peyton Russell
That is three.
was out there. Josh Clark, the great Josh Clark
That is
of
four.
Web fame. He was out there. I don't believe there was anybody else.
Spittle?
Spittle was there, of course.
Okay, so you're proving my.
Susan from Traffic was out there.
Yeah. Okay, so you're proving my theory right. I don't think the Young Bucks that you mentioned. Take away Broadus. He's a little bit more seasoned, but I don't think the Young Bucks would have gotten too crazy and too rowdy because it's the corporate suite.
Yeah.
I don't want to do anything stupid like have my friends come in here and damage the place like the Fan Sports Lounge.
Yes, my friends did damage the Fan Sports Lounge, shattered a table.
Woo, that was a fun night.
And then we got kicked out of the company one, the company Cowboys suite forever.
Yeah, well, we definitely did not get kicked out. We were on our best behavior out there, just hanging around, talking, hanging out. Jared Sandler came out. Sandler held court. He literally held court for about 15 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, like everybody was huddled around him, and his back was to the wall.
Interesting.
And I was like, oh, what are they talking to Sandler about? What's he? They're like interviewing him. He's like Dak Prescott over here.
They want the dirt. They want the Woody dirt. That's what they want.
Yes. So the Rangers end up losing 5-1. Anything about the game?
It was about the fourth inning. I look up and I was like, I didn't know he was on the roster. It was the pitcher.
Oh.
Yeah. Ari Hara. I was like, wait a second. I haven't seen him pitch. What's going on here?
Joey Gallo goes deep for the third time.
As a Dodger?
As a Dodger. Yeah. I guess you could have guessed it was for the year.
For the year?
But no, it was as a Dodger, as the Dodgers lost to the Brewers. So Joey continuing his little power surge in L.A.
Yeah, since going to L.A., L.A. is 11-1. 11-1 with Joey Gallo. The Yankees are 2-10.
Yeah.
What's up with the Yankees?
Who knows?
Bad run?
Yeah, it was a bad run. Their couple of bullpen guys got hurt, and a couple of Stanton was hurt for a little bit, and one or two other guys that got hurt. So they're a little injured, but I mean, I'm sure they'll be okay, but they're not going to win the AL. The Astros are.
The Astros are 3 wins better than the Yankees. The Armpit 11 games up on Seattle We are 52-64, 12 games under. And then you have the Guardians leading the Central by 1 game over the Twins and the White Sox. Over to the National League, the Mets are leading the Braves by 3.5. Cards are up 2 over the Brewers, and the Dodgers are blowing away the Padres in the West. Your response to Mike Bassick in Crosstalk yesterday, and really the commercial before Crosstalk, in terms of this hatred and spite he has for the analytics and the new school stuff, that I think he thinks, I think this is what a fan and a diehard Mike is. Mike hates that baseball has lost popularity. It eats away at him. I get it. He loves it. He played the game, and he's looking to blame someone, and I think he's taking out a lot of that rage and anger on the quote-unquote nerds.
Yeah.
What points do you think he has that are very good, the ones that you disagree with the most? What is it?
Well, like the points that he makes that are, that are good is that the game has become unwatchable. That's not analytics' fault. That's the commissioner's fault. It's the commissioner's job to make sure the analytics line up with the most entertaining way to consume the game. He has to figure out how to marry analytics and fun together. The NFL figured it out. They didn't have to do anything because it just analytics was high passing, low running, high scoring. That's going to make it more fun. So Roger didn't have to do anything really. What they did is they made rules to make it easier to score. And that's what baseball has to do. They've got to find ways to make what analytics is doing more fun. And I think he's right. It's very, very boring. I think where he's wrong is, the stat nerds, if you want to call them, they're not teaching the players what to do. They're not teaching them to drop their hands when they hit.
They're not? With the launch angles and everything Mike is talking about, with the way that you're being assessed coming out and the angle of the swing, a hit for power and nothing else, hit home runs, not line drives?
Who you need to blame is Mike and every other youth baseball coach in America, because that's what's taught at the youth level. You can't say in football, well, we can only get what we're given. We can only use what we're given from the college game, right? They don't make fullbacks. They don't have fullbacks anymore, right? So you can't really blame, hey, why there's no fullbacks in the NFL? Well, there's none coming up the pipeline. This is how the sport's taught at 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 years old. They're taught when they swing, first movement is to drop those hands a little bit, right? Drop the hands, get that launch angle swing. That's how they're taught. They're not taught that. John Daniels isn't going down to the batting cage and saying, "Oh, sorry, you need to do it like this." And no, he's not telling them. He's not doing that. They're not doing that at all. Now they're doing spin rate stuff like crazy. And I was talking yesterday to, I took to Derek Hollett and Banny yesterday. I took to Banny yesterday as well. And
Banny came back around, circling the dead body here.
I called him. But. Like if, let's say Derek he gets traded to Kansas City, and Kansas City has a reliever who's really throwing this one pitch really well. They're going to try to get everybody on their team to throw that same pitch. And now that's what the analytics guy does. And the problem with that is that not every pitcher has the ability to throw the same pitch. Their fingers are stronger, weaker. Their hand size is different. They're not as pliable. Their arm slot's different. Their mechanics are different. You can't throw the same pitch. So that's a problem with
what else did Banny have to say?
We were just talking life.
Yeah, right.
We were just talking life.
Really?
Yeah.
What's life?
Well, just talk about family and
the sell on wallet chains at the buckle.
No, we're talking about kids and relationships.
No rattlesnakes for him out there in Arizona like J.J. Watt?
No, he was in California.
What would Banny do with a rattlesnake? He would grab it straight by the throat.
He'd grab it by the throat, take it to the tattoo shop, and say, I want this head tattooed on my forearm.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. We're live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, YouTube, and you can find it all at 1053thefan.com. Well, the NBA insiders were right. They said things would be quiet for a while until yesterday. An update on one of the Mavs playoff victims leaving the West, a leader in the KD sweepstakes, Rangers direction. pick a lane? And is this receiver going to be ready to go against the Cowboys for the opener? It's a hump day edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Here on 105.3 The Fan, we got some NBA updates for you. Mark Cuban with a sit-down as well that we will bring you on puking out of a window for a player's birthday party. Luka and a co-star, which Mavericks would win an episode of Shark Tank. All that coming up a little bit later on, but yesterday, Sam Amick came out with an NBA update back from vacation, and he puts the Boston Celtics as the leaders in the clubhouse with Jaylen Brown as the centerpiece if a KD deal gets done. And then pictures emerged of Kevin Durant working out with Jason Tatum. The two of them sitting there, maybe plotting the future and the demise of Jaylen Brown as a Boston Celtic. So that is Sam Amick saying executives are pointing to Boston as the leader. And then Shams reported that the New York Knicks and the Utah Jazz re-engaged on Donovan Mitchell, with the Hornets and the Wizards amongst the teams also pursuing Donovan. So that's good for the Mavericks, right? Get Donovan out of the West. New York, Charlotte, Washington, all in the other conference. That's good.
Yeah. The Jazz were, let's face it, we disposed of them. They were already a non-factor as far as many are concerned because of course they lose Gobert as well. So this should further solidify that thought process. The Mavs are ahead of the Jazz, but this is interesting. I don't know if Donovan, after I didn't know much about his demeanor, his team, what kind of teammate he was prior to this past season. I don't know how that plays with the Knicks in New York. He might get destroyed by the fans there. They are a fickle bunch. They think they're way better than they actually are as a team, as an organization. I don't know how that fits there, but get them out of the West.
The Wizards are the ones, they need to do something. They need to add something to Bradley Beal. Go ahead and make a humongous splash after you just re-sign your franchise player to go along with Porzingis.
That is a franchise in my lifetime that has never been relevant.
One time.
That one Gilbert Arenas, maybe
I was going to say
2 year stretch.
MJ.
Yeah, right. But you're right. They were watchable then, but they were never a threat to win the title.
No.
Even with Gilbert Arenas, they were never really a threat to win the title. That is, even Sacramento has been okay. You're a title contender.
Totally irrelevant.
Every other franchise in my lifetime has been a legitimate title contender. I'm trying to think. Maybe not the Hornets. Because of they're either in Charlotte or New Orleans and then back to Charlotte. But everybody else has. Even the Hawks, I think, were one time.
Orlando.
They were in the finals. Yeah, they were.
Pistons have been. Cavaliers obviously have been.
Pacers have been.
Chicago post Mike has
never
threatened.
Nope.
But they've had more success than the Wizards, so they should try to go ahead and make a move. You see this 12-year-old Little League World Series player from Utah. They're set to play in the Little League World Series. This poor kid had to undergo emergency surgery for a severe head injury. He fell off the top bunk early Monday morning. He pitches and plays outfield for the team out of Santa Clara, suffered the head injury when he fell in a dorm located in Williamsport. He was airlifted to a children's hospital where he remains in intensive care. Is that how they set this up for these tournaments? Go ahead and put everyone in bunk beds? Not that I'm criticizing it. No. I'm just wondering.
That's what we were in Cooperstown. We were in bunk beds, and they were, I was wondering, like, man, these things can't be safe because they're kind of narrow. They were screwed down into the floor, right? So you couldn't move them. But yeah, they were. That's how a lot of these major tournaments, like Williamsport, or there's one in Omaha. There's one in Williamsport as well. Williamsport, Cooperstown, Omaha, a couple others. They've got these bunks set up.
Kids in the ICU while doctors wait for swelling in his brain to decrease. The kid fell and he woke up one of his teammates, and had the other player not woken up, they're saying he may have not made it. So that is a Little League storyline with the World Series going down.
Man, that's when the ones that we were
guardrails?
That's what I was going to say. The ones that we were in, they had guardrails that were pretty high. Like, there's no way you were going to roll over that thing.
Yeah, like my daughter, she did SMU volleyball camp, and when she stayed there, that's how the bunk beds were made. There's a.
I thought you were going to say she was at the Little League World Series.
No, she was not the Little League World Series. She can beat those boys up. But yeah, they had the same thing for the bunk beds that they bring in for the girls for the volleyball camp. You have these little rollaway barriers, or these rollover barriers, so nothing like that could happen. And the other thing, people are like, why do they have these flimsy, bunk beds there? I mean, it's a Little League World Series. Williamsport is like 25,000 people.
Yeah, what do you want?
It is
JW Marriott?
Small town that explodes during the Little League World Series.
I'm surprised the fan hasn't done that for us yet.
Yeah, I know.
Have we stayed at a place that's had bunk beds?
We've stayed at a place that had bars on the windows.
Yes.
We stayed at a place
San Antonio.
We stayed at a place that had condoms on the stairs.
What?
Oxnard.
Yeah, in Oxnard.
Port.
Oh, that's right.
Port Hueneme.
Yeah. Condoms here. Get your condoms.
Let's see. What was the worst Super Bowl hotel?
San Francisco.
Oh, yeah. We stayed at a place that had ghosts.
Yeah. And homeless.
And hookers.
And The Walking Dead.
Yep.
Well, the hookers weren't bad.
Yeah, hookers weren't bad. How about Patrick Reed filing a lawsuit against Brandel Chambly, the golf commentator, for $750 million in damages?
Ain't nothing to see here. Just $750 million, man.
What? Patrick Reed is the unlikable one, right? These are two unlikables?
These are the
two most hated in the sport?
Easily most hated people in the sport. And they are going at each other. But Patrick Reed is the villain I need, man. I love that dude now for this. So Brandel Chambly hates Patrick Reed. Went after him after let's be fair, Patrick cheated in the hero tournament, whatever it is, Tigers tournament. And then Brandel has been his life goal to crush the Live Golf Tour and everything it stands for. And he has done that. And Patrick Reed is suing him and the Golf Channel for defamation of character on him, basically allowing all this to go on. And then, of course, for what he and the Golf Channel are conspiring to bring down the Live Tour and discredit it. So he's suing her for
$750 million. Any fallout from the big meeting? Tiger Woods showing up?
I've heard nothing. I have heard nothing about this. So the one guy I know on tour, he was not there. So I have no insight on this.
A couple of kids updates. RJ is going to have you covered for the Girl Scout cookies in a second, but for my household, it's important to note Kraft Heinz recalling more than 5,000 cases of Capri Sun because they may be contaminated with cleaning solution.
Just trying to get rid of COVID.
I was going to set you up for an impression right there for Capri Sun.
What if we put Lysol in our veins? Would that work? I've thought of that. I was like, could I just spray Lysol in my throat?
No, you cannot.
So
while you're hiding documents.
When is the Capri Sun cutoff in your house with kids?
42? I don't know. Like I still drink them.
Oh, I thought you meant like the number that you give to them. Like
no,
how many?
When you stop buying.
Oh.
When they leave? 18. I mean, my son's, he'll be 16 in less than a month, and he's still, Dad, you got any of the fruit punch Capri Suns?
They're amazing.
Yeah. They're so amazing.
Yeah.
And I am so jealous of the parents who have taught their kids how to put the straw in.
Oh.
Yeah.
The kids who have figured that out.
Or I'm embarrassed for the parents who haven't found out the life hack. You take a Capri Sun, you cut it across the top, then you fill whatever delicious beverage that's in there with a little vodka or whatever you want to mix with it. Then you get one of those flat irons that your wife uses for her hair. You flat iron it back on. It makes a perfect seal. And you take that to a little league game.
I have the drinking problem.
That's the best way.
You know how to vacuum seal your Capri Sun?
Absolutely.
The flat iron
the flat
closes
iron.
it back up?
Yep.
Wow. How about the cookies?
Say hello to Raspberry Rally.
Raspberry Rally.
The newest addition to the Girl Scout cookie family, Raspberry Rally. It is very raspberry-licious. This is going to be a crispy cookie infused with raspberry flavor and dipped in chocolatey coating.
So they still have all the originals, or have they changed those up, taken those out, and have they replaced them with anything amazing?
No, they are adding this to the collection. Yeah. If you really want to know what this new raspberry cookie is from the Girl Scouts, it is exactly a Thin Mint, but they have taken out the mint and put it in the raspberry. It's the same exact cookie.
Looks just like it. So I'll give it a shot. I mean, who doesn't love Girl Scout cookies? I don't know anybody that does. I just, I don't know.
Not all of them.
Not all of them. No.
Those coconut ones are disgusting.
I just don't care for the name changes based on the company. Like, why are some Samoas and some Caramel Delights?
You don't want to offend the people from the islands.
That's right.
Samoans.
That's right. All right, let's take you inside the Star. Is this Buccaneer receiver going to make his return against the Cowboys? Micah is a movie critic, and Dak has become a housewife. 6 a.m. headlines on a hump day. With Sean and RJ next.
Text away your from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys are going to start their practices and scrimmages against the Los Angeles Chargers today and tomorrow. And yesterday, when we were previewing this with Patrick Walker, the thought crossed my mind, just try to avoid getting beat up. Feels like the Broncos beat us up twice last week, and Patrick was talking about a more physical defensive line. You got Khalil Mack over there, you got Bosa, and I was like, just make sure you don't catch a wedgie here from the Chargers this week, as you're going to play them in your second preseason game, but you're going to have 2 days of practice. I think it's going to basically be the same according to Mike McCarthy. Starters going at each other today and tomorrow with more of the backups for the preseason game. John Machota reports, real quick, Anthony Barr. The plan is for him, the new linebacker, to take part in individual drills this week for the first time. Still yet to be determined when Will Grier, your boy, is going to return from the groin. Please come back so we don't have to watch Cooper Rush. Jaron Kearse will not practice this week with a back. Tyron will with the ankle.
All right. Well, the idea that they got beat up in Denver is true, and I suspect they will come out with quite the vengeance in practice today. There is no way this team, there has to be some pride in these players that they're going to want to get absolutely manhandled again the way they did in that practice against Denver. All the fights, and they probably won't have as many fights, hopefully. But I doubt there'll be another Bradley Chubb Zeke incident.
Okay.
And if there is, and they do nothing, then there might be some gutless wonders on the team.
Well, they did do something, particularly Terrence Steele. They didn't do anything after that Zeke hit, but there was about 6 fights last week. We'll see what happens starting today. Chris Godwin, the Pro Bowl receiver from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, continuing to make progress in his ACL recovery. He did his first 7-on-7 work since he tore his ACL. So people are thinking he could be on the field week 1 against us. The good news, even if he is on the field, you wouldn't think that he's going to be 100% out there. But he's not even 8 months removed from the injury. But obviously Chris Godwin, who got a new deal, a fantastic receiver, and we would prefer to see him out. But yesterday he did 7-on-7 work.
Good. Health is all I care about. I don't care about anything that happens in camp. I don't care about anything that happens in camp from a how's Dak look, how's this guy look. I care about health. All the rest of this stuff, I expect, and I just assume that when they get to game 1, they'll be as ready as they possibly can be. I just want health.
Godwin last year, 98 catches for 1,100 yards and 5 touchdowns. 65 catches the year before that. 86 catches the previous year. So you could still be dealing with Godwin, Evans, and don't forget about Julio Jones, where I would think Julio would do more damage earlier in the season than later in the season when he eventually gets nicked up. So that is an update on Tampa Bay's passing game. Did you see the new housewife, Dak Prescott?
I did not see this.
Oh, my God. This is perfect for you. These are 2 of your favorite things.
Okay.
It's Dak in a new DirecTV commercial with the Housewives of New Jersey.
Oh, really?
Can you still name the Jersey Housewives?
Oh, let's see. You had Teresa.
Okay.
You had Caroline Manzo.
Okay.
Is she still in it?
I don't know.
You had Dina.
I know Teresa.
Yeah.
Is Caroline like the godmother?
A family we are thick as thieves. That one.
Who's the one I got a cameo for my wife's birthday? What's the princess?
No, that was Luann. That was the Countess.
The Countess.
She's in New York, Troy.
That's
Let's get
what
them right.
I don't know.
There's one that's related to like the Hilton family, Paris Hilton relation. She's in there. Amanda told me there was one from the Housewives, but Dak Prescott is getting tackled by the Housewives with CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, yeah.
In this commercial. I didn't think it was great for radio, so I didn't send it to you, Troy. But that is Dak and his DirecTV deal along with CeeDee and the Housewives.
Oh, are you talking about Kyle? Kyle, the Paris Hilton?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's her aunt or something like that. I think it's Paris' mom's sister. Yeah, Kyle Richards. She is fantastic.
Fantastic.
I mean,
You do love your brunettes.
I do love my brunettes.
You ever dated a blonde?
Well, ever dated a blonde? Yeah, I have a couple of them, but
The Mormon.
The Mormon was blonde-ish.
Okay.
Blonde-ish. Yeah, I've dated blondes. I am a brunette guy though, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with it. No one said there's anything wrong with
I
it
know.
whatsoever. So Dak Prescott becoming one of the housewives with that DirecTV commercial, and Micah Parsons has become a movie reviewer. Two things that the internet got me to watch. Well, I want to watch Elvis.
Oh,
I do want to watch
Yeah.
Elvis. My mom was obsessed with Elvis. Looked good in terms of the previews. And then Micah Parsons was tweeting about it the other day. Our buddy Kyle Yeoman's on the sidelines of the Bronco preseason game asked Micah for his Siskel and Ebert impersonation.
You know, it's a real sad story just about just how his people around him and the colonel just used them. And I just hate this. It's just so sad to see people take advantage of others, And I just try to love as much as I possibly can. That's what my mother taught me. And I just want to see people love and do people right, especially around the world, not just Elvis, just in general. There's been so much going on in the world. I just want to see way more love. And that's what I like to give, because I just love people. You can do nothing to me, and I just love you because of who you are. And I think that's what life's about.
How about that review? And how many people still know the Siskel and Ebert reference? Micah followed up to this, said everyone needs love. Be that person for everyone, not just your friends or family. We should have sympathy, understanding, and passion to all. Giving love and being real is free as F in this world. And yesterday, he was trying to give out some Madden video games. He's like, everyone, let me know if you're still looking for Madden. I want to hook some kids up today. So that's Micah Parsons being a good dude.
I have not had any desire to see the Elvis movie. None.
You don't have a desire to see anything. You are going to have to watch. We are, as a show, going to have to watch Manti Te'o.
I plan on watching
I watched
it.
part one last night. The wife got mad at me as we were going to sleep. I think it was 8 p.m., and we were looking for something to watch, and I was like, well, everyone's tweeting me about Manti Te'o. And she's like, oh, yeah, I did hear about that. Put it on. I think there's 2 episodes, and they were an hour apiece. So when 9 o'clock hit, I was like, okay, that's it. And she's like, but I want to watch it. And I was like, watch it. Watch the second part. And she decided to watch something else. So I watched the first part.
Very good on her part to ask.
That was nice.
That can be a very unexpected argument in a house when one watches a show that you're both watching.
100%.
God, have you ever a real argument over that?
Yes. Absolutely.
People
the Terminal List. Like we were binging the Terminal List for a weekend, and we got to like episode 5, and then we stopped because life happens. And so I walk in. My wife, she's an attorney from home, so she's in counsel from the house. Sometimes she leaves, but most times she sits there, does all of her lawyer things, and she has on Grey's Anatomy, One Tree Hill, whatever. And then I walked in the other day. What the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing? And I thought maybe you watched episode 6 and 7. No, I did not. What are you doing?
Is it getting better?
Yes. Once again, the Terminal List with Chris Pratt on Prime. It's a slow build, but because it has to be because of the storyline, you can't rush into it. But it's really good. I mean, there's a lot of different angles to that show that you must watch.
I'm excited about this Manti thing, though. I mean, how somebody could fall for that. And this was like, to me, in like 2012, the internet was, it was obviously huge. It wasn't like 96, but there was still an innocence. There was still some innocence left.
Yeah,
that was the end of my innocence with the internet. Was Manti Te'o.
Try to watch it tonight, so we can have something to talk about tomorrow or tomorrow for Friday. 2 hours. Try to watch it, and you can watch it with the girlfriend too, because it's an amazing, crazy story, like a lot of these Netflix things.
We will be together tonight. So perfect.
Do it
Try
up,
to get it done.
Yeah,
do it up tonight,
Yeah,
and then we will we'll watch it, or we'll review it tomorrow. But
and we'll get that message on the screen. Are you still watching?
You know that's a setting. You can change that.
I don't know what
really?
you're talking about. Are you still? Oh,
Yeah, like if you're on YouTube TV or something too long, they'll say, "Are you still watching?"
Are you still watching?
I was like, "Yeah, weirdo."
It's like your TV has a camera.
I hope you have a third. I hope it's coming.
You hope he times it wrong?
I hope you knock her up. 877.
Got pregnant there. What?
Yeah, I didn't hear it. So I watched part 1 of Manti, but Micah makes me want to go and see Elvis even more now because I thought it looked pretty good with the previews. Did it get killed? You're usually all over the reviews.
I mean,
you have any interest?
The reviews for it, if I'm not mistaken, like Rotten Tomatoes right now has it like at a 78%, which is still respectful. But for that big of a production to have Tom Hanks in there as Colonel Tom Parker, you would think like, wow, this is a 99%er. The thing that probably detracts from some people from seeing the new Elvis movie, it's Baz Luhrmann. Baz Luhrmann's the director. He's very
Wear sunscreen.
Wear sunscreen. He's a flamboyant director. It's all about presentation and the art of the movie. And it can be a little too much.
Anything else on his resume we would know?
Baz Luhrmann, he did Moulin Rouge. He's done a lot of movies that are very theatrical. I think he actually did. I was thinking maybe The Greatest Showman, but yeah, I mean he's very theatrical with his movies.
All right, poor New York in terms of a football town and market. They're talking about 2 new starters to begin their year. Zach Wilson got his procedure from the injury the other night, and it's looking like Joe Flacco is going to take on his old team in week 1, Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. And you saw whispers of Tyrod? You saw Tyrod Taylor whispers for the Giants?
There are whispers that Tyrod Taylor is getting a very similar number of first-team reps to Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones is still the number 1. He is still the QB1.
As he should be.
As he 100% should
Not in terms of ability, just you got to find out for a final season.
But they're going to give Tyrod first-team snaps for the rest of this summer, a lot of them. Not all of them, but a fair share of them in potential to replace Daniel Jones at some point this season.
That's got to be hard in the locker room when everyone knows that Tyrod is probably better, right? It's a lot easier. You're the rookie quarterback. You're the second-year quarterback. You're trying to find out in Zach Wilson. Doesn't matter if Flacco is better. He's the franchise. But now everyone believes that Daniel Jones cannot play, and you got to sell it to the rest of your team. Guys, this is a last-ditch effort. We got to find out this is it, even though Tyrod's better.
Yeah, now here's the story. Daniel Jones had taken all but 1 snap this summer, 1 first-team rep. And that one came when Taylor replaced Jones, who was having a talk with Daboll about the previous play. And then, of course, both quarterbacks played 1 quarter in their preseason game. But Daboll saying, look, just because we're getting him first-team reps doesn't mean we're gonna make a decision. Like, Daniel Jones still our number 1 quarterback. But the fact that as the camp has gone on, they're now going to give Tyrod Taylor more first-team snaps can't be a good thing.
RJ, you know how Sean endlessly reminds us that he won the fantasy football championship last year? Like he constantly makes us. Can I stick out my chest a little bit? Did I not bring this up last week?
This is not.
Did I bring this up last week?
Do not get points for
I said, who would start week 1? Tyrod Taylor or Joe Flacco? And you're like, yeah, it's not going to happen.
Oh, fuck, you didn't bring.
Let's stick out my chest.
Injury doesn't count in the equation.
Where's the camera?
I think you have to. I think this should force you to draft Flacco in fantasy.
Oh, hell, well.
This should force you as a backup.
I can't this year, not in this league that I'm in. Oh, my God.
Why?
It's a $500 league.
Dang!
That's why I'm not in the fantasy football league. I'm like, I can't.
Yeah, well, you don't get your radio station league.
No.
Join the rest of the work colleagues.
Oh, no.
As this got decided yesterday, thanks to the great Carter Freeman. You talk about looking at the Rangers and saying, who are some of these guys?
Yeah, look at the list of people in the video in the league.
But good on you for getting in. We're the only show every year always in. So Choppy decided to join. Myself, Chiafalo, Zach, the pain in the ass, Sandler.
He hasn't even started yet.
He's already complaining. The first thing is, why is there a third place payout?
Yeah.
He didn't want the third place money to be given to the third place team.
You only get...
Which I agree. I'm okay with that, but I do think there needs to be... the regular season champ needs to get their money back.
You get 2 complaints when you're not setting up the league. All right? You get 2 max for the whole season. You can talk about the trade deadline. Maybe you can talk about the money. But don't go over that, Carter. I have great respect for the fantasy football commissioner.
Oh yeah.
They're dealing with the pain in the rear end stuff, all the crying and all the moaning, and Wolchuk is probably going to go ahead and violate it. Sandler's in. Will Chambers is in. Will Chambers.
Oh, Will was there last night. Will Chambers was there last night.
Will Chambers saying, "I'm not gonna play for these piddly amounts."
Yes.
So how about that?
Oh, really?
And then Peyton Russell, Larry Flores, Longhorn, Alec Medford, Josh Clark, and Joey Erickson.
God. Will Chambers with Byron Pringle as his first selection from the Bears. I can just see it coming.
So no. See, this is the type of thing this will take Corey off today in crosstalk. Why isn't Corey playing fantasy? Mr. Clubhouse,
where is he
Mr.
at?
Team. Oh, I guess we should have just had Spittle suggested to him, and he would have signed up,
right.
and he would have joined. Hagelin never does it.
Yeah, he's got a baby coming.
We're way too poor. This is way too low for Bassick. Mr. Frugal doesn't want to play in the league. He plays in some other one. Who else are we missing? Broadus, I wasn't counting on it. Dawson, no chance. Reggie?
Where's Reg?
He's in a WNBA fantasy basketball league. Seriously, God, that guy knows so much about the WNBA.
He does.
So that's that. KG?
Yeah.
You can get Kevin Gray to play?
Kevin Gray.
Kevin, see, there's going to be a loser's payout. You have to have a loser's punishment.
Yeah, he's in a wrestling real league.
Yeah, and Kevin wouldn't do that.
He's in a wrestling league?
I was making a joke, not a fantasy, but a real.
A real.
Like it's real. Like instead of it's not fantasy.
You are making a wrestling
come
joke.
on now.
Wow, that threw me for a loop
Thank
right
you.
there. All right, Choppy was with the rest of the station in Arlington last night, and it is now time for the Texas Rangers to pick a freaking lane. We'll explain next on The Fan.
Let's get your carpet clean. Clean way.
The Rangers lose to the Athletics 5-1. Joey Gallo, by the way, going deep for the third time as a Dodger. This is Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Were there any whispers? Is there any talking yesterday about Chris Woodward and his departure 2 games after he was gone?
At the game last night between me and the rest of the fan hosts, there was absolutely zero whispers about the managerial position and the job status or former job status of Chris Woodward.
But what about possible managers for the Rangers? Did y'all talk about Bruce Bochy and look around at how close the handicap parking and ramps are to the stadium?
No, we did talk, though, about, will they go with a newbie again, or will they go with somebody who is a retread, like a Brad Ausmus or a Mike Scioscia? And the consensus was they're going to go with somebody new. That's what we speculated. They would go with somebody new.
Talk about picking a lane.
We know what the Astros are. We know what the Dodgers are. We know what the Rays are. We know what the Yankees are. We know what. Let's see. Well, who else? What are the team? Oh, just use those. And what are they? If you were to say what is the front office style, the front office theory around the Dodgers, the Rays, Astros, Yankees, what would you say it is?
I mean, some of them spend and develop. Many of them develop. Every time we talk about a trade target, the Yankees and the Dodgers somehow still have a ton of top-level prospects to offer up.
Right. Okay, so what I would say is what do those front offices all have in common? I would say is that they are very analytical based. Okay. They're very analytical based. Well, what about the Nats? The Nats are very old school based. The Phillies now with Dombrowski, anywhere Dave Dombrowski goes, more old school, right? If you were to go and look at the teams that have the biggest analyst group, okay, the biggest offices of team analysts, you would find Yankees, Dodgers, Rays, Astros. The Rangers are stuck right in the middle. They have, as of 2021, 8 analysts, whereas the Dodgers and the Yankees and the Astros have 15 or more.
Oh.
Okay, the Yankees have 20. They've got the biggest one. Dodgers right there. Rays have a ton. They're not committing to one. They're trying to dip their toe in both the old and the new school. And you got to go all in on something. If you're going to go and if you're going to do something, do it.
That's why a lot of people yesterday were critical in terms of JD's biggest mistake. And Sandler alluded to it when he joined us, just not totally committing to the rebuild, going and trying to poke a player and grab one here and there to try to make a wild card.
Right. So everybody thinks that they're an analyst. Bassico says, "Oh, the analytics here, the analytics." And they think that because JD is not a former major leaguer. Well, no GM in baseball, with the exception of Chris Young now, for the most part, is a former Major League Baseball player. For the most part, everybody who runs the operations of baseball is somebody from an Ivy League school, for the most part. And the thought process is, well, JD went to Cornell. He must be an analytical guy. And there's analytical trends and traits to him.
Yeah.
But in terms of the number of analysts they employ per 538, the 538 blog, Astros, Rays, Yankees, Dodgers, Braves are top 5. Coincidentally, all 5 teams have either won the World Series, been in the World Series, or been in multiple league championship series over the last 5 years. Every single one of them. The Nats are the most unanalytical team in Major League Baseball. In a related story, they won the World Series 3 years ago. So you can still win that way. But you've got to pick a lane.
So let's just say we go full Rays, Dodgers route. What does that mean? Full analytical. What does that mean for your organization?
Well, it means you take pitchers out the third time through the order almost exclusively without worrying about who the pitcher is. You commit to certain base running ideals. Steal bases at a high rate, and these things change. The A's have always done this. Like, at the beginning of the Moneyball movement, it was let's get guys that are high walk players, guys that were high on base percentage players. And then it kind of morphed to, okay, well, everybody's doing that, so it's not really efficient to get that anymore. Let's find another market inefficiency. Now we're going to go and get high speed guys or high defensive player guys or whatever, high power dudes. So that's what you commit to, that sort of player and process and the thought process throughout the game, which is basically the manager goes out there. They have a plan from the start to finish. In the 5th inning, we're going to go to this guy. In the 6th inning, we're going to go to this guy. If we're up by 2 runs, we're going this route. If we're down by 2 runs, we're going this route. Now, a lot of these teams do this anyway, even the ones that are kind of dipping their toe in both. But, man, either go all in or go all out on the analytics. Pick one.
And then in terms of player acquisition, how would that change who you draft and who you go after?
Well, again, that's morphed over the years. There was a time where
we know the Athletics is on base. Billy Bean, Moneyball.
Okay, so if you watched that game last night with the A's, and you look at
that, if you watched
that game last night with the A's, it was I swear to God, Troy, I thought all these athletic players were the same guy.
Really?
They all looked the same. They were short, kind of stocky. Just they all played like 4 years of college.
Bunch of Giambis,
man. Bunch of Giambis. I mean, so the original back in the day, it was, the Red Sox were big on this when they won in 2004. What they tried to draft and develop were college kids. Played college baseball. The thought was you were closer to get to the major leagues. That's what the poor teams like the A's they wanted. They wanted guys that were more major league ready. Those were college kids. They were safer. They generally had a better approach at the plate, so that's why they drafted them. So again, it changes all the time because it's all about what is not valued in the marketplace. But you got to just pick a lane, man. You got to pick a lane.
David Ortiz is getting criticized for his reaction to the Fernando Tatis suspension. Kind of sounding like Tatis's father, who was saying, for the good of the game, we shouldn't have taken this so seriously. This is a young star. Baseball needs help. We don't want people to stop watching. Let him skirt the rules a little bit.
Yeah.
That was a suggestion from Fernando's father. Here's Ortiz, quote, MLB needs to have some regulations before they make public news like the one that happened to Tatis. I think they haven't handled the situation the right way. We can't kill our product. We're talking about an amazing player. So there is David Ortiz saying, hey, this guy was done wrong. We should have buried this or not really let it out to this degree.
Yeah.
Because forget about like the player taking, again, accountability
right.
and not cheating or actually looking at the things that he's using on his body. And isn't it convenient right after he was inducted into Cooperstown that David Ortiz trying to give a pass to a cheater?
Twitter reminded him of that yesterday.
2003 list of players who tested positive for PEDs. Oh, there is David's name on that list.
Yep.
How fitting. Interesting.
How fitting. And how fitting that never stuck to him.
Yeah.
Really odd how that happened. That David Ortiz never got it stuck to him about PEDs. Not that A-Rod is some victim here, but, A-Rod, it got stuck to immediately. Tatis, it got stuck to, and it's going to get...
Ortiz is lovable. But Tatis, before the Padres blasted him, lovable as well.
Lovable. Not
to the point of Poppy, of course. Legendary postseason moments playing in Boston, and Tatis out on the West Coast. But there's a lovability and a hateability. A-Rod was doing his, what are they calling it? A-cast broadcast. K-Rod with Derek Jeter sitting in the other night, and he addressed the Tatis news.
Yeah, look, I have no regrets, no excuses for my behavior. It is on me. And look, we'll talk about the Tatis thing later. I wish that a lot of these young players who I admire so much learned from my stupidity and my debacle. Mm-hmm. And it almost brings me to tears to see a kid like Tatis, who's 23 years old, that for the rest of his career, he's just going to play it out. There's probably no Hall of Fame. I'm not going to go to the Hall of Fame probably because of my own mistake. Mm-hmm. And that's heartbreaking for me. It's heartbreaking to explain that to my daughters, but that's on me. So I get to be now hopefully a better friend, a better business person, more importantly, a better father.
God, he's so fake.
He's so fake.
He's so fake and contrived. You should just watch Jeter's face. Have you watched the Jeter doc? Nothing. Not one. Episode one.
Yeah.
You got to watch them.
I know.
Jeter is just paralyzed with fear over this topic. And then there's the shirtless photo of like the shortstops back in the day. It was A-Rod and Jeter and Nomar. And Jeter had like intimidated the producer of this, what's it called again? I'm sorry.
Was it GQ or Esquire or whatever?
No. The A-Rod cast.
Oh, K-Rod.
K-Rod. I'll write it down. Jeter had intimidated this producer. Don't put that shot on TV. Don't air that. And they're all sitting there laughing, and all of a sudden, bam! The producer puts a photo up. Go look at Jeter. Jeter is furious. He's like, that's my last time on here. And he's saying it. Trying to joke. He's not joking. It also came out that when A-Rod slept over at Jeter's house early, back in their, Playboy days, cereal and orange juice. That's what A-Rod had to eat for breakfast at Derek's house.
Wait, together?
Ugh.
Yeah. There was no milk. Empty bachelor fridge, and A-Rod had to resort to putting a little OJ in with the cereal.
Yeah, I mean,
it's dry, man.
Yeah, I don't think you need to do that. But yeah, this audio from the K-Rod podcast, I mean, it is eye-rolling. It's even better because, I mean, visually looking at it, like you said, Jeter is just like, like
statue.
Listen to the part once again where Alex brings up the Hall of Fame.
His career, he's just going to play it out. There's probably no Hall of Fame. I'm not going to go to the Hall of Fame probably because of my own mistake. And that's heartbreaking for me.
You hear that little click?
I may have a vote. I don't know.
Does Jeter have a vote?
I don't think so. I don't think the former players have a vote. They might. Who knows? But I don't think they do.
But he's got some pull.
Yeah, right. He probably has pull with the voters except for one.
Yeah.
Except for that one. But yeah, it is rich though how these guys will come out after they got in the Hall of Fame, like Ortiz, and just say this, where, he was on that list, man. Like, we're going to conveniently forget that? Like, he's no different. What's the difference between David Ortiz and Fernando Tatis? There's obviously a difference between him and Robbie Cano or A-Rod. They were testing positive multiple times. But what's the difference between Ortiz and Tatis? There's nothing.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. We also are viewable on the fan cam, on YouTube, and on Twitch. Thank you for checking us out on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Mark Cuban puking and a college football quarterback not too far away from here quitting. Next on the fan. But let me get you on. Hump Day with Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Mark Cuban sat down for a little interview with Bleacher Report. Do you want the Kobe trade or throwing up during Juwan Howard's birthday party?
Oh, is this where Mark Cuban is going to say that? Oh, we had a chance to get Kobe Bryant. We said no.
Have we heard this many, many times?
Yeah, and it changes many, many times, I'm sure.
No, it's not that they said no. Let's play the Kobe one. This is when Cuban thought, I think it's 2007, that he was going to be able to team up the Mamba with the Diggler.
Yeah, I thought it was done. I was in Dancing with the Stars, and we practiced a lot, like 7-8 hours a day, because I needed it. And I was going back and forth with Dr. Buss, and I forget who called who. I think he called me actually and said, look, we think we might be parting ways with Kobe. And I remember it vividly because there was a PA named Elvis who was working on us. It was just Lakers, 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 Lakers. And I used to give him a hard time. He'd give me a hard time. And we had just gone to the finals the year before and this and that. And so we would just talk Kobe, and he was Kobe, Kobe, Kobe all the time. You know, when the guy, Kobe, and so it started to happen. Yeah. And I started telling him about it, and that was the kiss of death. Because the minute I told Elvis, it all fell apart.
Oh, no. Why did it fall apart?
Because I guess Mitch Kupchak talked Kobe into staying. You know, it was just like DeAndre, not the same, but when a guy that's key to your team wants to leave, you're going to do everything you can to keep him.
So what would this, Kobe Mavs team have looked like?
It would have been damn good.
Yeah.
And Dirk was like, I would have traded me for Kobe. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to trade you, Dirk. That's the whole point, right?
Wow.
Yeah, we would have been something else.
So there's Cuban when Kobe was wanting out of L.A. He was talking about the Clippers. He was talking about the Bulls, and obviously they were able to keep him. I think Dirk has referenced this. He may have referenced it with us when he was on a long time ago promoting his book. So that was Cuban talking about the possible Kobe trade, and here he is. Man, there's so many Cuban partying stories from the Loon, Dirk and Nash. This one has to do with Juwan Howard's birthday party in New York.
We were out for Juwan Howard's birthday party in New York City. It was right before the All-Star break. We had just played the Knicks, I think, and we had an extra few days, right? So we were going to go out. And it was me, Finn, Dirk, Nash, and I forget who else. Whitley, maybe, Witz, I think, and some other folks. And we went to, what was it called? Lotus Road, something. And Steve Nash ended up meeting his then wife. That's how crazy and I was. But and then me in particular, started buying, I think it was wild turkey by the bottle.
Oh, wow.
And drinking it out of the bottle. It was ugly. It was ugly. So let's just say that it wasn't long after that. My head was hanging out the window of the limo, getting sick. And all these guys are laughing at me. And thank God it was pre-iPhone. Otherwise, I could never live it down. I still can't live it down with these guys.
So who's the comforter in the group at that moment? Was Dirk it's okay, Mark?
No. Are you kidding me?
You guys
they were like, we're throwing me under the bus for years.
That's what you drank, I think, at the Rudder Room.
Wild Turkey. Well, I had Wild Turkey 101.
Why you would ever buy a bottle and start chugging Wild Turkey?
Thank you. I mean, you just mentioned the Rudder Room, the dive bar at Oxnard right outside the Cowboys training camp.
This is 101. It's different.
Yeah, but still, Wild Turkey, sure, you drink it at a dive bar. You go to Ships down here off of Ross and Greenville. That's a dive bar. Drink Wild Turkey. You're partying with NBA players in New York and you're drinking Wild Turkey?
Yeah. Kentucky Spirit's pretty good, but I'm not going to sit there at a bar if I'm Mark Cuban.
Yeah.
I'm not getting that.
How much is Wild Turkey a bottle,
Can't be that much.
40?
Yeah, $40.
$34. I mean, it depends on what you get. You get higher level stuff like their Russell's brand, which is under the same umbrella as, 50 or 60. But
this says Wild Turkey 101 bourbon, $25.
Yeah, you could probably get it cheap. I mean, it depends on what size, but it's not expensive.
And then 16 for the regular.
Yeah, it depends on the size, but
81 proof.
81 proof for the regular?
81 PF. I'm assuming that's proof.
It's not an expensive bourbon whiskey at all.
Might as well just get some MD.
Mad Dog?
Yeah. Which, by the way, it's not Mad Dog. I never knew that until like maybe a month ago.
What are you talking about?
It's not Mad Dog. It's Mogan. Mogan David.
What?
Yeah, it does not stand for Mad Dog.
No.
Yes.
Mogan David?
Yeah, MD 2020. It's Mogan David.
Can you imagine if there was no one ever has brought up the appropriate the owner going out drinking and partying it up nonstop with the players? No, we've never brought that up. Can you imagine like today, unless you're celebrating a championship, when Jerry Jones is just out with Dak and CD and Micah at the bar chilling.
Man, pre-Twitter, pre-iPhone, pre-Android.
He did it with Chandler Parsons.
Yep.
he did it post.
Hang on. In defense, Chandler was never really a player here.
All right.
Right? He never really played.
There's a couple of clips from Mark Cuban with Bleacher Report. We'll play the rest of it later on. Who was this LSU quarterback that just quit? And what are we going to do with the NIL money?
Miles Brennan. He has decided to call it quits. So he was a 4-star kid way back in 2017. So this kid's on his 6th year of eligibility. He's 23 years old. And on Monday, he up and retires from football ahead of that 6th year in college football, because you get the COVID year now that you're allowed to do. So he was in a battle with Garrett Nussmeier, remember that name? And then Jaden Daniels, who was a transfer for the starting job. He was QB1 in the spring. Now he is QB3 on the depth chart. He wanted to, he was debating on whether to transfer. Brian Kelly was like, no, you got to stay. And then Brian Kelly takes this transfer and Jaden Daniels, and all of a sudden, Brennan was informed he will not be the starting quarterback at all this fall, and then he up and retires and quits. Well, now there is a question about what to do with his NIL money. So he was in this TikTok video with Walk-On's Bistro, which was one of 5 deals that he signed.
5 deals. That's 5. That's the power of football at Louisiana State University. This is one guy out of 3 who could be the starter. Let's get him 5 NIL deals. With my family. By the way, Brian Kelly was Manti's coach there at Notre Dame. Smalls, Sliders, Smoothie King, Raising Cane's, and Hollingsworth Richards Ford.
Yeah, right. Raising Cane's not too surprising. LSU's own Raising Cane's.
LSU's own?
Yeah, like the owner of Raising Cane's is from LSU. He started Raising Cane's in Baton Rouge.
Really?
Yeah. We're just educating on everything.
If I was, I'm disappointed in him. Why are their colors for Raising Cane's not yellow and purple?
Yeah, I'm disappointed they stole Lane's Chickens concept from College Station. But that's another topic.
Lane's, what color? They're maroon and white.
Yes, they are.
Right? If you're an alum of a university, you're going to start it in the college town. You need to make it the team color.
That's right. And you're talking about Miles Brennan. He got injured last year, Sean. And then who replaced him? Max Johnson. Max Johnson's no longer at LSU. He's at Texas A&M. That's right.
So I would think if I was one of these NIL sponsors, I would have it in there you got to play or you got to be on the team. And I would have that in the contract, so I would rip up the contract and just stop paying him.
Okay. Now that's the question. Because he probably received some or all of the money up front. Mm-hmm. And since NIL contracts cannot be tied to performance, the deals remain valid. Despite the fact that he will not be playing. Now, there could be ways.
Why haven't we gotten our hands on Mike Flory or someone not gotten their hands on an NIL contract? I'd like to see how it's worded and written. We get player contracts all the time. We find out about Kyler Murray's homework clause. I'd like to see one of these NIL deals, and then we would have our answer here.
Look at Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers left Southlake. He goes to Ohio State, gets a massive deal. He didn't step on the field. He didn't have to perform. But he got paid. He transferred.
You assume there's a contract.
I assume.
I think that's a unfair assumption. Not on your part, just in general. How many of these NIL deals are just cash handed over from the booster in the name of this company?
Right. Sure.
right?
Well, that's the company. You want to be a jock sniffer in Austin. You want to sit there and act like you run the program. And because you don't have friends your own age, you want to sit there and pay millions to kids and think you have power and control over them, then you get taken. So suck it. Deal with it. Too bad.
Yep. And I bet, deals, other NIL deals, now they will. Now they will. If they haven't protected themselves before, they definitely will now.
Especially with this state of transfers. My Lord, if you don't write something up to protect yourself, you deserve to lose it.
Yeah. Now, look, if you're a smoothie king where you're in every college town, if you transfer from LSU to Alabama or wherever, you can do that. But Hollingsworth Richard Ford, I don't think that Ford dealership is in Starkville. Okay, so if he were to transfer somewhere else, he probably would need to get a new car deal. But these national companies like Raising Cane's or that, you could get away with that.
So there's a little hump day headlines for you here on Sean and RJ. We'll get you other headlines for our highest rated segment of the entire show. The Cowboys are getting set to take on the Chargers. The radio station was in Arlington to watch the Rangers lose to the Athletics. And we have an NBA trade update on KD and Donovan Mitchell. Headlines with Sean and RJ next.
Hey, what's going on, Tolos? It is Troy Hughes. I'm not sure what
Audacy app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys are going to get set to take on the Chargers. It was the Broncos last week in practice. It'll be LAC this week before preseason game number 2. Good morning, Metroplex. Hump Day. Headlines to get you ready for your Wednesday and try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible with Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. John Machota from The Athletic reporting J-Ron Kearse not expected to practice this week with a back. Will Greer questionable. Tyron will practice with an ankle, and they hope to finally get Anthony Barr on the field to become familiarized.
Yeah, and you know, the more he gets on the field, the better he plays, the more LVE is healthy, the more Micah's rushing from the edge, baby. Make it happen.
LVE was mentioned yesterday in a Cowboy piece.
Yes, he was. Leighton Vander Esch was mentioned as one of the 32 sort of comeback players of the year, if you will. The bounce back candidates. Each team had a bounce back candidate, and Leighton Vander Esch was ESPN's bounce back candidate for the Dallas Cowboys, saying what went wrong with him last year was injuries. He had one of the best rookie linebacker seasons in recent memory in 2018. It never came close to that form since, and 2021 was the first extended stretch in which he stayed healthy. And we finally saw flashes again of the player he was as a rookie.
Was Vander Esch a good pick?
No.
I mean, has his career turned out to be one that you could justify as a good pick? Pick 19, round 1.
I generally judge first-round draft picks on did you get a second contract, and was it a position of high value? And I think the answer for him is going to be no to both, right? I don't think he's going to get a second contract here. And it wasn't a position of high value. So I'll say no, it was not a good pick. I'd have to go back at the draft and see who they passed up on to take him. But no, probably not. Probably not. I would not say it was a good pick. Especially taking 2 linebackers in 3 years in the first round.
Started off great.
Started off fantastic. He was a Pro Bowler.
Started off very, very exciting. 2018 NFL Draft. I always love, Troy's making a face, but I always love going up and down these lists. This year, you're good at this. Who was pick number 1, RJ?
Travon Walker.
2018.
Let's see, it's quarterback. Was that, let's see, was it Baker?
That was Baker. Saquon second.
Ugh.
We'll get to the Gettleman story in a second. This was Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, Josh Rosen at number 10. Let's just go from 11 on down. Minkah Fitzpatrick, fantastic player. Vita Vea, Daron Payne, Marcus Davenport, big gamble for the Saints. Colton Miller got laughed at as a Raiders pick. Tremaine Edmonds, 16 to Buffalo. Derwin James, right in front of us to the Chargers. Jair Alexander, right in front of us to Green Bay. 2 outstanding Pro Bowlers. Vander Esch at 19. Right behind Leighton, Frank Ragnow to the Lions. Billy Price, Rashaan Evans, Isaiah Wynn, DJ Moore, Carolina, fantastic. Hayden Hurst, Calvin Ridley to Atlanta at 26. Rest of the first round, Rashad Penny, Terrell Edmonds, Taven Bryan, Mike Hughes, Sony Michel, Lamar Jackson.
You know, did you see who the 4th pick in the second round was?
No.
Darius Leonard. Same position as Vander Esch. 3 first-team All-Pros.
Who?
I'm sorry.
Come on.
I'm sorry. His name is Darius Leonard.
I see a Shaq Leonard.
Not familiar who you're talking
Okay.
about.
All right, I just want to make sure.
Right before whatever his name is, Darius Leonard, Shaq Leonard, was Nick Chubb.
Dang. The second-round studs coming out of that.
Yep.
But look, people have said Van Der Esch has had a very, very good camp. Enjoyed our sit-down with him out there in Oxnard. So they're getting set to take on the Chargers today and tomorrow. Bobby Belt will preview in 15 minutes. Our Cowboys Insider at 7:20 every morning on your home of America's team. Chris Godwin from Tampa Bay got his first 7-on-7 work for the Buccaneers. So he's trying to return from the ACL. Why do we care? Because Cowboys-Buccaneers regular season game number 1, and we would not like to see Godwin with Mike Evans and Julio Jones.
No. We don't want that.
Do not want to see that.
No, we don't want that. We want them to be in the same predicament we're in.
Yes.
Where it's our number 1 and a bunch of unknowns. Now, Julio Jones not an unknown, but what is unknown is what he has left. So that's what we want. We don't want Godwin. We don't want him ready to play.
And the Broncos activated Randy Gregory off the PUP list.
Look at that.
Meaning he passed a physical. I thought it was going to be a little bit longer for Randy. Apparently he didn't get banged up while sticking his nose in the Cowboy brawls last week against the Broncos, but Randy Gregory activated off of PUP. It's looking like Joe Flacco is going to start the season for the Jets as Zach Wilson recovers from the minor surgery. Flacco against his former team, the Baltimore Ravens, and Lamar Jackson in week 1. And if Lamar's contract is not done by then, he says no negotiating during the season, of course.
This is a terribly dumb move on the part of the Jets.
Terribly dumb.
If you're going to start anybody, it needs to be somebody other than Joe. Why are they not starting Mike White? Just let Mike White play.
No. That's not.
Does
not
Joe
smart.
Flacco? These coaches are so scared. Does Joe Flacco give you a better chance of winning than Mike White?
Yes.
I would say no at this stage of his career.
Mike White is a bum.
Yeah, of course. So is Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco is like semi-respectable. You
There's-
cannot say with a straight face that Mike White is as good as Joe Flacco, Choppy. That's insane.
Not his career, but Mike White played much better last year than Joe Flacco dreamed of
He had
last
a game.
year. Yeah, that's more than Joe Flacco had.
Oh, my God. That's laughable.
Joe Flacco is laughable. Joe Flacco's a washed-up.
You got to start this season with like a little semblance of hope for your players. I would argue that Ravens fans and players are more worried about Flacco starting against them than if Zach Wilson was. You're always looking at it, and I get it from what are we really going to gain from this as an organization as a whole? You do have an entire locker room and fan base that you kind of have to get through the season. But I would argue they're more worried about Flacco starting as an experienced vet than even Zach Wilson. Game 1.
I mean, Raven fans might.
Yeah.
But we know a Ravens fan. We know that one Ravens fan. He thinks Flacco's better than Tony Romo.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com. Text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Thank you all for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. And speaking of that draft, what was that Dave Gettleman note that was hilarious from the other day?
Oh,
Man.
this is wonderful, man.
This guy was the greatest gift to this division.
Wasn't he? Dave Gettleman. So the Broncos, this is that 2018 draft. The Broncos wanted to trade up. John Elway wanted Sam Darnold. Okay? He wanted Sam Darnold. So he tries to call Dave Gettleman. The Jets knew the Giants didn't want Darnold. So the Jets were not trying to trade up with the Giants. They knew they didn't want Darnold at all. So once Darnold, they knew that they weren't going to have, they didn't try to trade up. The Broncos kept trying to call the Giants. Dave Gettleman never answered the phone. He refused to answer the phone. Dave Gettleman doesn't trade picks.
Good Lord.
So
What a moron.
he was dead set on Saquon Barkley. They wanted Saquon. That is one of the worst picks in NFL draft history.
Whoa. One of the worst picks in draft history.
Even Giant fans say that now. They're like, yeah, because you don't draft a running back when you stink, especially at number 2. You don't draft a running back at 2 anyway anymore. It's one of the worst picks ever.
I can't go along with that.
Go along with it, baby.
No.
It was such a raunchy draft pick.
I'm not saying it was a good pick, but one of the worst ever. That's reserved for, it's Jamarcus territory.
Oh, no. Jamarcus was a much better pick than Saquon Barkley. At least your process was good. Okay, at least you could sit here and say, we needed a quarterback at number 1, and we took one. They needed a quarterback at number 2, and they took a running back. Like, it was one of the worst draft picks process-wise in NFL history.
The process of not picking up the phone is even the Bengals wouldn't pick up the phone for Burrow calls. It's just stupid.
Yeah, well, because they don't deal with phone calls. They have computer stuff.
We're in the process of, we've hired 4 computer folks, software.
The way that ends, software. So that is hilarious. He would not even pick up the phone on purpose. Not picking it. You always pick up the phone to see what the real estate offer is going to be. What the offer is knocking on your door. That's the RJ principle. Rangers lose to the Athletics yesterday at the Globe. 5-1 radio station outing. Did any Tolos see y'all? Did y'all say what's up to anybody? It was no access in the 105.3 fan suite.
Sure. There was very little access in that suite.
Or there was just no people out there.
And there was also very few people that were out there. It was good. It was fun, though. Hadn't been out to the ballpark yet this year. I went to Fenway once, but on my trip. But it was good to get out there to the ballpark and see a baseball game. And I was with dozens of my best friends.
Were you rooting for the roof to be open?
Always. I always want the roof to be open. But I've come around to that place. That's fine. It's fine. It's weird watching baseball. I'll tell you, I lose the ball in the ceiling. I do find it difficult to track the baseball because I was used to tracking it in the light, Sean, in the outside, in the black sky, and now you got this brown kind of ceiling up there, and it's just, I think, a little bit hard to track the baseball.
Sam Amick reports that even while on vacation, he was talking to executives who think that the leading spot for KD to get traded to is the Boston Celtics, and it would center around Jaylen Brown. There were photos of Durant and Jason Tatum working out together. That's a little fishy. I'm not thrilled about that if I'm Jaylen Brown, seeing those two just working out, plotting my exit possibly out of Boston. And then Shams reports the Knicks and the Jazz have re-engaged on Donovan Mitchell discussions, with the Hornets and the Wizards also interested in trading with Utah.
The Donovan Mitchell discussion, this is going to be obviously something that goes on for whatever is left of this offseason, which is not very much. They're going to start training camp here in a couple of weeks. But if the Knicks get him, obviously it helps the Mavericks out. Anybody getting him in the East helps the Mavs out because they're a non-factor anyway, but they could get lucky. Now they got nothing if he is gone.
What's going on in the golf world? The big Tiger meeting. We're getting a lawsuit.
We're getting a lawsuit for Patrick Reed. Patrick Reed is going to sue the Golf Channel and Brandel Chambly for $750 million. Nothing to see here on that amount. He is doing that for defamation of character, slander, all the things. Basically saying that Golf Channel has conspired with the PGA Tour to cast a bad light over the Live Golf Tour because the Golf Channel obviously is in bed with the PGA Tour, as they should be. That's who they cover for the most. And then, of course, when it comes to Brandel Chambly, he has always had a vendetta against Patrick Reed because he doesn't like Patrick Reed because Patrick Reed's a cheater, and Patrick needs to own that. But these are easily the two of the most hated guys in the golf world. In terms of the Tiger meeting, I have heard nothing. I've heard nothing about what happened. It was supposed to be, according to Alan Shipnuck of the Fire Pit Collective, it was supposed to be some banger of a meeting. And I have heard absolutely nothing about what transpired there.
Headlines on a hump day. With Sean and RJ. Troy Hughes running things as always. Thank y'all for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. You can hit us up always on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Are the Cowboys getting their new linebacker today? Are they getting a watchable quarterback for this weekend? Is Tyron Smith okay? And the musical opinion that got Bobby Bell in a little bit of trouble on Twitter. Our Cowboys insider joins us next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to number one.
Metroplex. But then starting tomorrow for the next 2 weeks, the highs will be in the upper 80s, low 90s with a really good chance of rain every single day. Segment this morning brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, a.k.a. Soda. Also, Frankel & Frankel at 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com in case you've been involved in an accident and it's not your fault. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Little college football kegger at 7:40 this morning. The quarterback betrayals at 8 o'clock with two Cowboys on the list. It's Sean and RJ on your home of America's team, but we're getting ready for the Cowboys and the Chargers this week. And let's preview it with Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, on the Diamond Factory hotline here on DFW Sports Station. So is this going to work the same as the Broncos last week, Bobby?
It'll be similar. It'll be a little bit different. Mike McCarthy mentioned yesterday that the practice structure will probably be, it'll just vary a little bit. It'll have some smaller, end goals in mind. And they are going to get two practices with them instead of the one. But other than that, yeah, it'll be a good opportunity for, this will be where you're really going to probably see most of the starters will be in these practices, and that's where they're going to kind of get their work in. And I would expect it's going to be a similar rotation in terms of first team reps actually in the game. So this will be the chance where you're actually going to see some of the starters get their work in.
What is the no fighting policy going to be this time? Because obviously it worked so well last time.
Well, I mean, look, these are super competitive athletes who, they get in these sort of scenarios and they're going to mix it up from time to time. But I think I get the general point of view here, which is you don't want to get somebody hurt doing something stupid. You don't want somebody out for, 8 weeks with a broken hand because they punched somebody in a helmet. Like, I understand the idea of why that's not a good thing to do, but it is something where they want more toughness. They want more fight in their guys. They want a greater edge to their guys. And they're 0 for 1, right?
They got beat up by the Broncos.
They did a little bit, yeah. I mean, it is just a practice, and you're trying not to get too aggressive. But there's a point where you're just going to have to kind of stand up for yourself and push back a little bit. And I think regardless of whatever edicts there might be, I think eventually you'd see some guys kind of start pushing back a little bit. There's a limit to how much they're going to stand there and take.
Bobby, what do you think are some of the more interesting tests this week in practice against this Chargers team? Obviously, one of the most hyped-up teams of the entire offseason. Obviously, your secondary against Herbert. Patrick Walker was talking about a better defensive line from the Chargers than the Broncos had. And then you got some big names in their secondary as well. What are some of the different tests that you see?
Yeah, I think you just hit on the big one, which is Justin Herbert and the type of targets that he has and the challenge that's going to present for this Cowboys secondary and the reps that they're going to get. Because that was obviously, a tough game last week for Nashawn Wright, for instance. Kelvin Joseph had some trouble. But, Mike McCarthy talked about yesterday, he thought they both did some positive things and that there were things to build on and that they were in good position and that it's more some tweaks. And so this will be an opportunity to apply the tweaks, apply some of those changes that they saw on film and that they need to work on. And so this will be as good a test as they can probably get in a practice setting for that. I'm interested to see if Deron Bland, who played really, really great on Saturday night, honestly may have been the best player on the field in terms of his performance for either side in that game. I'm interested to see how well that carries over for him. In the secondary, it does not sound like we're going to get J-Ron Kearse in these practices. I know Trayvon Diggs has been working back from some soreness. I think we'll see him being used to some extent. But then I think on the other side, that's another great point that Pat brought up there about the defensive line and things like that, that they've got, really good pass rushers and really good players on that defensive line and in the trenches that are going to present some challenges for Tyler Biadasz, Terrence Steele, Josh Ball, Tyler Smith, and give them a chance to work themselves, up for the season here by going up against those guys. And so specifically, I think for Steele, it's a good test. It was the test last year against Joey Bosa that had a lot of people going, okay, maybe this isn't going to be so bad when he came out of that game pretty much unscathed.
Bobby Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so J-Ron Kearse out. Tyron back. Will Greer, ?
Yeah, Will Grier, it sounds like it's still a question mark, but I think we're going to see him in these practices. I don't know how involved he'll be, but I think the idea is they are going to try and bring him along slowly and then get him hopefully into game action this weekend, because that's an important battle for them right now, that quarterback 2 competition between him and Cooper Rush. And I mean, if you could have had a good day by not playing last week, it probably would have been Will Grier, just because Cooper Rush had a lot of struggles. But there was a lot of context that goes into that in terms of the pass rush wasn't great. There looked like a few times Jalen Tolbert may have not been in the right position on a route. And so that was something that was challenging on Cooper Rush's side too. But I think that getting Will Grier back would be really important for them in trying to establish, hey, look, who do we have behind Dak Prescott? Who's working with him here? I think that they would like to see Will Grier continue to step up because they like his mobility. They like some of the things he can do on the run, similar to the way that Dak, can break the pocket and kind of freelance a little bit. I think those are all traits that they really like, and they feel like he's done a good job this offseason preparing. So I think we'll see some of Will Grier. It's just a matter to see how much exactly they work him back as he's coming off of that groin injury.
Would you say they're like rooting for one guy to step up? Like which guy they're rooting for to step up and win it? Like, do they have a preference? Like, man, if this guy wins it, we would prefer that to be. Would it be Grier because he could do similar things to Dak?
I think that's an interesting question. I don't know that anybody has a rooting interest other than seeing somebody take control of the job. I don't know that they have a particular person in mind, other than perhaps Doug Nussmeier. Doug Nussmeier is already the quarterback's coach. He's always been a big fan of Will Grier. Helped recruit him to Florida. Had him, playing pretty well. I think that was under Nussmeier where he had that freshman year before he got suspended. But that's a guy who, Nussmeier lobbied for off the waiver wire last year. They don't make a lot of waiver claims typically at the end of training camp, and that was one that they did and one that they wanted to make sure got in here. So they had a plan for him. They thought he could contribute here. And so I think that Doug Nussmeier for sure believes in Will Grier and would probably like to see him take that step up, especially when you're talking about it goes all the way back to high school for him.
We're screwed at backup quarterback, though.
It's not ideal, but I mean, I think we thought we were screwed at backup quarterback last year, and then Cooper Rush throws for 300 yards on the road in primetime football. And so, I mean, you got to make lemonade out of lemons. It's the old Tom Moore line with Peyton Manning that, if 18 goes down, we're blanked, so we don't practice blanked. And so I think that's sort of where they're at, is that they don't necessarily view backup quarterback as a position that they want to invest a ton in. They'd rather get lottery tickets there, and that's what they've got in Cooper Rush, Will Grier, and I mean, to a certain extent, Ben DiNucci.
If Cooper Rush didn't have that Minnesota game on his resume, how much different would the evaluation be?
I mean, I think Will Grier would already be number 2 if it wasn't for real game experience and real game successes for Cooper Rush, just because Grier to me has been so much better than Rush out here at these practices during training camp, and looks to be sharper, looks to be a guy that can run more of the offense the way that Dak Prescott runs it. And that's one of the things that honestly you look for in a backup quarterback. One of the things the Cowboys look for 2 main things in the backup quarterback. They want a good student of the game. They like somebody who can do a lot of homework for Dak during the week and can help out in the study of the opponent. That's a big responsibility for the backup quarterback. And then somebody who can run as much of the normal offense as possible so they don't have to change things up. You remember when DiNucci got in there against Philadelphia? They had to throw all these bells and whistles in there, and it was a completely different offense, and that's tough on everybody else. And so it makes it difficult to keep as much continuity as possible. Will Grier able to step in and still run a lot of the same plays Dak does in terms of athleticism and arm talent and things like that? I think that matters to them. So, that's a guy who I think makes a lot of sense to step in and take over if Dak gets hurt. But that's more what they look for in their backup quarterback situation. They're not necessarily looking for a strong veteran presence and elite talent. They're looking more for, okay, what can we get in terms of what helps us cover the offense as much as normal as we can, and somebody who's, when he's not playing, going to be a good, teacher's assistant for Dak Prescott.
And did you mention already why has Anthony Barr not gotten out there yet?
It's just the ramp up from having been away. They did the same thing last year, similarly with Malik Hooker. And so I think that they're just trying to make sure he's physically ready to play. That's something that Mike McCarthy is always hyper aware of is that ramp up period and getting guys' bodies ready to get out there and get those reps and not risk injury. And so, it's like when Des Bryant signs with the Saints and then he's out there practicing and he tears his Achilles the next day. And so I think that they're just trying to make sure that physically he was in the right place. He's been activated off a pup. He should start getting worked in pretty soon today. I don't know if he'll take part in team period stuff with the Chargers, but he'll at least be out there doing some individual stuff, it sounds like. And so they're trying to get him going, trying to get him up and running for team period. But I think their bigger concern is just, look, that's a veteran who knows how to play football. Let's get him caught up in the classroom in terms of what we want to run here and make sure that he's ready for week 1.
And then finally, the musical tweet that got a good amount of reaction from Bobby Belt TX on Twitter had to do with this guy. What brought this on?
It's funny. I was driving into work the other day, and I heard, "Why can't we be lovers?" or "How can we be lovers?" And I was just driving on, and I was thinking, like, this really is a banger. And it's a little unfair, I feel like, that Michael Bolton's gotten, Nickelback treatment. And I think it largely stems from Office Space. I mean, sure, he had his critics in the early 90s, but I think it really ramped up when, the character Michael Bolton and Michael Space just spent the whole movie talking about how terrible he was. So I'm not saying that Michael Bolton's the greatest artist of all time, but I am saying that the Nickelback treatment of Michael Bolton is unfair because great vocals, solid early 90s love ballad, pop ballad type of tracks. I don't totally understand the Michael Bolton. So I was just sharing that thought. And I got some support there. There was a little bit of pushback, but I got some support there. In fact, Nate Wood said he thought that his cameo with Lonely Island back in the day was
when he did Jack Sparrow.
Yes,
that was great.
That
good.
It was enough to make it an acceptable opinion in 2022. But I think I had more people behind me than not, and I think that enough time has passed. We've entered enough of a modern age that we can appreciate Michael Bolton.
I think it's he started out trying to be a heavy metal headbanger, and then he morphed into James Taylor.
Yeah.
And nobody has any respect for James Taylor anyway.
No. That's not James Taylor, though. He morphed into trying to be more like a sugary Steve Perry, I think.
Oh, that's a good reference. He was. Yeah. Most people, Sean, don't know. Michael Bolton was like in a heavy metal band when he began his career.
Really?
And then he went this whole different way.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all.
Oh!
Wow.
No, love you all at the end. Wow.
He went full Han Solo. I love you. I know.
What was up with that? No, love you all at the end from Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline.
He said I loved you, but he lied. Michael Bolton.
Is that a bold song?
Yeah.
Good job.
Thanks.
That was good. All right, the quarterback betrayal index. How much has Dak and how much did Romo get screwed? 2 quarterbacks on this list from the Cowboys at 8 o'clock, but a little college football kegger. The odds of your favorite local squad winning the national championship. And Aaron Rodgers is not happy with his receivers. Hopefully Dak won't end up feeling the same way. All of it coming up on a hump day.
Hump day.
With Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But here.
contractor taking care of your project or special event, Tolos, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
College football!
Odds to win the NCAA championship are out. Where is your local school on the list? Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Of course, Alabama leads the way with 2-1 odds. 2-1. Ohio State is second at 7-2. Georgia is third. My Clemson Tigers. I need it, even though I can't stand Dabo, but I bet that they would get back to the national championship game in the next 2 years with Sandler. So I need Clemson. 8-1. USC at the beginning of the year was 40-1. They're now 14-1. They shot up the board. 40-1 to 14-1. Texas A&M 25-1.
That's right.
They were 16-1 in January. Now 25-1.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what the reason for that would be. And then Notre Dame.
Hang on, A&M, you guys had some injuries, right?
We had some injuries. The Anais Smith, drinking and driving, gun and smoking thing came into play, but all of that's been wiped away as well.
Okay. A&M, Notre Dame, Oklahoma's 50-1, along with the Fighting Irish, 50-1. Miami, Texas, Utah, all 66-1. Auburn, LSU, Michigan round out the list. And Paul Feinbaum on ESPN apparently wasn't too happy with one of the entries and teams that are favored to be a factor.
It's Notre Dame. They should not even be in the top 10, Greeny. This is an absolute joke, and it happens every year with the AP poll, which is about as worthless as preseason NFL football. It's ridiculous. Notre Dame is going to get run in the first game of the season. I mean, they're going to get destroyed at the Big House, and then after that, they have to go to North Carolina a couple weeks later, a team that will bounce back this year. They have Clemson on this schedule, and they have SC. They'll be fortunate to go 9-3. Laughable that they're in the top 5 or 6.
Whoa! Back in 1950, the AP released their preseason poll for the first time. Notre Dame was number 1. They went 4-4-1 that year. Preseason polls are worthless. They always have been. It's all about hype. It's all about basically who lost the least from last year. And it's not always. A lot of people say, well, if you're the defending champ, you should absolutely be the number 1 team in the nation. Well, no, you shouldn't. What if you lost everybody?
Right.
Like Georgia last year. I mean, how many guys on the defensive line they lose, or the defense in general? How many guys on the offense they lose? They lost a lot. So, of course they should not be the number 1 team in the nation.
So, the most fascinating college story to me, and I've been saving this for a few days, what's going on at Kentucky?
Oh, the Cal Stoops.
Mark Stoops has been in the news a lot. Yesterday, he had a comment that went viral for blasting Shane Beamer. Shane Beamer's trying to be a new school coach at South Carolina, dancing in different TikTok videos. And then here's Mark Stoops saying, I think we're gaining respect throughout the league. I talked years ago, climate versus culture. It's easy to change a climate. You just change your uniforms, talk some game, dance around, put on some stupid sunglasses. But to change a culture is at the core. So people are saying, wow, why shots fired? But the big controversy at Kentucky has to do with John Calipari. Calipari is trying to get a new facility for his basketball program. And in the comments, he told The Athletic, this is a basketball school. Now, y'all tell me if this is offensive or Mark Stoops with the football program should just shut up. Calipari said, this is a basketball school. It's always been that. Alabama is a football school. So is Georgia. I mean, they are. No disrespect to our football team. I hope they win 10 games and go to bowls. At the end of the day, that makes my job easier, and it makes the job of all of us easier. But this is a basketball school, and so we need to keep moving in that direction and keep doing what we are doing. And I'm sorry, Kentucky football, they received approval to renovate their football facility in February, but Calipari was still looking for a new basketball facility. Well, Mark Stoops.
Yeah, Rupp Arena is one of the biggest. It was the biggest. Then it got built. Then Tennessee built a bigger one by 1 seat. But then they reduced their seating to get suites in. So I think Kentucky's back to being the biggest on campus, Sean, facility.
Mark Stoops responded saying, basketball school, I thought we competed in the SEC. When you start talking about my program and others that we compete against, I don't do that. I stay in my lane. So that's in defense of my players, in defense of the work that we've done. We want to continue to push, but don't demean or distract from the hard work and the dedication and the commitment that people have done to get to this point. I don't need to apologize for that, and I won't. Stoops went on to say Kentucky football wasn't born on third base. We understand history. I embrace it. I'm proud of it. We didn't have that history. We are creating it. Well, Calipari then responded on Twitter. Apparently, he tried to call Mark Stoops. He did not pick up like Jimbo with Saban. I was told about comments Stoops made in his presser. I reached out to Mark, and we'll try again. Comparing our athletic department to others was my bad. I've supported Mark and the football team through good and bad. I'll continue to support them and cheer them on. What do you think, RJ Choppy, about this?
I mean, like, Cal's right that it's a basketball school because, you know, good enough isn't good enough at Kentucky. I have never met a person who likes the Kentucky football program and not the basketball program.
Will Chambers.
But I have met plenty of people who like the basketball program and not the football program there. There is no doubt, who the big swinging D on campus is.
Of course.
There's never been a doubt.
It's the same thing in Austin. It's the same thing at College Station, right? It's obvious.
You know.
I guess the question is...
You know Nick Saban's the big swinging D at Alabama.
Yeah. I guess the question is was it out of bounds for Calipari to say it?
Yeah, Cal's, yes.
If Sark or Saban said, look, we're a football school. We all know we're a football school. That's just the reality. Is that out of bounds?
It's not something you should say. Even if it's true, it's not something you should say. But it's not wrong. I'm of the belief that, you can never really get mad if it's the truth.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. You get mad at yourself for it being the truth. Or you could just lash out at other people and gaslight the hell out of them, which I really like to do.
Yeah.
But if it's the truth, generally, when you step back, you really can't get that upset if it's the truth. And it is. It's true. But the problem for Cal is, when's Cal going to actually win something again?
Mm-hmm.
It's only been 11 years.
Mm-hmm. Troy, what do you think? Out of bounds? If Jimbo came out and said, we're a football school now, that disrespectful to the other programs?
Yeah, probably would be. He would try to get in front of it.
Just let me handle it.
Just let me handle it. He would definitely get in front of it.
You cute kids at Bluebell Park.
Yeah,
look at you down there. We're a football school.
What are you doing?
You want a story and a click and a hit?
Yeah, you do. You want a click and a hit. Golly, Jimbo. Jimbo, invite me over. Let's have crawfish. It's just one of those things. It's an unwritten rule among coaches at a university. I really believe so. Listen. Your lacrosse team is not pulling in the big bucks here.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to say anything bad about, what's a good lacrosse player name?
Syracuse.
Yeah, Syracuse or stuff. You're not going to trash the program. And that's the same way. Yeah. You know who the top dog is, but you don't want to trash the same people that are still trying to do right for the school.
Speaking of Alabama, Najee Harris went on the Pivot podcast and was talking about how he and Nick Saban used to fight, that they used to argue at practice. Harris said he felt belittled by Saban, and he said, quote, I'm not the type of dude to just sit back and let someone talk to me in a way and then not expect me to say anything. I can take coaching, but it's a certain type of line when you cross. It's like, all right, I'm a man, and you're not going to talk to me like that. And he actually left the Alabama program for 2 weeks during his senior season. No one else knew that, so he unveiled it the other day in the Pivot podcast, and he said when he came back, him and Nick had the one-on-one, and he said Saban took his time out to understand who I was. Ever since that day, we were rock solid, but we would sit there and fight and yell back and forth at practice because, you got to coach people different.
You do. Everybody gets coached. Everybody gets parented differently. You got to parent your kids differently. I got to parent both my kids differently.
What are those differences? Let them both do what they want.
Pretty much.
There you go.
Let one get the $80 sneakers and one the 90.
No. Man, dude, Julian is my youngest. He's got problems, man. That kid. Like,
What do you mean?
What do you mean? You didn't know this 4 years ago?
When he doesn't get his way.
Uh-oh.
I'm worried about mine with that.
He fake kills himself. Like he sits there and like we were in the pool and he just put his head right in the water. I'm gonna drown myself. And he just puts his head in the water and I let him go for a while. And after 4 minutes, I was like, all right, we're done here.
4 minutes.
We're done here, man.
I would get him.
Or he'll choke himself. He'll try to choke himself out. And I'm like, what's going on here?
Next Michael Phelps on your hands. That's a good sign. It's a great sign.
So you might need to have someone check that out.
Yeah, I know. All right, bud. We're going to put a stop to this thing.
All right, what do you want? Lane on punters or the coldest?
Oh, the coldest.
All right.
Now, DeColdest Crawford.
His name is DeColdest?
DeColdest Crawford.
What a badass name.
He plays at Nebraska.
DeColdest.
And he got if you were named DeColdest, what is the NIL deal you're getting?
Ice cream, yogurt, ice, beer.
Could be all those. He went
soda
with AC repair. AC. Now, if you live in Dallas-Fort Worth,
A
number one air.
Yes.
But in Lincoln, Nebraska,
oh man,
they don't have a number one air. DeColdest Crawford got himself the coldest NIL deal I ever seen in my life.
I'm so glad we called SOS. Our AC is the coldest.
I'm always the coldest.
SOS to the rescue.
Hey, this is DeColdest Crawford, wide receiver from Louisiana, now playing in Lincoln. When your AC isn't the coldest, you call SOS Heating and Cooling. Their techs don't make commissions, so they give you an honest opinion, fair pricing, and longer warranties than the competition guaranteed. Take it from the coldest. We'll keep you cool this summer.
Yes.
So good. Take it from the coldest.
When do you start naming your children after possible NIL deals? You know, for the crazy parent who thinks they're going pro right out of the womb. Well, and what is like the best NIL name that would draw the most offers? You can do cars. Cold is brilliant. Cold, heat, anything.
You could name your kid Kane, and you could be like the Canes guy, right? The chicken.
Yeah, but that limits you to just the chicken.
Just the chicken.
The coldest is soda, beer, air conditioning repair.
Oh, yeah. So you can do more than one.
Freezers.
Absolutely.
Look at the quarterback in Oklahoma that played in Allen. General Booty.
Oh,
yeah.
It's like perfect.
The ass man.
That's right. He could do an NIL deal for proctologists.
Proctologists.
And butt implants.
Yeah.
Jeans. And
What are you holding
Pirates?
up?
Pirates?
What were you just holding up right there?
I was doing my fingers.
He was counting.
Oh.
He has to count on his fingers. He does.
877-88.
When he reads, he moves his lips.
Yeah, college football kegger.
I do use the finger to read.
Yeah, do you?
Do you?
I do, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I can't. I just can't comprehend it. If I don't, it's just like my eyes wander and I'm like looking all around.
No focus with it.
Yeah.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. The quarterback betrayal index. Romo and Dak are both on it. We'll explain this thing and start the battle on the truckwreck.com text line next on Sean and RJ 1053 The Fan. But
the app. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2nd and 11, Romo looks right. Looks middle. Oh, he's got Whitten at the 5. Touchdown to the big man. Merry Christmas and have a seat. 4 for Romo. 25 to Captain Whitten. Oh, the stockings are overrunning and the eggnog is spilling out onto the kitchen floor.
This is going to be fun. Sean and RJ on your home of America's team. Cowboys practicing against the Chargers today and tomorrow, and then preseason game number 2. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you on 105.3 The Fan. The QB Betrayal Index from The Athletic, Mike Sando. So Jerry Jones has said maybe his biggest Cowboy regret ever is not getting Tony Romo a ring. We always have these battles with the fan base, right? Right down the middle, 50-50. Romo, was he given enough help? Was he hung out to dry? Does Dak have enough help? I always call him Silver Spoon Prescott, except for this year when I'm really worried about the offense. Well, The Athletic went and created a list from the past decade, basically showing how much help the quarterback had from the rest of his team over their careers.
Yeah, so this was, basically, like you said, the betrayal index, and part of this is, and listen, I'll just start it out the way they say it here. Pair a great quarterback with a consistently strong defense and special teams, and that team will win Super Bowls, or plural. Tom Brady is living proof. Pair a great quarterback with an inconsistent or mostly poor defense and special teams, and that team might win a Super Bowl, but some will question the quarterback's ability to get their team over the top.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Rodgers, Drew Brees, for a time Peyton Manning, and now they're saying, will Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert join them? And that's why this right here, those two statements are why I've never used titles to judge quarterbacks, because of that. Because there's a lot that goes into it, even though the quarterback is what is the most important. When you get down to circumcising mosquitoes, it's a lot of the little things that will be the difference between, like, what is the difference between Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, and Peyton Manning as from talent standpoint? I mean, you're small. The littlest mistakes by other people can really help or hurt. So who is number 1 and number 2 in terms of combined expected points added on defense and special teams over this list through this time? Well, it just happens to be Drew Brees and Justin Herbert. There is a 49, let's just use points, 49-point gap between their offensive ranking and their defense and special teams ranking in terms of expected points added over the 54 quarterbacks since 2012. Okay, this is just since 2012. Meanwhile, Justin Herbert was 2. Look who's number 3. Tony Romo.
Pretty interesting stuff. Gosh, here we go. The truckwreck.com text line getting ready to erupt. I knew that Tony was screwed and he didn't have enough help around him.
Of the 54 starting quarterbacks since 2012, Tony Romo has been victimized with the largest offense to defense expected points added differentials in the NFL.
Wow. I think you might know.
Now, he only played, 4 seasons, 2012, 13, 14, and 15, and he wasn't here for 16. Dak was, so that's only 4 seasons. But in those 4 seasons, he did have the largest, most lopsided betrayal game in the NFL in that time.
So I love these things for eyes versus calculator. I wasn't here, during a lot of those prime early years. You were covering them. Did it feel like that? Did it feel like Romo wasn't getting enough help with the team surrounding him? Does it match up with how you remember it?
Yeah, there's some things, I'm trying to go back to that Seattle game, right, in 2006. Terry Glenn fumbled a ball near the end zone that allowed them to score. Did Bill Parcells, urinate down his leg on the previous play before the field goal attempt? Should Romo have even put in that position still because he was a starting quarterback at the time? But at the end of the day, what do you remember out of that game?
The snap.
You remember the fumble snap. So yeah, there was plenty of times.
But this has to do with like the defense.
The defense. The 07 game. I mean, obviously you had Patrick Creighton had a drop pass. There was plenty of plays. Now Romo didn't have his best game either. So he was betrayed. But all these guys are betrayed in some level.
Yeah,
by their other
betrayed by defense and special teams.
Yeah. Well,
that's what the betrayal of this is calculating. While Romo had a career record of 32-20, he was 16-18 in games where his defense or special teams had a negative EPA. And the expected points added, this EPA stat is what, to simplify it?
It's just basically, how much, if you use an individual player, let's use an individual player, that's easier. How many points does that person account for each game based on their production? And that's kind of how they do it with that. So, but one of the games, now real quick, his 32-20 overall mark over that decade included 16-2 when the Cowboys finished games with a positive combined EPA and defensive special teams. Only Mahomes, Luck, Peyton, and Brady had better win rates in those games over that decade.
Wow.
Now, the one game, the largest betrayed game in ever in this, Tony Romo took part in. It was against Denver.
Oh, Peyton in Arlington?
Yep. Now, and this write-up took place. I didn't know this until you got to the Peyton Manning side. And it says there's no shot that he owns the best win rate in the extreme betrayal games with a 5-4 mark. But he does own the most extreme victory for any of the quarterbacks. 51-48 against the Cowboys in 2013. That game saw Romo top 500 yards passing, only to have his late pass picked off by Danny Trevathan.
Choke!
Denver won that game despite finishing with a minus 27 combined EPA on defense and special teams. So Romo was part of that biggest betrayal game on the other side of it. But Romo had just an amazing football game.
Sure.
And the fact that he was putting up 48 points and his defense could not stop us. I mean, they couldn't stop Denver at all. Denver couldn't stop them either.
Right.
Nobody got stopped in that game. That was that is to me one of the most memorable games. And I left that game early.
Oh.
I had 102 fever. I went there. I was
COVID.
like, man, yeah, it was definitely COVID in 2013 or whatever. 102 fever. I was like, man, I stayed for the first half, and I was like, I got to go. I have got to go.
So Breeze got betrayed the most by his defense and special teams. Herbert has been betrayed the second most. Tony Romo, number 3 on this list. Well, actually tied with Romo is Matt Ryan. Aaron Rodgers is on here. Mahomes is 6. Robert Griffin is tied with Mahomes. Deshaun Watson, Andrew Luck, Matt Stafford, Phillip Rivers, Ryan Fitzpatrick, and at number 13, Dak Prescott.
Yep.
Number 13 on the betrayal rankings.
When his defense and special teams has a negative EPA, he's 22-24. That's still 6th best winning percentage. So Dak wins. The narrative that Dak cannot win without help is disproven a little bit here, considering he wins.
Now the help. Now again, this is separating offensive help.
Right. This is defense and special teams only.
Defense and special teams.
So when his defense and special teams don't play well, he wins at the 6th highest rate in the NFL over the last decade.
Wow.
The Cowboys ranked 3rd in combined defense and special teams last season, posting 4 of their 5 best single-game performances of the Dak era. Similar production could be helpful if they fall off on offense with a lesser receiving core.
Okay.
Derek Carr next, Jameis at 15.
All right. So what does this tell us overall?
Well, I mean, it's just another data point. It's another stat that you can look at sideways if you choose. Because a lot of people, I think the biggest problem with a lot of these analytics is that people don't understand them. So they just, what people don't understand, they dismiss. We see it all the time.
Yeah, Bassick.
Yeah, and I think a lot of
I'm trolling.
Brandon Staley talked about, the worst thing for analytics is the term analytics. It gives a negative connotation. I hate how some of the, instead of just using RBIs. RBIs is an easy stat to figure out. Weighted runs, WRC plus is not.
ERA versus FIP.
In order to, I think, fully grasp it, you have to embrace it and research it and figure out what the hell it is. And then you've got to have the understanding on how to process it. I don't even know how to process it. I just blindly okay, man, these people are smarter than me. I'll just take their word for it. So I think that's a problem with a lot of these, but this does show you that our perceptions versus our realities are different. Tony Romo or Matt Ryan or Drew Brees or, their careers are going to be what versus Tom Brady. How much of that is because of are they that much
less of a quarterback?
Versus
the defense and special teams they had.
Yeah, or did Tom Brady have Bill Belichick and a great defense to start his career, and then that kind of snowballed? Is Aaron Rodgers and is Peyton Manning that much better than Aaron Rodgers, and Peyton's been to 4 Super Bowls, Rodgers been to 1? Or did Manning just find get a couple of bits of good luck here or there, and bad luck on other times, or was he just better? I mean, I don't know. But that's what this tries to break down.
How about Aaron Rodgers' comments? Actually, let's see if there's any text comments first. Truckwreck.com text line and see if the Romo versus Dak fight started happening.
The mental gymnastics here would qualify for the next Olympics. Is that because the quarterbacks are taking the most of the salary up, therefore not being able to buy other players? Does the study take in the quality of opponent? Because we all know that Dak Prescott destroys bad teams and plays average against good ones.
Fair point.
During the 8-8 3 years, average years, they were hideous on defense. Tony carried subpar O-line, receivers, and special teams until 2014. Dak was born on third base. Think he hit a triple.
Woo!
Peyton Manning scored a QB sneak that game. I do remember that. That was that kind of QB rollout. Everyone hated Romo while he played. He didn't get respect till after he was gone. Romo knew he had to put up 30-40 every game to have a chance to win.
Romo's defenses versus the Dak defenses?
Oh, look, you can have last year's defense all you want. I'll take 07. I'll take 07 all day. I mean, that was a legitimate good defense. Very few holes in that defense in 2007.
So there it is, the NFL QB betrayal index from the Athletic. I know it can be mental gymnastics, but I think you do a good job of simplifying
Thank
it.
you. I mean,
and trying to explain it.
I try. Some of these I don't even understand.
It's basically. I mean, look, we're basically just saying, when you have help and when you don't have help, how much it cost you as a quarterback, and who had the most help and who didn't.
Look, 30 years from now, a lot of these stats will be second nature. But we are in that sort of weird transition time where there's still some tug of war going on between the old and the new school, and like that happens everywhere else in the history of the world, the new school always wins. It always wins.
Basic.
Because new school is what the younger people have, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but older people die.
Oh.
Okay? Which means their habits die, which means their thought processes die, and that the next wave is the young people. And that's why when something happens and it's the young people that are the ones doing it, you just got to give in, because that's the way it's going to be.
Well, the Texas Rangers season, contrary to belief, is not dead. They can still be Little League World Series champions.
Yeah!
We'll explain on the home of the Rangers. And if you're thinking about this like someone on this show, this study says don't move in with her or him. Next on The Fan.
Oh, man, let's get you over to QC Kinetics.
105.3 The Fan. Who will be the next Rangers manager? We have candidates on our website for you to check out, Tolos, at 1053thefan.com. Segment this morning brought to you by Frankel & Frankel at 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com in case you've been involved in an accident and it's not your fault. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Mark Cuban on a Luka co-star at 8:40 this morning, and which Mavericks would actually win Shark Tank? That's coming up on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. But man, this is kind of insulting with what was done to the Rangers and the Little League World Series. Station outing at the game last night. The Rangers lose to the Athletics 5-1 right here on the Fan. By the way, Joey Gallo hit his third home run as a Dodger yesterday. They lost to Milwaukee 5-4, but Joey is doing his thing from a power standpoint right now. And let's talk about the Rangers and power in Williamsport, not Arlington.
Someone with absolutely no life. Someone who has way too much free time on their hands decided to run the data, or data if you prefer, to see who would lead the major leagues in home runs, Troy, if every single baseball game was played in Williamsport, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Take that for data.
The fence in Williamsport was moved back to about 20 feet a couple years ago.
This is like the Camden Yards fight this year. The Yankees, I think, were ticked off, right, about the dimensions.
I think Stanton was. He was like, man, I just lost like 3 home runs today.
Yeah.
Because the Orioles had a ridiculous joke of a left center field. It was 364 in left center field for 30 years, 25 years, and it was a 7-foot high fence. What they did was they moved it back like 30 feet, and they raised the wall. It's like an 11-foot wall now.
Yeah.
And they're losing home runs left and right. I mean, we got until the end of May, and you had just had the first, I think it was Stanton. It was the first visiting player to hit a home run to left field at Camden Yards.
Wow. Yeah.
That's how far it had gone back.
That's crazy.
So somebody did this little statistic, this study. If every game was played in Williamsport, who would lead Major League Baseball in home runs? So
insulting.
At number 5, they have Aaron Judge, who's the current leader by a dozen home runs. He would have 140 home runs so far this year if he played in Williamsport.
And what were the dimensions of Williamsport?
225 across the board. Judges doesn't change that much because most of his home runs are 450.
Right.
Jake Cronenworth is number 4.
Who he played for?
All right, and last checked, he was with San Diego. I don't know if he is still with San Diego, but that's who I last known him with. Number 3, Corey Seager.
Yeah, buddy.
With 150 Little League home runs. Number 2, Freddie Freeman with 155.
What type of years he having with the Dodgers? I know you don't watch National League Baseball, but
that's a good question.
You have no idea.
I have no idea. I'm going to assume Freddie's batting 296 with 22 bombs.
All right. Freddie Freeman is hitting 320 with 16 home runs.
All right.
320. Wow.
320. He's a
this
machine.
Guy's a machine. He is a machine.
He's so good. And number 1, Marcus Semien.
No.
Oh, no.
With 157 home runs.
Pop Fly Kings. So Semien and Seager would be dominating in Williamsport. How the hell did someone have the time or the motivation to go and look this up?
Now, I assume there's an easy way just to go to StatCast or something, and you could probably figure that out. We probably think this is a 2 to 3 week, 5-month job. This guy probably did this in 4 hours. There's probably a way to do this very quickly that we just don't know about.
Well, they definitely didn't take the advice of, other people like, Yankees play-by-play voice John Sterling.
Here's the 1-0. Swung on, there it goes. Deep left center. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. But caught.
Oh,
no. That is so good. That is so good. So there it is. Your stat to feel a little bit better about maybe while the Little League World Series is taking place on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. All right, Choppy, you get to pick whether you want to talk about canceling superheroes and sleepovers or moving in together.
Oh, man. Let's go with moving in together.
Oh, I thought you were going to go. Good for you. Good for you. All right.
All right. So, the article's titled.
Is she at work right now? Or is she listening?
I think she's listening.
She's always listening.
I think she's always listening.
Okay.
Always assume they're listening. They're always assume. This is the article, the article title, and Troy, I'm sure you can just, record this. I moved in with my husband after 21 years. It ruined our marriage.
All right, clip that.
After 21 years?
Yeah. A woman finally decided to move in with her husband after 20 years. Claire Burke, 55, and her husband David, 49. They even shared a child together.
And didn't live together.
They had a child together but lived in separate houses, touting it as a secret to the spark in their marriage. Buying a house together and living under the same roof after 2 decades was the nail in the coffin. She told Cater News, I went from running my own home and keeping it tidy to all of a sudden feeling like nothing but a cleaner. I got so stressed about leaving dirty clothes laying wherever he'd taken them off, leaving stuff on the dining room table, black rings around the bath, toothpaste in the sink, and leaving his gym equipment around the garden. Hang on a second.
The garden?
Who comes home from the gym and says, I think I'm going to put my weight belt next to the Wandering Jews?
Well, you got the Wandering what?
The Wandering Jew, the plant.
It's a plant. Not even going to go there. So many jokes.
Look, you might have to keep the gym clothes outside for a little bit. What do you do with the drenched shirt?
Put it in the wash.
You immediately put it in the wash every day? You do a load of wash. You don't immediately wash the
no.
wet
What I
shirt.
do is I take it off.
Yeah.
And I throw it right in the washing machine.
Okay.
That's my hamper. Like for gym clothes, that's the hamper.
Okay, that could really stink. That could
It
mold up.
It could, but it's in the washing machine. It's in the laundry room.
Yeah, but do you ever wash your washer? Do you ever clean it?
Yeah, I had to. It got like a funky kind of.
You think?
Well, it's not from that. It's from the soap.
Okay.
So I had.
Well, the better question: has Sarah cleaned it? That's what you should. Be asking.
She told me to clean it, and I did it. That's because she told me to.
Yeah, because she told me.
She said she's the one that I don't smell.
Wear these boots and clean that washer.
I don't have a good smeller.
You don't?
No, you
look at that thing.
You would think I got a deviated septum, ma'am. Ma'am.
Here comes the nose job.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes the nose. All right, so clothes outside. This is a cleanliness issue between these two.
Right.
That broke. I thought they were like maybe swinging or something, or had that lifestyle.
No.
They had an open relationship, and then they got closed off once you lived together.
Right. So she grew tired of constantly picking up after this dude. So what did she do? They split the house in half.
What?
They sleep in separate bedrooms. They watch TV separately because they can never agree with what to turn on.
Wow.
We had stern words about it on several occasions. I decided to accept this is the way he is. It just, sharing a bed just didn't work. So that's what she's a rom-com and soap opera lover, and he loves Marvel.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sweet.
Okay.
So they just, they spend their evenings apart. If they wanted to watch something together, we had to give it 10 minutes, and one of them wasn't enjoying it. Then they let the other one know, and then we just split it up, and we left. We went somewhere else.
Why are you even married?
Yeah, why don't you leave the house, go to the sea, and find a new fish?
Why did you even get together? Now, is any of this impacting your thought process about your living situation?
No.
Okay.
No.
What's your dilemma or decision?
Oh, we're still new. We're still new enough to not have to worry about that yet. I would totally welcome.
How long have y'all been dating? If you want me to move on, I can move on.
We can move on, but I would absolutely welcome it. I don't think she's ready for it.
Okay.
So I won't push it, but
How long?
I like living alone, and I also hate it. But we also spend every night together.
Is your nephew or relative still there?
My nephew's still there. Yeah. We're gonna have to start charging him rent.
Yeah.
He's still not paying anything? Not the utilities?
He's family. I can't charge him. I don't know.
No, you can.
No, I can't. My mom would yell at me. I can't do it.
No, you can do that.
You charge your parents a dinner, right? Yeah, when you guys go out, they're always paying.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
See, like he's not a cousin. If he was a cousin, I would charge him. He's my nephew. So it's like
how old is he?
26.
Okay, see, that's the problem. When you say nephew, I'm imagining a 12-year-old.
Yeah,
that's like running around the house.
Know.
Thank you so much, Uncle
I can't
Choppy.
charge him. He's my nephew. It's like he's my godson. He's family.
Oh, he's your godson.
Yeah. If he was like,
Okay.
it's like I have to. I feel like a parent.
Okay.
If he was my cousin, like even if he was the same age, all bets are off. Bro, pay me. But he's like my nephew, so it's I don't know.
Okay.
But if he brings his dog, pet fee.
Pet fee.
Charging a pet fee.
Yes.
A deposit.
Yes.
A $5,000 deposit.
I don't know. People who talk about the relationship totally changing once you move in, to me, that's you're not using your broadest skills enough.
Yes.
You got to scout this stuff.
Yeah.
You got when she during this time period right now, when this isn't just for you, anyone. She's sleeping over every night. You got to gauge, how are the chores being divvied up?
Yeah.
Can she cook? How long do the dishes sit? What is your TV watching? When are you going to go to bed? Is she cool with all the sports you have to consume? That's your scouting report right there. And then you got to trust whether it's going to change dramatically when you move in together. Like, people are like, "Oh, marriage is going to change." Not to me these days when you're probably going to move in first and then get married.
I would think so.
It's not old school. We didn't change. We didn't change whatsoever. And you just scout it out. Scout it out. What could be the number one thing that changes the most from each of y'all's habits that you don't see right now? I think that's what. And then, do you know you're going to end up together? You know you're going to end up together. I mean, I knew I was going to be with Amanda, so I'm like, move in. It was fast.
Yeah.
We're both geezers, so we had to do it. Sooner rather than later. Accelerate the process. So those are my.
You got to make
factors.
sure she knows who you are, because we know who you are.
Then for Poppy to tell me what else he wants. Slaps in the face? Yes, yes, and yes.
See, you're into that.
She's into that too.
Okay, that's
what I've gathered from Oxnard.
I'm saying.
Everyone knows everything. If she doesn't know who he is, listen on this show, and all the time they spend together, then
you have
she never gonna
studied
know.
dog collars without a dog.
Yeah, I do. I know.
Okay, I know you.
She has a few things that she has to get over of me.
Like,
I'm a violent brusher of teeth. Okay, and
well, she's only seeing one toothbrush a day. It's only at night. She's not seeing the morning brush.
She sees the morning brush. She sees the no. You know what she sees? She sees that her mirror looks like I just watched a Peter North film. All right, with toothpaste everywhere.
I know, but
everywhere.
You even brush your teeth aggressively?
I am the most aggressive. I have no gums. Okay, they're gone.
Don't make me angry. I'll go dental.
And I'm brushing these teeth, and that toothpaste is flying all over the mirror.
Yeah.
And she hates it. And when I use the restroom facilities, sometimes it's like it comes out like washer fluid. I'm like, what do you want from me? Sometimes it does.
Yeah.
I want you to clean the bowl.
Well, I do.
Okay.
I do clean the bowl. Sometimes I miss the bowl altogether, and it just flies over and hits the wall.
I think our top two adjustments. First off, I think every man, she says, for some reason, why don't you just dry yourself in the shower? There's always wet spots.
I do. I always dry in the shower.
I'm in the shower dryer. I do, but I'm not 100% dry. You know what I mean?
The feet are the problem. Yeah,
so that drives her crazy, and then we just fight over the sink. She's the first person in the history of civilization that doesn't want me to put the dishes in the sink.
Nope, Sarah's the same way. Dishes do not go in the sink.
They don't go in the sink. That's what she tells me. I don't understand it. So on my kitchen counter is like kind of a C. Now, I don't say anything because I'm not normally messing with them. So I don't say anything privately, but publicly I don't get it. I thought you're supposed to put the dishes in the sink. She goes, no, they stack up and it gets too much, drives her crazy.
Yeah.
I've never met a person where the dishes are supposed to hover around the sink and not be put in the sink.
Sarah's very similar. She no, don't put the dishes in the sink.
What?
them like around it, and then when they're ready to load the dishwasher,
Yeah.
load them up.
Crazy.
And see, I had to figure that out with Cindy. Like, she's like, did you wash out the bowl with the salsa in it? You mean the empty butter container that you put salsa in? Like, yeah, wash it, just reuse it. It's like she does that.
Oh, she sounds like my dream.
Oh my God.
Recycler.
It's crazy.
So she eats leftovers?
She eats leftovers, but she uses the same containers.
Dude,
and it's like, oh, we have butter in the No, it's not butter. Look, she left a couple of chicken fingers in here.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing?
There it is. There it is. The frugality. So there it is here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. Back to the boys and around the NFL at 9 o'clock. But Mark Cuban sits down for an interview where he addresses Luka's co-star. Is it ever going to happen? Next on The Fan. Never guess how two former Cowboys teamed up together in the world of college football. We'll bring that to you at 9 o'clock this morning. Nick Eatman will get you ready for the Cowboys against the Chargers today and tomorrow at 9:20. It's Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But Mark Cuban sat down with Bleacher Report. We already played his throwing up story during Juwan Howard's birthday party in New York, chugging wild turkey, how the Mavs thought they had a deal done for Kobe when he was unhappy with the Lakers in 2007. Here's Cuban on losing to the Warriors and if Luka needs a co-star.
When we lost in the conference finals, I don't think it was for lack of talent. I think the Warriors deserve a lot of credit because they had played together so long. Their execution was phenomenal, right? The way they ran their offense, knowing exactly where the ball was going, the way they had their rotations defensively, knowing who to push where and how to prevent guys from being comfortable. That wasn't as much talent as it was corporate knowledge. The experience of having played together for all those years and been in crunch situations, knowing what to do. We hadn't been there yet, and so, we hadn't been out in the first round in 10 years. Yeah. And so a lot of it was execution. And when you're talking to our guys during the series, that was the theme that kept on coming up. Yeah. And so I think for us, it's not so much we need that second star or whatever. It's more, let's just get some time, and experience in crunch time situations in the playoffs, and that'll pay off.
Oh, my God. That is more frightening. If he means that, that is more frightening than anything that Jerry Jones has said.
Ball is life.
Good. I like to power rank things. Jerry, not worried about the kicker, not worried about the receivers, or Mark Cuban right there saying it was really experience and execution. It wasn't a talent difference. If he really believes that, oh my gosh, that is worrisome and delusional.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's no doubt Golden State was more talented. I mean, they won the title for crying out loud. Did they have guys that stepped up that we didn't though? Yes, they absolutely did. Wiggins.
Who has the pedigree of being the first overall pick?
Yep. Kuminga,
who else?
Kuminga, who I think has the pedigree of being the third overall pick.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't do much in the series, but we knew Jordan Poole was an electric scorer.
Now the Jordan Poole, Mavs could have had somebody of his ilk, and they could find somebody of his ilk in the draft. He's not a top 5 pick. There were guys that stepped up for Golden State. But like you said with Wiggins, I mean, yeah, he was the top overall pick. I mean, he's got a lot of pedigree. The Mavs didn't have Hardaway in the series anyway. But yeah, there's no doubt there was a pretty big discrepancy.
If you rank the top, how many players would we have to rank? This is a Mike Bassick special. How many players would you have to rank in the West until you got the Mavericks' second best player on that list?
How many players would you have to rank in the West?
Yep. Like if I said top 35, would Christian Wood make it? Top 40?
Oh, no, you had a higher rank number 2 when KP was here.
Okay.
And Brunson. Right?
Jalen Brunson, the top 30 player in the West? I don't know.
He's a top 3 player in the NBA according to the Knicks.
I think he's a top 30 player in the West last year.
Okay. I'm trying to think of a number to prove what Cuban's talking about. Yes.
If you were going to go down the West, I would say he was probably a top 15 player in the postseason in the West.
Okay, fine. Postseason. Yeah, he had his run in the postseason. Yes,
he did.
But if you're gonna sit there and list the top 20, 25 players in the West, I mean, yes, execution and experience, it does matter. But don't trick yourself into believing that that's why you lost and it wasn't really a talent issue. I really hope they don't. Well, I hope they do, and they don't. I hope they're able to trick Luka like they were able to trick Dirk for so long. I really do. I really hope they can pull the same one over on Doncic and keep him here for our selfish purposes that they were able to do with Dirk after the championship team, because that comment is absurd. And it's really insulting towards the fan base. Although I know there'll be 5 diehard MFFLs who go, no, we just, this roster, it's good enough. We just need another year of experience and we can take out the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals. Good Lord. Let me hear that one more time. Just make sure I didn't. I'm trying to give a Jerry out here. Like, I know that Jerry was worried about the kicker. Mm-hmm. All right, they were going to get rid of Garibay and they were going to bring in someone else. I don't know if he's worried. Like, Jerry's comments on the receiver have me kind of as worried as Cuban's comments here.
When we lost in the conference finals, I don't think it was for lack of talent. I think the Warriors deserve a lot of credit because they had played together so long. Their execution was phenomenal, right? The way they ran their offense, knowing exactly where the ball was going, the way they had their rotations defensively, knowing who to push where and how to prevent guys from being comfortable. That wasn't as much talent as it was corporate knowledge. Mm-hmm. The experience of having played together for all those years and been in crunch situations, knowing what to do. We hadn't been there yet, and so we hadn't been out in the first round in 10 years. Yeah. And so a lot of it was execution. And when you're talking to our guys during the series, that was the theme that kept on coming up. Yeah. And so I think for us, it's not so much we need that second star or whatever. It's more, let's just get some time, and experience in crunch time situations in the playoffs, and that'll pay off.
Yep, that's what he said.
That's what he said.
That's what I heard.
Mm-hmm.
That worries me. I hope that he's just saying that, and I hope that Nico feels differently moving forward. That's just me.
The best and worst thing to happen to this team was probably the run.
Gave Cuban his excuse to stand pat.
It may have given them a false sense of security, a false sense of an idea of where they are as an organization, that they're ahead of schedule. It may have given them that.
Yeah.
So that is where this would sit with Mark, and I can understand his thought process because it gave him that false sense of security.
You talked about the Warriors who stepped up. Here's Cuban answering this on Bleacher Report. Who from Golden State stepped up to take you guys out?
It was just guys who knew their roles, like an Andrew Wiggins, right? I think he was the one who beat us. And I told him that after the series, it's like, we knew what to expect from Clay and from Steph and from Draymond. We didn't know what to expect or how Wiggs would step up, and he did. And that's what it comes down to in that type of series. The team everybody understanding their roles, being able to execute on what the coach puts out there for you, and having guys you might call role players step up when the time is right.
So there it is. It's about experience and familiarity and just timing, according to Cuban, with talent being towards the end, it sounds like. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Any of the Tolos agreeing or crushing my reaction to Marcus there?
Let's see. Same issue in 06 that led us to a first-round boot in 07. You just need one superstar and then good role players. There's more arrogance than delusion in what Mark Cuban said.
Good point.
I've never been a fan of his. I think they're going with the same approach that the Bucks did with the Greek Freak. Mark and Jerry hanging out too much. Who's the dope agreeing with his every word? Sound like he's only speaking about adding talent. Who's co-signing on the deal saying yeah?
All right. So a lot of agreement with me with Mark's comments. What players would make a great salesman on Shark Tank in the NBA and specifically on the Mavs?
Well, I got to put Luka. Luka could sell anything. That guy is so street smart, you have no idea.
Really?
Oh, my God. He'll FaceTime me with... Yeah, never...
No, you can't start and stop. He'll FaceTime me and...
Like, when he's out having fun with something, right?
Uh-huh.
And so with all his boys and whoever out hanging out with them. And you'll see a lot of stuff...
That is not what you were going to say.
No, but you'll see,
like,
Luka's got an amazing team around him. And so you'll see a lot of really, really cool tech stuff, that he helped engineer, literally, that is going to be really cool. So I'd say Luka is a great salesperson. Jordan, obviously, with Jordan's, Michael is great at what he does there. Theo Pinson probably
he
is.
has a very vivacious personality.
Right. Just And it's funny because he did the sales thing. I'm like, Theo, come on, you're a good salesperson. Let me give you some hints.
Yeah.
And so I think he's got that potential to be really good.
Yeah. Okay, so speaking
and Spencer too. Spencer Dinwiddie is really
Yeah.
he's a hustler.
And he already kind of does that. Like he's like financy and doing all these like innovative
He's smart.
things.
Yeah, he's smart.
He's very smart.
And he's learned how to pull all the pieces together to leverage his brand, to enhance his brand, and he digs in. He doesn't jump from one thing to the next thing, which is good.
Took me a second, Troy, to remember Theo Pinson. Then I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, Theo Pinson. He was the one that immediately tweeted out after it was announced the match will be playing on Christmas. Christmas in Dallas.
Yeah, he's the head cheerleader.
Mm-hmm.
He could sell you something. Dinwiddie apparently got them skills. And Luka, according to Cuban. Final hour of Sean and RJ. Is Dak and Aaron Rodgers going to have something bad in common this upcoming season? And wait till you hear where two former Cowboys ended up together. Hump Day edition continues with Sean and RJ on the Fan. But Tolos
the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. This is your home of America's team, home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Nick Eatman will join us from Cali at 9:20 to get you set for the Cowboys and the Chargers. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, YouTube, all of it, 105throughthefan.com. Let's go around the rest of the NFL real quick. Aaron Rodgers, hopefully Dak Prescott is not going to sound the same as Aaron, as yesterday he kind of let off some steam when it came to his new young pass catchers. For the first time since losing Devontae this offseason, Rodgers showed frustration. Quote, the young guys, especially young receivers, we've got to be way more consistent. A lot of drops, a lot of bad route decisions, running the wrong route. We've got to get better in that area. He says he thinks Allen Lazard is a legitimate number one, and it wasn't pointed towards Randall Cobb either, who you know he always loves. And it wasn't Sammy Watkins. So no Lazard, no Cobb, no Watkins in the crosshairs. But he's talking about the other young receivers that the Packers are going to rely on this year. And there's three teams, and maybe I shouldn't include the Cowboys in this, but there's three teams, Choppy, where I'm going to be looking at that quarterback production and whether it drops off a little bit or a lot. And that's Mahomes, Rodgers, and Dak. I'm curious to see what happens. Without Tyreek, without Devontae, Amari Cooper is not in that class, but it's kind of even. Like Dak Prescott is not in the Rodgers or Mahomes class, so I want to see what the effects are going to be on all three. Like I'm not drafting Rodgers in fantasy.
No.
Not as high as I normally would. If he plummets and falls and it's like a no-brainer, okay. I'm still more likely to take Mahomes over him, and I'm probably not drafting Dak Prescott either. That's me. I'm not drafting him unless it's a no-brainer. A no-brainer drop down the board.
You know, I guess I would ask what a no-brainer drop down the board would be the equivalent of.
I mean, maybe like, I don't know, the 8th, 9th quarterback, 10th quarterback, something like that. I'm not going to take him. Like, I'm going to draft Josh Allen over him, obviously. I'm going to draft Lamar probably over him. I'd have to think about, I'd probably draft Burrow over him. I'm drafting Mahomes over him. I'd have to think about Russ. I'd have to think about Kyler. I'd have to think about, I'm probably not Stafford with the arm issue. Tom, I would probably draft over him. Those are the different ones that are coming to mind.
I mean, I don't think that's any different than normal years.
Let me rephrase it. I think I'm worried about Dak's fantasy numbers dropping compared to what he's been doing, which has been fantastic.
Yeah, they might drop a little bit. Then again, maybe not having, not having those guys in game 1, 2, 3, not having a second option might really put the early damper on things. But it also, let's be fair. If CD is a true number one, we'll find that out.
Yep.
And then Dalton Schultz has played has played well with Dak for a while now. And then who knows? Who knows how the team plays? But I'm not worried at all about Mahomes. We are going to find out real quick that Patrick Mahomes will be just fine. And I think Aaron Rodgers will be as well. Now there may be, especially early on in the year, the weather's not a factor in Green Bay. As it gets colder, it always becomes a factor. Even though he's won back-to-back MVPs, I think both guys will be really, really okay.
And no big drop off from either. No noticeable one between the two.
Will Mahomes have
more worry with Rodgers than Mahomes, right?
Man, I don't know. Rodgers last couple years, dude.
With Devontae Adams.
I know. Right, but did he make Devontae Adams? That's the question that we're gonna find some answers to that.
Well, he's already complaining about his receiving core now. He's already complaining now about his receiving core, which is
not the big three though, with Lazard, Cobb, and Sammy Watkins.
Yeah, of course.
Those three are off limits from criticism.
But he's already complaining about the guys that apparently have the best hands.
The sensation of feeling 100 different hands on my body, imparting a blessing of love.
Yeah, I didn't realize you were setting up that joke.
Thank you.
You know,
And by the way, I'm not criticizing him for being frustrated. I'm going to end up blaming the Packers if this passing game doesn't make them as good as they've been over the past 2 or 3 years in terms of making them a contender. Now look, the Packers offered Devontae more money. They offer him the same or more money, so they shouldn't be criticized for that. Should you add a better backup plan? I'm going to get Odell Beckham real quick if I'm them in order to satisfy Aaron Rodgers if Aaron is on board. But if he doesn't have a drop-off, then whoo!
How many years has Devontae Adams played in the NFL?
5, 6,
8.
8.
Nobody knew who the hell he was till about 3 years ago.
What were the numbers?
38 for 446, 50 for 438, 75 for 997, 74 for 885, 2018 111 for 1386, 83 for 997, 115 for 1374, 123 for 1553.
So first 4 year, it didn't explode till 2018.
Yeah.
He was four years in the league before then. Now the 2 previous seasons he had 75 catches each year, which is good.
That's number 2. Solid number 2 receiver.
Yeah.
And then he became the number 1. But he did not come in as this great overall player. He became one.
Yeah.
He became one, and that's the job of Patrick Mahomes. That's the job of Patrick Mahomes, is to find Tyreek Hill. They paid Patrick Mahomes all that money to find the next Tyreek Hill. To make it, though, they didn't have to keep Tyreek Hill and pay him $30 million.
Troy was laughing at this story. Did you see that? Prime time. Deion Sanders has brought in the Grouch.
Yes, he has.
The coaching version of the Grouch. Mike Zimmer can't get an NFL job. Mike Zimmer is going to Jackson State to help out with Deion Sanders.
Yep.
Wow.
I can't believe it.
Talk about the definition of what looks like a fun, exciting program now brings in the guy who wanted to pile drive his quarterback last year in Minnesota.
Will he get into a fight with a player?
No.
I hope not.
But man, you're going to get excellent,
you get good coaching.
Coach, but Mike Zimmer's first. They will get him viral doing something TikTok-y. It's going to be hilarious.
Maybe they will, but you're saying they're going to get great coaching out of Mike Zimmer. Like, they're going to get good coaching out of him, because obviously before he was with the Vikings, defensive coordinator for the Bengals and the Falcons. He's going to be an analyst for Jackson State.
What do you mean?
He's like
a football advisor?
An advisor.
Okay. He's not doing their commentary.
Like you would think, Jackson State, former NFL head coach Mike Zimmer, you know what? Come on. Whoever our DC is, no, sorry, bud, you're going to step to the side because we're bringing in. He's an analyst.
He probably won't even be in Jackson, Mississippi.
Honestly?
That's probably better for everyone.
Yeah.
I keep him in the booth upstairs.
Oh, keep him in Minnesota.
Send him the practice tape to watch.
With his Maxim girlfriend, or FHM, whatever it is.
Oh, I wonder if she's still with him.
Oh, good question.
She gonna go to Jackson, Mississippi? She was in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So that's
I don't know. Where would you rather be? Jackson, Mississippi, or Minneapolis, Minnesota?
I don't know anything about Jackson.
You drive through it in 4 minutes.
I've never been to Mississippi. So those are those two teaming up together. Mike Zimmer at Jackson State. Who would have saw that coming?
Let me tell you a quick Mississippi story real quick.
Sure.
Yeah.
Driving through there, way back from college one year, decided to take the southern route. And normally I would go 40 west through Memphis, then Arkansas, and then down into Texas. Well, this time I decided to take the southern route.
Uh-oh.
Through Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
Get into Mississippi. Gorgeous country. Gorgeous country. Gorgeous. Well, I stop at a gas station. I go in. I say, I got to use the restroom. It's one of those things that they hand you the key.
Yeah.
Right, to go outside.
Oh, it's like tied to like a cinder block so
Yeah.
you don't run off with it? Yeah.
So I go in there. He goes, nah, there's no key anymore. Just walk in. All right, okay. So I go in there, and you know, like they have the blowers, the blow dryers.
Sorry,
your
what?
hands.
Oh, for your
The blow
hands.
dryers
Yeah,
for your hands.
yeah. Mhm.
Walk in there, and I bust through the door, and the blow dryer's on. And I look to my left, and there's a guy in there. He's got a bandana on. He's got a jean jacket, sleeveless. Shredded sleeveless jean jacket.
Sounds like a movie scene.
Bigger dude, right? Not 400 pounds, but just a bigger, burly.
Corn-fed.
Dude looks like he rides around on a hog all day.
Yeah.
Okay. The bike, kind of. Well, the blower's on, and he's got his hands down, so I did a quick glance. His hands are not being dried off. No. He has something in his hands being dried off.
Oh.
And I got a full look at this thing, and I was like, all right, guys.
Whoa. I thought you were going to say like he's holding a bird.
No,
or like a little pet squirrel.
He was holding the tail of the squirrel, it seemed like. He had his thing in his hands, blow drying it off.
What?
I guess he took a bath of sorts.
But he was trying to blow dry. It wasn't like
blow drying
another act.
It wasn't another act. He was blow drying it, and
wow.
I said, "I'm sorry." Walked back out and went around back and peed behind the store.
He didn't give you the look like
what? Sea bass is here. You know?
The invite?
No, he didn't give me the invite.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no, that was good. I felt comfortable
That's
that way.
good. Okay.
Never go to Mississippi.
I don't really know where to go from there.
Oh, that's really good. I like it.
Had something. Yeah, but you don't have to make the transition. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com.
Great story there.
Text line. All right, I got one.
All right.
DallasCowboys.com has put out their top 10 players in camp. You guys are in charge of guessing the order of them. All right?
Oh.
Who has been the best player in Oxnard at Cowboys training camp so far?
Oh, man. Anthony Brown.
No. Troy, would you like to guess?
Tyler Smith.
Don't overthink it.
Okay.
Home of the
Prescott.
Cowboys. No.
Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons. There you go.
Wow, I mean, man, what a complete 180 from the first week of Micah's just kind of walking around doing his thing, and now he's the best player at camp. Not saying that he's obviously not the best player on the team, or maybe right there with Zach, but the love for his camp, production is pretty high right now.
I think some of this is also going to be like, we know who the best player is. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Like number 2 is Zach.
Okay. So
You haven't heard anyone be like, "Oh, Zach, like had a phenomenal practice." I think it's kind of like, we know Zach's the best, so let's go ahead. Come on, Corey Majors. Corey Majors just gave me the sign. So Zach was listed at number 2. Corey Majors hopping in here from the KMC Masterpiece. What's up?
When I was kind of, I don't know if you guys noticed Micah kind of going through the motions in some of his drills.
We did.
And that was something I brought up and was discussing with the guys. And when I talked to other people around, they were like, yeah, I mean, he's just so good. He's so elevated. But then, Troy, when you saw him in practices, and I know it's Terrence Steele and those other guys, he's melting those guys. So like that, whenever it was pads and it's time to go work, like that was whenever you really saw him. If it was drills, it's like, hey, let me go throw the football into this net instead. But whenever it's time to like, do something amazing, that's when Micah really stood out.
Is that a new term, melting people?
I just made it up as I was listening to you guys. So
y'all help steal it and abbreviate it?
I might.
All right, I'll see y'all
Thank
in
you,
a little
Corey.
bit.
We'll cross-talk with the KMC Masterpiece at 9:40. Let's finish out the rest of this list. The top 10 best Cowboys at camp as they get ready to practice against the Chargers. We'll do it with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Next.
Hey, what's going on, Tolos? It is Troy. Here's some Blaster Jacks. I, in fact, just added this track to my Stadium Anthems list. Of course, that music station is always streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. Check it out, Tolos. Stadium Anthems. This segment of The Fan brought to you by Frankel & Frankel, 214-333-3333, or truckwreck.com in case you've been involved in an accident and it's not your fault. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. Choppy fist pumping again on the fan cam, so he does like Troy's Stadium Anthem song. Antonio Brown, is he going on a tirade right now?
Yeah. Yep. Alex Guerra. This is a tweet from AB84. Alex Guerra.
Guerrero or Guerra?
He wrote Guerra.
Okay.
I think it's Guerrero, though, isn't it?
Well, if it's Guerra, like Beta Guerra, it does it end in an A?
Tom Brady's trainer, I believe.
So Alex Guerra.
Guerrero.
I think it's Guerrero.
Okay, so it's Guerrero, as in Eddie.
Maybe he's just shortening it. Alex Guerra, you think I won't have you smacked at TB12? Boy, stop playing with me. Space, exclamation mark, space, space. Boy getting paid by bucks and taking players' money too.
God. This guy butchers the alphabet. I mean, it's bad.
Well, he used the proper 2 at the end.
Paid by bucks, BUCKS. That's why it's hard to translate, Antonio. Then he keeps going. Tom Brady manipulate the game, gets 14 days, go home and get his mind RT LOL, mind right LOL. Now you see the difference. Put that S on. Tom Brady manipulate the game, gets 14 days. Is he talking about like his exit from camp or Deflategate?
He gets his 14 days. Like he's taking taking a couple of weeks off.
Still no justice for the real. That was tweeted a minute later. So Antonio is going on one of his tirades right now. Yeah, I think we got to. I think Jerry should maybe pull a Dave Gettleman.
Make a phone call.
Not pick up the phone.
Oh, not pick up the phone.
Yeah, not pick up the phone. Oh, JJ for AB. Let's bring in Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Nick joining us here on Sean and RJ every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Good morning. What's up? Where are you?
I don't know. Irvine? Irvine, California.
Irvine, California.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about like this area, the Los Angeles area, and how far you are from this stadium and this stadium. I mean, I know the traffic is always terrible, but we took a train yesterday from Oxnard down to Irvine, so I guess this is pretty close to where the Chargers are practicing. We'll practice with them today and tomorrow, and then it's pretty far to SoFi, the stadium, for Saturday. So there's a lot of moving, a lot of long trips and bus rides and things like that. But Irvine is decent.
You sound thrilled about it.
Oh, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, I've got 5 or 6 days to go before we go home, so it'll be fine. No, it'll be fun today to actually see how they stack up against the Chargers.
Does anyone ever hold up the train? Like, is there someone that's like late that you see running on that? And will the train wait?
I would think so. The train would wait, and I'm sorry, Des is the only person I could think of there as holding up the train. He did hold up the flight to London a few years ago.
So it was usually Des.
Yeah, it was. I say this about Des, and I've probably said it on here before, but it's one thing I like about when you're doing the pre-draft evaluation. He was exactly on the money in every single thing that they said he was.
Yeah.
He's going to give you some issues being laid off the field. There's going to be some immaturity. There's going to be he's pretty high strung. He's got some issues with his background growing up and all that still kind of affect him. On the field, outstanding player, great talent, all that. Like everything they said Des was, he was, and to the team. And so I don't know why. I guess, but yeah, he held up the bus a little bit. But for this particular time, no, everyone was pretty much on time.
Let's be fair. That train doesn't go fast enough. Most of these guys could catch it anyway.
Oh, no doubt. It was. You're just sitting there just cruising along, and you're going like it's like a bike. You're just sitting there. They said it was going to take 3 hours. It took about 2 hours and 15 minutes. So I like doing it every once in a while. The train, it just takes me back to what 1974 must have felt like. It just takes you back. Yeah.
If they get kind of pushed around or beaten up a little bit today by the Chargers, like they apparently did against the Broncos, does that start to worry you at all?
Problem. Yeah. I mean, I think the offensive line worries you anyways, and I think that was a little eye opening there, and I'm anxious to see kind of how this is. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they got their guard up a little bit more this time. There were some factors there. Obviously Randy Gregory in there with Denver kind of stirring up the pot, because I say that because if you go to the other side of the ball, that it wasn't like that. The Denver's offense wasn't anything like that with the offense versus the Cowboys defense. I think the Cowboys defense won those drills. I thought they were better. There was absolutely no fights, no skirmishes, nothing. Then this field, it was just like UFC battle going on. So let's see how the Cowboys offensive line responds. And I talked to Zach Martin yesterday a little bit, walking off the field, and we were just talking about the Zeke hit, and the Zeke got hit and by Bradley Chubb, and he was like, you don't ever want to see our guy get hit, and so I don't think something like that's going to happen again, is what he said. So I just think that, like I said, I think that they're going to have their guard up a little bit more this time.
Nick Eatman on the Diamond Factory hotline joining us from DallasCowboys.com here on Sean and RJ as they get ready to scrimmage and practice against the Chargers today and tomorrow. What was your involvement in this Dallas Cowboys top 10 list, ranking players in camp?
I put it together. I mean, we got about 4 people that vote on it, and then they send to me, and I use my scoring system to put it out there. So it's nothing too fancy.
I'm gonna just name the players by 3 or 4, and you touch on whatever you want, whether you agree, disagree, why they're placed here. The number 1 player that you guys had in camp was Micah Parsons. Zach was number 2. CeeDee Lamb was number 3. Just touch on whatever you want with the top 3.
Well, I don't think Micah anybody can stay in front of him for the most part. He was great against the Cowboys in Oxnard. He was great against the Broncos in Denver. I think it'll be fun to see him here today against the Chargers. I think this was kind of the coming out party for him as a rusher in that game in week 2. Zach Martin, I put him number 1 on my list. He's probably higher up there mainly because of me. But I mean, when does he ever get beat? I mean, when does he struggle? I mean, he's been outstanding. He's more consistent than the deep snapper, which I thought has never could happen. I think he's outstanding. And then who's 3? CeeDee Lamb. Yeah. To me, this was a tough one because I remember last year's camp when he was like, it was like the greatest. It was like Randy Moss out there. You didn't see a lot of that this year, but he's still making great plays down the field. Good connection with that.
So where would, on that list of best players in camp, where would Dak fall? Where would anybody in the secondary fall?
I'm going down the list, Choppy. If I just follow the exercise.
Well, you already going there.
So number 4. Let's go through 4 and the rest. Dak is 4. Anthony Brown is 5. And Tank is 6. We haven't heard a ton about Tank out there.
Yeah, and I was a little surprised by that, honestly, on the list. I don't think I had him as high. But just starting with that at 6, I thought there has been some times where he's back there. It's close. It's like with Parsons. It's hard to tell with these guys. They get close to the quarterback. Obviously, not hitting the quarterback, but they they're beating their guys. Again, tough to evaluate offensive tackle. Such a problem when Tyron's not in there, especially when they have the backups, and so those guys can feast a little bit. I will tell you, Dak and Anthony Brown were tied on our list. We needed I forgot exactly how we did it, where we got a tiebreaker, but Dak, Dak, Anthony Brown, both of them have been really good at camp, especially Anthony Brown, and I think it goes with more, expectations. You're not expecting him to be like that. Everyone expects the Raiders Thanksgiving Day game where he's just holding everyone. He had a good season last year, opposite of Diggs, and he's had a good camp. He's made some plays, made some interceptions. Again, but you can flip to who's he guarding? Is he taking Dennis Houston? Like in the first team. So again, this is a fun exercise for us, but it's got some holes in it, and we know that.
So 7 through 10, Van Der Esch.
Ugh.
Why?
I mean, I don't know. That's a good sign that you're about camp. If a guy who hasn't played well in 3 years was top 10 player. Oh, maybe it is a good sign.
Yeah, I think it is. I think he's moving around really well.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never had a neck injury, and I don't know how to play. How you would play football with it. I wonder if it just holds you back just a little bit to where you need to be great. I mean, I think the difference between a great linebacker and a good linebacker is probably just instinct, get there, pop on the ball and all that. And I just wonder if he was 100% full go, even though he was out there, mentally. Can you mix it up like you did before? And I think we'll see. He's not hitting anyone right now. You're not really getting in there. But I thought he moved around really well. And, he had a pretty good camp.
So Van Der Esch is 7, Diggs is 8, Zeke is 9, and Gallimore is 10 to finish out the rankings.
Yeah, Diggs. Diggs has been banged up a little bit here this last week, but he's expected to practice. He just covers his guys. I mean, he's been really good at coverage. I don't think he hasn't had the picks, which is now what he's known for. He hadn't had that a lot. But Zeke, they score touchdown every play when you run the ball. So, but you can see the quickness, the movement there. I think everyone's kind of excited to see when the game starts how he's going to look, how it's going to work with Pollard. And then Gallimore, we saw it in the game the other night too. Just tough to block, just disruptive, just moving the pile back there. So,
but Nick, my issue with this is, all we hear about every single day is Noah Brown and Fehoko. How did they not make it? Is this top 10 camp performances or just still the best players on the team?
No. This was camp performances. That's why you don't see Tyron Smith and all that. Yeah.
Should we be worried about Tyron? Side note.
Nah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was about to say no, but then of course you are. I mean, of course you are, and then you were worried about the fact that the backup tackles they don't seem to be ready to go just yet as far as a swing tackle. I'm gonna have to do some investigating on the Noah Brown one because I know
he's getting preseason game number 1 treatment. He's the third receiver. He's not even out there playing. We can't get him top 10 on the camp list.
Yeah, let me go look at that. I mean, on Friday I'm going to figure that out. What happened? We might have made an error there in the scoring because I know he was on people's list. I'm going to figure that out a little bit. And that might have. I'll get back to you on there.
And you guys don't have any of the kickers on here either. That's a mess up. That's an oversight.
Well, it's not a top 70 list. I think if it was a top 70 list, and I don't even know. I don't think so, actually.
Yeah, it's on top 70 even. Enjoy practice. Can't wait to get the recap on Friday. Thank you, brother.
All right, man. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece to close out the Hump Day edition right here on The Fan.
Hey, what's going on, Tolos? It is Troy Hughes. It is the last day of 100-degree heat in the Metroplex. Seriously, the last day, because starting tomorrow,
Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors, good morning again. What's coming up?
We have Tony Beasley joining us at 12:20 today. And then at 10 o'clock, right out of the gate, the identity. That's what Tony Beasley said this team needs to find. Who has the best identity in DFW sports? Like with all these teams, who has the best identity? Because I think it's a team that not everybody's going to give that credit to at the moment, but maybe they don't understand their identity. And also, I think I took PM allergy medicine this morning instead of AM allergy medicine. I'm struggling right now.
Do you really? Do you feel the difference?
Like my eyes are like
for PM allergy, not like Advil PM.
Because they put Benadryl in it.
Yeah, I'm looking at you right now, and you're wavy, and I am in a weird place right now.
You know what's interesting? I'm going to go to one of your segments I was listening to, which was fun because you guys were talking about Davante Adams. And I've looked at this before because I'm a big DeAndre Hopkins fan. But DeAndre Hopkins hasn't played for the Packers. DeAndre Hopkins' career is so much better than Davante Adams. Already, DeAndre Hopkins, and they came in about the same year in the NFL, 2013 for DeAndre Hopkins, 2014 for Davante Adams, is Hopkins has 10,581 receiving yards in his career, only playing 1 year more. And Davante Adams, who I think a lot of people consider better, and I understand why you consider him better today than Hopkins, even though they're around the same ages, 8,100 yards. He has 2,400 more receiving yards. Receptions, 669. Davante Adams, I'm sorry, that was Adams. Hopkins has 789. Like, it's kind of, when you look at it, touchdowns is Adams is right there. But when you look at the receptions and yards, Hopkins is just blowing him out of the water, but he hasn't played on good teams.
Name me another receiver who's had DeAndre Hopkins production with worse quarterbacks. Try to think off the top of your head. Can you name? Like, even I wrote down A.J. Green. Andy Dalton is better than anything they had for DeAndre in Houston.
Yeah,
except for Deshaun. Sure.
He didn't get Deshaun until halfway through 2017. Am I correct about that? Or week 5 or something? It was like a Monday night or Sunday night football game that Deshaun Watson finally got in.
Like Chris Carter, Randy Moss, but you had your Cunningham, your Jeff George, your Culpeppers.
Those are the only two wide receivers in the history of football.
Fitzgerald?
Is
Larry Fitz had
Carson,
yeah, Josh
Carter,
McCown, Sean King, Matt Leinart, Derek
Warner.
Anderson, Kevin Cobb, John Skelton, Max Hall, Ryan Lindley, Brian Hoyer, and John Navarre.
Wow.
So he had
that's a great one.
So Warner's the only one that he had, which was
Warner was
at the time.
Yeah.
Right.
But Carson Palmer?
Carson Palmer was solid. Yeah, you're right about that.
How long did he have Palmer and Warner?
Warner was
wonder.
2 to 3 years there.
Because if Palmer
was 3 years, probably 6 years of those guys, I'm going to guess, of his career.
So think about that compared to DeAndre. But what was your overall point?
Is that, well...
Or takeaway?
Is that I think that Davante Adams gets a lot more hype. It's kind of Cowboys-like in this way. Is that when you're DeAndre Hopkins and you play for the Texans and then the Cardinals. Now, part of it is his fault, too, for, he's getting suspended to start this year. And then there was the injury last year, which took his numbers way down. But when you play for the Texans and Cardinals, or you play for the Cowboys/Packers, then you're like, well, they're better. They play for the Packers. You're like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Like DeAndre Hopkins is putting together a Hall of Fame resume, but he's not playing for good teams. Right now, Davante Adams, he has to have a hell of a next 4 years to make the Hall of Fame. He's not a Hall of Fame wide receiver, where DeAndre Hopkins, it looks like as long as he can get back on the field and stay healthy, he's going to have 15,000 yards receiving and get close to 100 yards receiving. And by the way, real quick, I think that Carter and Moss are the only combination wide receivers in the history of football to make the quarterback rather than the quarterback making the receiver.
Because Dante Culpepper wasn't.
Culpepper stunk in Miami.
Yeah.
Culpepper really wasn't that good without those guys. If you look at Jeff George and his career, when was the only time he was great? When was the only time Randall Cunningham was great? The only time those guys looked great in their careers were when they had Carter and Moss. All the other times they were just an okay quarterback.
Yeah, Randall's good in Philly, but he was never.
Yeah, and it was real quick, right?
changer.
It was a quick good, and then by the time 1992 came around, Jim McMahon took his job.
Sean, I'd also add Steve Smith to that list. Steve
Damn.
Smith running with Jake
Hey,
Delhomme.
I will not have
Chris Winkie,
Jake Delhomme slander.
Rodney Peete, Vinny Testaverde, David Carr, and Matt Moore.
But Cam.
I mean, that Cam pushed him out essentially too.
Well,
He'd already done a bunch of great stuff by that point.
We got to have a Cam Newton discussion at some point about what he is,
what his career was.
Yeah,
It's a great discussion.
He was a negative player all but 3 years of his 10. That he had
good
there.
Cam, bad Cam.
Good Cam, bad Cam.
Walchuk texting me Allen Robinson. Yes, but Allen Robinson's not on this level yet. I am scared of him in L.A. Ian Rappaport says Derwin James, who has been holding in, that's the new thing to do, gets a new deal. 4 for $76 in new money is the highest paid safety. $29 million in year one is also a record. So Derwin James gets paid, and we got a suspension in baseball for the cell phone, Choppy?
Rodolfo Castro was rocking a cell phone in his back pocket. He had the celly.
Yeah.
And he's sliding in third, head first, and the cell phone pops out, and he finds it. I think the umpire handed it to him.
Yeah.
And then he hands it to his third base coach, and the MLB gave him a 1-game suspension. Now, they did do forensic analysis on this phone to make sure that he was not doing anything with it during the game, cheating, basically.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're worried about. They're worried about, I think the Red Sox would do this, right? With the iPads
Yes,
one year,
they
or
had
Apple Watches.
The watches. And so they were relaying messages from the clubhouse to the phone, to the watches, to be like they're throwing curveball or something like that. They were giving messages quickly, as fast as they could in real time, to give them a 5-second or 3-second advantage on what's about to happen.
So they proved he wasn't cheating, and he still gets a game.
He gets a game for having a cell phone on his person while he's playing. You can't have it.
Right.
Where's your phone, Sean?
Can't have it in the dugout, I don't think.
Right here on the table.
Chop, where's your phone?
Right there.
Mike?
On the table.
Troy, do you have a phone in there? Do you have a phone on hand right now?
Yes, right here.
Mine's right here. When do we not have our phone on us? I understand, baseball players, you're on the field. What do you need it
when it's
for?
not on the field.
Yeah.
I had a phone, and we never had it on the field at all.
I get it, but I understand a guy might accidentally just slide it in his pocket and forget about it.
Yeah.
He goes into the clubhouse and forgets about it.
So when I'm home, I put it on the kitchen table, and I just then it's not on me.
So Mike, did you hear my homework assignment for you?
No.
It's based upon Cuban's absurd comment.
Yeah.
We lost to Golden State because of experience and execution, not talent.
Yeah. He might believe that. He might be dumb enough to believe that.
How many players would we have to rank in the West until Christian Wood would land in that ranking? In the West. Top, how many players off the top of your head?
Probably, I'm going to guesstimate about 20 right now, and I'm a big Christian Wood fan, so I think that at this point maybe he hits about 20th. But I do think as long as Christian Wood is as good as I think he is, I think he's not going to make the All-Star team this year, but we're going to say he has a chance to.
Okay,
that's a lot better than you guys gave him, right? Y'all gave him like 35.
Optimistic I am.
Let's see. This is probably really stupid. Let's just try to fly off the top of our heads since we got 4 of us.
All right.
Denver. We know that there's 2.
Right.
Okay. Minnesota. We're going to say 3. Okay.
For now, but I would rather have Christian Wood than Rudy Gobert. If you gave me the choice today,
okay.
Rudy
I'm going to count Gobert over him right now.
Yes, I agree, because he's a multi-time All-Star.
OKC, 1.
Who's the 1? Shea?
Alexander?
I will say no, because he never plays.
Portland Dame.
Yes.
Donovan Mitchell. Yeah. Golden State.
Obviously Curry.
Yes.
4.
I'm not Klay Thompson. No, not right now.
Okay.
Draymond?
Really?
I as much as I like Draymond, I think they're in the same category.
Jordan Poole?
This is how high I am on Christian Wood. No.
Wiggins?
Okay. Oh, Wiggins?
Wiggins, same category. He kind of came out of nowhere. His career has been very
okay. I'll include for Mike's sake 1 off the Warriors.
And that's me being very optimistic. I get how you could name those guys.
Clippers 2.
Yes, for sure.
Lakers 2.
For sure.
Suns 2?
I will say 3 because I do think Ayton is better than Christian
Ayton.
Wood right now.
Okay, Sacramento?
Fox? I would take Sabonis over him too.
Okay, Fox?
Yeah, in a weird way.
Okay.
Ingram from the Pelicans?
Well,
let's get there.
Okay.
Houston?
Houston, nobody.
No. Memphis, how many?
Ja
One?
for sure.
Yes.
Jaren Jackson?
He gets hurt too much.
Okay.
He hasn't done enough to say yes.
Pelicans?
Ingram for sure.
Yes. Are we going to go with
CJ McCollum?
He's a maybe. He's in that same
All
category.
right, because we're split on Zion and McCollum, I'll give 1.
Yeah, thank
And
you.
in San Antonio?
Nobody.
Nothing left? All right, so that's 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, 14, 16, 19.
Okay.
Wow. And you added 20.
But you could easily put him at 25.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you could easily, we had conversations where you could take him to 25.
The point is,
Yeah.
it makes Cuban's statement, in my opinion, look asinine. It's ridiculous. It's almost as scary as Jerry.
As long as he's out of the room and not making decisions, I'm fine with him. I'm fine with him promoting his team, right? He buys up thousands of tickets when they're not good and says we got to sell out.
Is his comment about talent scarier than Jerry saying now they're fine about receiver?
Is that his comment or is it somebody else's?
Well, I'm also assuming, right, they're going to try to stem the tide until Gallup comes back.
Yeah.
Right? If you have Lamb, Gallup, Schultz.
I think Jerry's
feel
is
good.
far scarier. I think Jerry's is far scarier.
I think Cuban's is scarier.
Because I think you have less talent on this team than the Mavericks do.
Wait, the Cowboys have less.
Okay, there you go.
Were you here for the cross?
I was listening to that.
We're back tomorrow morning. It's the KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Let's get that carpet clean.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we are happy to be back with you today. Kevin is not here. Mike, you know why?
Because my wife saw Jess and Noah and a guy named Kevin. Kevin really had nothing to do with it except 10 months ago.
Well, yeah,
9 months ago, he had something.
He has some stuff to do with it.
He has
now.
a lot of responsibility now.
But those 9 months, it was kind
He
of
was
like
just a cheerleader for the last 24 hours.
Kevin.
And he cheered on Jets to have a baby. It happened.
He has
dad again.
Again, yeah, he's now a dad again. Is it a 10-pound?
9 pounds 7 ounces.
Oh my gosh, that's a big baby right there.
Yeah, that's what my wife said.
So
y'all was a big baby.
Y'all can give those congratulations to the Hagelin family. They now actually, we saw a picture. It could have been photoshopped, Reggie. So we still have to see the baby at some point. But the question was,
Noah didn't look pleased to be having flash photography happening.
Where is the boy? And we found out that the baby is real, at least as far as we know at the moment. So congratulations to the Hagelin family. You can hit them up on Facebook or Twitter at @OhThankKevin and let them know that you're thinking about them today. The question that popped up for me yesterday was, I was listening to Tony Beasley talk, Mike, and he said, I challenged everyone to dig within ourselves and face the reality that we haven't played up to our ability and dig deep and find our identity. And I like this from Tony Beasley, but my question on that was, who has the best identity in DFW sports? The one that's most conducive to their sport. What is the identity for each one of those teams? And I started going through, I don't think the Rangers have an identity. Like they have the identity of they are a sloppy baseball team.
Well, that's their identity.
So maybe that is what it is.
You're asking, yes, they don't have a positive identity.
Yeah.
If you want to change, you got to add that word into
There you go.
What's their positive identity? Well, they don't have one yet. Unfortunately, that's why they let Chris Woodward go. They have not lived up to the front office expectations, and they're more of a team that, if I had to say their identity, I don't like saying this, they will give you some games without you having to win it.
Yeah. That's the reality from bullpen to base running to defensive play. There are some moments where they'll have a brain fart.
I have this in Baseball Nuggets, but I'll use it right now. Last night in the 5th inning with Simeon up and Seager on deck, bases loaded, 1 out, the Rangers let Oakland off the hook. They had a base running mistake, which now Corey Seager, your best hitter on your team, and I like Simeon a lot, and you could make an argument, but I think Seager's the best hitter on the team. He was coming up in the 5th inning, down 3-0 with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Ezekiel Duran made a major base running mistake, and then there's 3 outs, and he doesn't get to hit with the bases loaded. Okay, well, I mean, we saw earlier in the year, I'm pretty sure Oakland wasn't going to do this. We saw earlier in the year, Corey Seager got walked with the bases loaded. But yesterday, you didn't get the opportunity for Corey Seager to hit with the bases loaded because you made a base running mistake. Hopefully, Ezekiel Duran, it's okay. This is a team learning at the major league level. Josh Smith, Ezekiel Duran, Leody Taveras, Bubba Thompson, right off the top of my head. All of those guys are learning how to play baseball at the major league level and don't really know how to yet. They're going to make mistakes. Ezekiel Duran, here's the mistake that he made. He ran a guy off of third base. When I start coaching, 10-year-olds start getting leads and stuff like that, I will remind the kid almost every pitch when they're on second base. And maybe it's over coaching, but I'm doing this. Don't run the guy off third base. Remember, if he doesn't go, you can't go. If he doesn't go, you can't go. Yesterday, Ezekiel Duran, there was a shallow pop-up. Maybe Leody Taveras could have scored on it. He tagged up and he fake tagged to draw a throw because if the pitcher doesn't back up and it's a bad throw, you get a free run by them making a mistake. They didn't make a mistake. And so Leody doesn't tag up, which is fine, right? Because Corey Seager's coming up with the bases loaded. This is where you have to think ahead. There has to be a lot of thinking in baseball. I know like people, that don't like baseball. I think sometimes they don't like baseball. 1, yes, it's not their sport. 2, hey, maybe it's too slow for you. 3, they're like, man, I don't like thinking that much. And they like Neanderthal sports more than how much thinking there has to go into all of this. And so Ezekiel Duran decides to tag at second for no reason. There's one out. You don't make the third out at third base. So he's tagging. So as soon as the ball's caught, he might have looked up for 1 second and saw Leote take 2 hard steps off of the base, thinking, well, he's tagging. I'm putting my damn head down and I'm getting to third base. For what reason, Ezekiel? You're fast. Okay. So let's go over this, that I have to teach you this, which is fine. This is where I say it's okay that you made a mistake. It's okay you made a mistake. If you have a 20-year career, you should never make this mistake again because you've made this mistake your rookie year. It's okay, but we have to learn from this, and you should never make it in 2022 or 23 or 2030 because you made the mistake, and we learn from you making the mistake. What you hope is that Bubba Thompson learns from that mistake, Leote Taveras learns from that mistake, Josh Smith learns from that mistake. I can't say Josh Young learns from that mistake. He didn't see it happen in front of his eyes. Unfortunately, for most of us, including major leaguers, we have to make the mistake ourselves to then really learn from it. So Bubba Thompson could make this mistake tonight. Hopefully not this quickly because you just saw it happen last night to you. What he did is he tagged up. He ran Leote off of third base. When they got somewhat Ezekiel Duran in a rundown, he could have ran back to second base. Nobody was covering second base, but he didn't know that. But then Leote goes, oh, crap. He's running me off of third. I'm going to go ahead and run home and see if I can make it. He gets in a rundown. He's out. Inning over. Is Ezekiel. You can't run a guy off of third base.
Yeah.
You can't do it. You have to understand. When you're running to third, you have to make sure that the guy on third base is running home. It can't be it's not Leote's fault. If you said, oh man, I thought Leote was tagging or he should have tagged on that. He's fast enough that he should go. Okay, fine. Make him go. And if you're not sure, you don't go to third base. Let's just say he makes it home safe and you don't make it to third base. You're on second base and there's 2 outs and Corey Seager is up. For the most part, you're fast enough to score on almost every base hit into the outfield. So why are you so concerned about getting to third base with 2 outs?
Yeah, very. See, and this is the stuff, Mike. Maybe that's a problem with playing players so young that they're supposed to learn some of these things in the minor leagues too. But if you're coaching baseball, you get fired in minor leagues. So that's another thing is the analytics don't tell you how to run the bases. They just tell you how to hit the ball with a higher velocity and all that stuff. It has nothing to do with being smart enough to actually play the game. The stuff that we're supposed to be teaching our kids whenever they're out on the baseball field in middle school, in elementary school, and think ahead about what play you're going to make whenever this happens. Visualize that play. It's going to help you go through it. So the Rangers are, at this moment, their identity, too young, too unintelligent when it comes to the game, low baseball IQ, and not talented enough and in disarray. Like they are in disarray, even the way that it looks right now. But improving,
they lost 100 games last year. This year, they're going to be right on that fine line of if they lose 90 or not.
Need more
talent.
That
is an improvement.
Need more talent is what this team still need. More pitching is still their identity. For the Stars, I think they're going to go through an influx of what their identity is going to be this offseason, trying to they lost a few players and they're bringing some veterans back. They might have some other ideas of things that they want to accomplish, and their identity, I think, is going to change in this season. But it was, hey, be a defensive team and slog through the season, and maybe that'll work in the playoffs. It didn't quite work that way. I think the Cowboys and the Mavericks are the closest. I think the Mavericks have the best identity. And I would like for y'all to help me define this identity, because what I see is you have a star in Luka who is setting everything up offensively. Yeah. You have three-point shooter aces who are willing to take those shots. They're willing to miss them. They're also willing to shoot them, and they're going to be big shots at times, and it's going to be huge. But those aces that are shooting because Luka gets them so wide open also are defensive-minded guys as well. I think this team, Mike, may have gotten better by adding Christian Wood and JaVale McGee for the defensive side of the ball this year. I don't know if Christian Wood's going to buy into what Sean Sweeney's selling, but if he does, with his length and his ability on offense, this team's identity could change from what it was last year when they were looked at as, man, they're sleepers and all they are is Luka. They could very well turn into, they are Luka plus a bunch of guys that are dogs on defense. And that's something that I don't think you want to go up against on a nightly basis.
From what I understand, specifically with Christian Wood, Sean Sweeney was part of the Detroit Pistons coaching staff when Christian Wood was there, and he believes that there's the ability to be a solid defensive player. Not all defensive team or anything like what Anthony Davis is when he's on the court 20 games a year, but he has the ability that they think he can be a good enough defender that you're like, hey, he's average, right? I mean, Luka didn't care to play defense 2 years ago under Rick Carlisle. I refuse to do it. I refuse to try. It's really weird. But then last year, Jason Kidd kind of called him out, had to call him out even in the playoffs again to make sure I have to have you try. If you're average on defense, that is good enough for you because offensively, you're arguably the best offensive player in the game, but you can't be a non-contributor defensively or it doesn't matter what the other four guys are doing. You have to give me at least team defense effort and be okay on your man-to-man defense. And that's what I think they're going to ask of Christian Wood. You have to be a good team defensive player and you can get a lot of block shots because you're athletic, you're fast, you're long, and then you have to be okay on the ball. If you're average on the ball and a good team defensive player, we can deal with that because we think offensively you're going to give us 20 points. Overall, we think you're going to give us 10 rebounds. You're going to be our best rebounder on this team, which is going to help out Luka a lot because Dwight Powell and Maxi Kleber are bad rebounders for their position, right? If they were point guards, good rebounders. You are good rebounders for point guards in this league. You're just bad rebounders for the position that you play. So I think their identity is, to your point, that it's a Luka offense with guys that are going to work hard on defense. I'm not saying they're good defensively. Obviously, Dorian Finney-Smith is very good defensively. Reggie Bullock is very good defensively. Overall, it's more of an effort defense than it is a athletic, all of you guys are just premium defensive players. Because if I look at Phoenix, they should be better defensively than us if you look at who they have.
Would you say that Jason Kidd's vision for what he wants this team to be is paying out? That they got what he wanted to see, and I think they were missing a presence interior offensively and defensively a little bit.
I will say, let's talk about that at 11:20. The more we get into Mark Cuban, because we have 2 minutes left and we haven't talked the Cowboys' identity.
Cowboys' identity right now is defense, and I don't know what it's going to be offensively. Jerry Jones wants it to be, or keeps telling us that it's going to be Ezekiel Elliott. That's going to be the standard for what the offense is. I think they are going to be a defensive team that relies on Dak Prescott to not screw it up. And when I say that, I'm not saying it as if Dak Prescott is a bumbling idiot at the quarterback position. No, I'm saying that Dak Prescott is a very good quarterback at not turning the ball over, not making bonehead mistakes with the football a lot of times. Now, obviously, in the playoff game, we had a very big moment that was in his hands. I think Dak can learn from that. But I think at this point, the identity of the Dallas Cowboys is defense. And if you're talking about we want to be a more physical team, we want to bully people, we want to go out there and really establish who we are as a team, then the offense does have to be able to run the football. Ezekiel Elliott is going to have to be part of that presence of they pounded us all day, and we couldn't stop them from doing what they wanted to do. And then whenever we tried to make an effort to stop them, Dak Prescott exposed us. Like that's what the identity of this team is going to have to be. So I would rank it I would rank it Mavericks first because of what I think they have a real understanding of. They are a 3-and-D team with Luka exposing a lot of people. And then I think the Cowboys are next, but they have to establish what they are offensively. I don't think they know yet. And I don't know that in the Kellen Moore era, they've really established it. Because last year, Mike, there was a part of the season that was great. You were like, holy crap, we have a new era of Dallas Cowboys football here. And it's all offensive. And then as the defense caught up, the offense fell off a little bit. Teams found them out, and teams exposed what they could do. So I do think that the Dallas Cowboys at the moment, their defense is the calling card of this team, and they'll find out what their offense is at some point.
I think you missed the boat. I think our identity is the 72 Dolphins.
72 Dolphins, like Michael Irvin said. And
just remember, Michael Irvin, it's out there. Get the message to him.
From the 817.
I'll bet you $250,000 to your $10,000 that the Cowboys don't match the 72 Dolphins and go undefeated in the regular season.
From the 817, the identity is also holding calls. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, we talk with Mickey Spagnola, our Dallas Cowboys insider on The Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Fan is brought to you by Texas Can Cars for Kids, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There'll be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices. Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less, like Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick hanging out with you. Reggie Atatula in studio as well. Mike Bassick is a former Major League pitcher, ladies and gentlemen. Also pitched for the Texas Rangers. His dad pitched for the Rangers as well. How many are there? How many combos have ever pitched for the Rangers, father-son?
Well, 0. There's only one other father-son in the history of the Rangers. It's Sandy Alomar Sr. and Sandy Alomar Jr.
Nice. There you go.
I'd like Sandy Alomar Jr. I'm just throwing it out there. I'd love for him to get another interview. I think he would be a great manager. He's been the first base coach forever with the Cleveland Guardians. He's under Terry Francona. Just a genius when it comes to the game of baseball. Played that catcher's position, so really understands the pitcher situation, understands the catching situation, understands the hitting situation, understands playing in big moments, and has also coached on a World Series almost winning team in 2016 against the Cubs when he was with the then Indians. So I just think there's a lot there to like from Sandy Alomar Jr.
There you go. Let's turn our attention now to Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, how you doing today, man?
Corey, Mike, how's it going?
Well, we're back up into triple digits here in DFW, and you're in Irvine today?
Yeah, and it's probably going to be pretty hot here, too. This is inland, so we're probably getting into the 90s, by the way.
Okay.
And, hey, by the way, also, Sandy Alomar, when he was at the White Sox, he was one of my favorite players.
Junior?
Not junior, senior.
Oh, senior. Because I know from from Cleveland, I will say, to the White Sox, that's where Junior went, too, in 1999 or 2000.
Yep, absolutely.
So, yeah.
Look at that.
And my dad played with Sandy Alomar Sr., and I played with Sandy Alomar Jr. and Roberto Alomar.
So are you ready to manage? Have they called you yet?
No, and I will say this, Mick, I don't think pitchers are natural managers. I think, obviously, pitching coaches for sure, maybe even a bench coach, but I'm not a big fan of pitchers becoming managers, even though I love pitchers.
They don't see enough positions to know what's going on.
Yeah, I think it's just tough. When I talk to Boo and Mac and Murph, we just see the game differently because from the position we played.
All right, well, I'll scratch you off my list.
Thank you.
I'm glad Mickey's made his own list, though. That's really nice. I appreciate that. All right, so Mickey, today is practice. Are we going to see as physical of a practice as they saw against Denver?
I would think so. I would think that, the Chargers are probably fired up for this opportunity. I think the Cowboys will go in with a little bit better idea of the level of intensity that they will need to match what the Chargers are doing. I think when you go into somebody else's place, that team, kind of the home team, with their own fans is a little bit more juiced up. And I thought that was one of the things that I noticed when they practiced against the Broncos. So I would imagine the younger players for the Cowboys and even the veterans will better understand the level of intensity to expect from the Chargers later this morning.
It's all, I know that as a front office and coaching staff, it all goes together, but do you feel like the coaching staff got more of an evaluation from the guys trying to make the team from the practice against the Broncos or the game against the Broncos?
For the younger guys, I would imagine both, but more in the game because they were the ones to play.
Okay.
Now, again, they played against guys of their own ilk, right? Because the Broncos in the practice, in the game, were basically playing their backups too. So it was backups versus backups. But you kind of get an idea of what some of the younger guys can do. I thought it was great that Rico Dowdle was able to get back on the field. He missed all of last year with that hip injury, had surgery, and really hadn't played any football since last August. So the fact that he was able to get on the field, and he was talking about how he was probably a little impatient with some of his runs. He wasn't able. He was hitting the holes a little too fast, not letting his offensive linemen execute their blocks before he tried hitting the hole. So yeah, I thought that was a good look. I know they're chomping at the bit to get Will Greer back out there. He at least went through the walkthrough yesterday before they left for Irvine. So it would be good for him to not only be able to get into a little bit of these practices these next 2 days after his straining his groin, but also to get into the game on Saturday, because I still think the competition for that backup quarterback is real. But they need to see him. They need to see him in some game situations. But yeah, for those young guys, I think the game was really big on their evaluation.
How much confidence do you think Dak Prescott can have going against Tampa Bay in Jalen Tolbert / Simi Fehoko? That I know that they have the practice today. I know they're not going to play in the game, against the Chargers. I know that Dak won't, but I just feel like the first 2 to 4 weeks of this regular season, they're going to need Jalen Tolbert or Fehoko, I think, to step up and show that they can take pressure off of CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to need Jalen Tolbert. They're going to need Dennis Houston too, by the way. So between those 4 guys, including CeeDee Lamb, that's who, got to carry most of the responsibility at the wide receiver spot, and that's what they're trying to build. I don't think, one preseason game on Tolbert has diminished what the Cowboys are expecting from him. And in fairness to him, I know he had one drop, but and I keep saying this, the worst stat they have in the NFL is targets for wide receivers, because the targets don't usually represent if the guy's open or not. It doesn't represent where the quarterback's throwing the ball. Just look at I think it was the first series, the first pass that Cooper Rush tried to throw to Tolbert on that deep out on 3rd down. He was never open, but he gets a target, right? And while he had Simi Fehoko open underneath. So I still think they've got confidence in him. I noticed something with Tampa Bay, by the way, talking about receivers and quarterbacks. Now, Tom Brady's going to miss 2 weeks, right?
Yes.
And then I just saw that, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, he tore his ACL just a little bit before Michael Gallup did. I think it was week 15.
Yes.
And he just got into practice, I believe it was last week. But there's no Tom Brady. Also, Chris Godwin and Russell Gage, Mike Evans and Russell Gage, both are missing time with hamstrings. So they're kind of in the same boat the Cowboys are, with the exception that their receivers that are missing are veterans, right? They've been around the block. They know what's going on. But they're having a little bit of problems at the wide receiver position too, different from the Cowboys, because the Cowboys are having to rely on some younger guys. And if they don't feel like, if 3 of those guys are ready to go, they can also work on Tony Pollard lining up in the slot and using him as more of a downfield receiver than just throwing flares out of the backfield. So that's also one of the possibilities. And I think they were encouraged by what they saw out of their tight ends, the young tight ends, Jason Ferguson, Peyton Hendershot. Keep an eye on that one too, and McEwen. So, and in that game, if you noticed against Denver, they played a lot of 2 tight ends. And so I think that's something the Cowboys like to do in this offense, providing they have 2 tight ends that are capable not only blocking, but also getting downfield and catching the ball.
Yeah, I think the tight end game is going to be very strong this season. Mickey, are we going to Are we going to finally see Anthony Barr sack somebody today, or is that still? Are we working his way?
I think you're probably, asking for a little much. I would think that since they've taken him off of PUP, the plan was to get him into some individual work first, and I kind of know how the Cowboys treat guys who haven't, been in uniform, in pads for quite some time. So I would imagine, individual drills, and then maybe tomorrow, and then maybe Saturday you get them in for a few series. I'll tell you what, you guys, when I saw this guy, I looked at him like, oh, that's a linebacker? He's like 6'6", 250. I'm assuming he could still run. He was pretty productive last year in the 11 games he played. And I think they know it when, you get a linebacker like that that's around the 30-year-old range. You don't want to wear him out in training camp real quickly when he hasn't played in quite a while. Because remember, he's had no offseason with another team, right?
Right.
He's been a free agent all that time. So, no off-season conditioning with a team, no OTAs, no mini camps, no ramp up that the normal guys have when they get to training camp. So they're going to be careful with him. But I was very interested in what Leighton Vander Esch had to say yesterday about him before we jumped on the train, talking about how he was looking forward to being able to play with a veteran linebacker like that can teach him some new tricks. He said, but I can also help him to integrate into our defense. So I think when you look at those three linebackers, if they can keep them healthy, that may be one of the strong points on this team.
Mickey, really appreciate your time today, man. We will catch up with you tomorrow and get all the insight on what happened in that practice today, man.
You got it. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. There goes Mickey Spagnola right there, our Dallas Cowboys insider here on 105.3 The Fan. Always enjoy catching up with him for just a little bit and then seeing, what's going on with this team. Great stuff from you, Mike Bassick, there, too. I did the numbers, Mike, and I wanted to ask you if the Joey Gallo curse is real. Because Joey Gallo I think he's hitting like 289.
This is his 2-week stretch.
He just hit another bomb.
We've seen this for 5 years of his career here. I tell everybody about this. The valleys are super low. The peaks are super high. He's on a peak right now.
The record though, this is what I don't get. What's happened? The Yankees are 2-11 and the Dodgers are 10-2 since Joey Gallo was traded. Is that going to be the same as the Babe Ruth curse? Where now the Red Sox look back at the Yankees and are like, that was the worst decision we've ever made.
It's interesting. I thought the Dodgers were better than 10-2 with him.
I just did the counting. It was August 2nd, I do believe, was the day that it was the trade went down. And I can count for you real quick if you want me to, but I might be wrong. But I did the numbers earlier, and it was August 2nd, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11-2.
Yeah, they've lost 2 out of
the last 3.
Yeah. So that's where, because I was like, God, haven't they barely lost it all?
Yeah, man, they went on a tear right after that trade. And I don't know if it was, I never understand this. And I'd love to get your thoughts on this and maybe even some other players' thoughts in the future on this. How much does the trade deadline affect the team on the front side of it, and then on the back side of it too? I'm fascinated. Maybe we can talk about that tomorrow, because there's some guys that go through that process that they're kind of nervous going into it. Maybe it affects their plays, and then maybe on the other side of it, they're like, you know what, I can relax now and really focus on the game. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it's Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Let's talk a little bit about the baseball playoffs and the teams that are in and the races that are there for the last few weeks of the season. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have takeaways from Cowboys joint practice with the Chargers right out of the gates at 2. Nation runs till 6:30 here on The Fan.
Hi, guys. It's Andrew.
For today, this is Texas, this is classic, find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I cannot wait until 12:20 when we talk with Tony Beasley today, and then 12:40 because Mike has something already special lined up for Mike Likes It. But right now, it's time to get into baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Well, so nothing much in the Ranger game last night. They lose 5-1. Koji Arihara starts. I don't think he's part of the Rangers' future at all. So it's kind of one of those games where you're watching the future. You can watch the lineup. I talked about it earlier at 10 o'clock. The Rangers had one chance to really win that game, and it was with the bases loaded and one out with Semien and Seager coming up. And unfortunately, Semien doesn't come through, and then Ezekiel Duran made a very rookie mistake. And like I said, it's okay. When Bubba Thompson, Leody Taveras, I know Leody's been up in the major leagues before, but he's still only 23 limited games. When Josh Smith or Ezekiel Duran make mistakes, what we would consider basic mistakes in baseball, it's okay. But they have to learn from that basic mistake.
Yep.
You don't run a runner off at third base, and you never do it again the rest of your life.
Yep.
So it's okay. Mistakes are going to happen. Mistakes will happen in major league games too. But when they happen, you never do them again. So that's how I would look at it with Ezekiel Duran, as I would try to teach him that moment. And I would say, look, you have to understand this moment. You made a major mistake. It contributed to us losing 5-1 because Seager was coming up to bat. And even if it was, I don't know, Charlie Culberson coming up to bat, right? I mean, a guy that we don't really think is a big time, like, oh, right, Charlie's coming up to bat to win the game. He could, but we think of Semien and Seager. These are the guys we paid the money to decide games, and they were up to bat in the fifth inning. Hey, you can't run a guy off of third base. It should never happen again. You did it. It's okay. It happened. It should never happen again. As long as it never happens again, we learn from that mistake, and I'm glad you learned from it. I would love for all the young guys to see what Zeke did and not ever do it themselves. But sometimes we have to make the mistakes on our own to really learn from those mistakes. That being said, let's talk about, you talked about the New York Yankees for a second, and they are having a horrible second half.
Yeah.
Well, here are the teams that are having a great second half. You mentioned the Dodgers. They are the best at 20-4. The Mets are 17-6. The Atlanta Braves are 15-8. Those are the three best records in the second half, all in the National League. The next are also National League teams, the Phillies and the Cardinals. So the reason that I'm bringing this up, and I know it doesn't have a lot to do with the Rangers, is I'm starting to look at the playoffs. And I'm starting to go, I don't know how this correlates or not. I wonder if you are a great first half team, but struggle in the second half, but your first half carries you. Right now, the Yankees, the first half is carrying them. And I just wonder, are we going to go into the playoffs, and if they lose in, I guess, the second round of the playoffs, because they're going to get a bye, are we going to go, what a huge upset, or not a huge upset? They way overplayed what they were in the first half, and in the second half, they played below 500. So if they take on a team like, right now, the White Sox have the 9th best record in the second half of the season. They're 14-10. Well, if you look at that, would you go, well, the White Sox were supposed to be really good to start the year. They were really bad in the first half, or underachieved tremendously in the first half of the season, but then overachieved in the second half, or played what we thought they were going to play like in the second half of the season.
Mike, I would say to go look at late in the first half, and it's just continued to carry over for the Yankees. Like, they had a stretch, they had a couple of different stretches in April and a couple of different stretches in May that going into June, June, they were hot. But July, late July, mid-July, they started falling apart. And I don't know exactly. Yeah. Then at that point, from what I understand, everything was, man, this Joey Gallo guy is trash.
I wonder this, off of this. This is all, I don't know this, but what happened in New York was this. They were winning almost every game.
Yeah.
But any criticism that went to the Yankees was to one person.
Yeah.
Joey Gallo.
Yes.
Joey's not there anymore, and now they're criticizing the manager. They're criticizing other people who don't succeed in their at-bats. They're criticizing the starting pitching, or they're criticizing the relief pitching. And I wonder this, in a weird way, Should they have kept Joey Gallo? So all criticism, when anything went wrong, all went on Joey Gallo. Horrible for that person, right? I mean, he couldn't even go out. He felt like he had to just go to the park and go back to his apartment and not have any human being see him because of how much he felt like he was hated in that area. But in a weird way, all the criticism went to that one person, and the criticism wasn't going to Aaron Boone or going to anybody else on the team. It was like, damn, Joey Gallo, he's so bad, and we traded all these things for him, and it's all this and all that. It's Joey Gallo's fault we lost again.
So the Yankees need a human lightning rod is basically what you're saying?
Well, I wonder.
I don't know who to blame right now.
So here's what happens. I mean, we've seen this multiple times. I think Rick Carlisle did a great job of this in the championship run. Do you guys remember when they lost to Portland? I believe it was game 4. Brandon Roy had a great finish. The Mavs blew a big lead, and Rick Carlisle went out there and he was like, blame me. I'm the a-hole who did all these things that led to us losing. And I do think, Reggie, in certain situations, there are players that can handle that and be fine with it and move on to the next game and be great. Bring it all on me. Put all of the blame, all of the loss on me, so my fragile teammates don't have to hear it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
In a weird way, this is what makes great players great, is put all the blame on me. If I get all the praise, I get all the praise. But if you put all the blame on me, what happens is now my other guys don't have to answer for the mistakes they made.
Larry Brown used to do that all the time too. He did it with Detroit. You know, he would draw all the attention so that his team could focus.
Yeah. Okay, so anyways, the Astros right now, they're 16-10. They lost yesterday, the Chicago White Sox. They've had a couple tough losses to the White Sox recently. I just wonder if, in a weird way, they're going to run away with the American League, and that if the Yankees,
the White Sox?
No, the Astros, that the Astros are going to run away with this thing come playoff time. Are they? I mean, they might be just way better than everybody.
Yeah,
the American
they have the
League.
roster that's talented.
Not better
enough to
than
do
the
it.
Dodgers. Not better than the Mets. Not better than the Braves. I don't know. I think the Mets are going to go to the World Series, by the way, right now.
What?
I just think if they're healthy enough, Jacob deGrom and Max Scherzer, 1, 2, whichever one you want to put there, Chris Bassett, number 3. I just think that
the Dodgers are plus 250 right now.
In run differential?
Yeah, that is 100. Well, I guess the Yankees are the next at 195. But that's how amazing their offense and pitching is.
Let me ask you this.
Sorry, I'm really,
No, I love this because
really
I wanted to talk playoff baseball here. Okay, let me just ask you this: everybody's healthy for all the teams. Walker Buehler's out for the year. I don't know if you saw that. He's having elbow surgery. He's probably going to miss part of next year too. All right. I don't know who you think the best pitcher is on the Dodgers because they have multiple guys to choose from. But let me just give you this: whether it's Tony Gonsolin, who right now is 14-1 with a 2.24 ERA, Tyler Anderson, who's 13-2 with a 2.81 ERA, or you just go with the veteran guy. Excuse me if you heard me burp there. Didn't mean to, but it happened. 7-3 with a 2.64 ERA is Clayton Kershaw.
He's on the injured list.
Okay, but let's just say he's healthy.
Okay, all right.
All right. You tell me which one of those 3 guys is better than Jacob deGrom when he's healthy.
You're right.
You tell me which one of those 3 is better than Max Scherzer when they're healthy.
I think Clayton, that's a great game to watch, right? I think if you're going to get both healthy pitchers, you're going to have a fantastic game to watch.
And by the way, Julio Urias is having another very good year again this year. He's 13-6 with a 2.4 ERA. But I just wonder this: when it comes to a playoff series, I feel like the Mets have the advantage in the first 2 games. And I would say if you're the Dodgers, you say, we'll take our chances with guys that are probably going to be close to 20-game winners with ERAs under 3. And I'm not saying the Dodgers won't win it all. If the Mets are 100% healthy going into the playoffs with their rotation, I don't know how you beat them in a 7-game series with those guys.
Is there an attempt to say, you know what, we'll let you throw your ace in game 1. We'll throw our number 2 guy, and we're throwing our ace in game 2. I know that's always
then
a
you
risky.
just go against Max Scherzer. I mean, Max Scherzer's their number 2.
Yeah, that is tough. That's a bad matchup.
I mean, I don't know how you can try to manipulate that. The other thing, too, you have to worry about in the divisional series in a 5-game series, if you don't throw your best in game 1, then you worry about in game 2 and then in game 5, am I throwing my best on short rest?
Yeah, valid.
Type of
Very
deal.
valid.
So, all right. So, real quick, if people don't remember this is happening this year. There's an extra wild card spot. There's buys in the playoffs this year. So you get real buys. The 1 and 2 seed get buys. Houston looks like they're going to be the 1 seed, but there's plenty of time for that to change. The Dodgers look like they're going to get the 1 seed, and I don't know if there's enough time to catch the Dodgers and their record. But October 7th through the 9th is the first round, like the wild card round of baseball. A division winner does have to play in that. So right now, like the Cleveland Guardians are winning the division only by 1 game over the Twins, only by 1 game over the White Sox. That is the one kind of division where there is a lot of competition in the American League. The Astros have run away with our division. The Yankees have run away with their division, but there's this great kind of divisional race of 3 above average teams, but not great teams for the 3 seed. They will play, but there's no road trip there. What I mean by that is there's no switching of venues. Game 1, game 2, and game 3 will all be at the Central Division winning team. And the 6th seed, the last wild card spot, has to go to either Cleveland, Chicago, or Minnesota and play 3 games. So it's 3 days without a day off. You play like a 3-game series like we see in the regular season. That will happen October 7th through October 9th. Because of the lateness of the season, just by a couple weeks, if we have Game 6 or Game 7 of the World Series, those will be happening November 4th and November 5th.
Okay.
So I just thought that was interesting as that came out. The World Series start will be October 28th through November 5th if there is a 7th game.
This is such a weird sports year. Can you imagine if baseball goes into November? We've obviously got football. Basketball will have started at that time, and we've got World Cup later in November at that time. Like, we are really cooking for a fantastic fall.
Yeah, the content's going to be crazy at that point.
So there will be November baseball this year, and if you get to Game 6, Game 7, there will be November 4th, November 5th baseball. My dream matchup, and I'm not a Yankee fan at all, but I would love to see. I think a lot of people would say Yankees-Dodgers. I totally get that. For me, it would be Yankees-Mets. I just think that could be a really cool series. But Dodgers have recently
Subway
won
Series
it.
all over again.
Subway Series, Aaron Judge versus Jacob deGrom versus Max Scherzer, Garrett Cole. I just think that could be a lot of star power there. I would love to see Dodgers versus Mets in the NLCS, and then I'm pretty much naming the 1-2 seed.
Yeah,
I think that it could be really fun. I just wonder about the Yankees. I know I'm out of time. I just wonder about the Yankees and if they are going to get to the playoffs and just be like, that's not the same team we saw the first 100 games.
I think it's wild that you just counted out the Rangers here. Rangers, Dodgers World Series would be awesome, Mike.
I wonder if we won out, if we'd even be the 1 seed.
Oh, that'd be very interesting to see. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, we predict every award winner for the NFL's upcoming season. Does Dak get this one? Next on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, the huge announcement for this morning is that baby Noah did arrive for the Hagelin family. Kevin is he's going to be back in a couple weeks, I guess. Seems wild. Take all the time you need, buddy. Enjoy the baby a little bit. No, you want him back now?
Yeah,
come on back, man. Bring the baby in. Feed the baby here while we're at it, right? Change diapers right there next to Mike.
Ooh.
His boobs don't make milk.
Let me go ahead and mark that right quick.
I wanted to go ahead and drop in some of this one. I like this every year, trying to go through some of the awards that are going to be won and wondering whether or not some of these players for your team can actually be capable of winning that award. Because last year, Mike, for about 3 games, Dak Prescott looked like he could be in the conversation for MVP for about 3 games. And then there are points late in the season, too, where you're like, man, 51 points against Washington, 54 points against Philadelphia, and people will go back and point at, this was a record-setting offense.
What if he does it for 17 games?
Yes.
That's kind of from Bobby Belt. If he did it for 5 games, why can't he do it for 17 straight games in the regular season?
And guys I would love to see, did Peyton Manning score 42 points a game the entire year? When those guys are at the peak, when the Aaron Rodgers are putting up MVP-type numbers, the categories that they put themselves in, it's very different. And I know the Cowboys were very, very good offensively last year, but I did go back and look at this. 9 points against Kansas City, 16 points against Denver, 22 points against Arizona, which is good, but they still lost that game, and they looked like they were bumbling all over the place. And then in the playoffs, 17. And in that reply back on the fan text, somebody goes, yeah, it's easy to pick and choose. They were still the number 1 offense. And at the time, I will always say, you can't do anything other than play your schedule. You have to play whatever is in front of you. But when it comes to the big games, Mike, we pointed to Arizona all season as this is going to be your time to make a statement about what you are as a team. They looked poor, and they didn't score the 30 points per game that they typically do. So I thought that was a great test for them. They didn't live up against good teams. And then they lose against San Francisco. They shredded their division. They shredded an awful division last year. And they took advantage of it, and it looks really good when you look at the overall numbers.
Right.
Well, when you really did break down what that offense was last year, you're like, okay, that's why Dak is not an MVP for what these other guys are doing out there. So I always do like to look at this, though, and kind of see where some of these guys are. Comeback player of the year this year, Mike. This is going to be this could be all over the place because you see so many different guys having comebacks. But who would you put in a category of, man, that dude could win comeback player of the year this year?
Baker Mayfield.
What is he coming back from the shoulder that he
from being
played
bad
through?
And he did play through that injury.
Wait, Corey, are you trying to make comeback player of the year exclusively an injured player? Because before we did it as an entirely this person was injured and they came back from injury, it kind of was you had a down year and here you are back to producing.
Who has won comeback player of the year for having a bad year 1 year? I don't know the answer to this question. So I would always say guys that have been injured, like Alex Smith, Dak Prescott, should be those guys are.
Did Dak win it last year?
No, Joe Burrow won.
Joe Burrow won because he takes
in
him
your
to the
face,
Super Bowl.
Dak.
But he got injured too.
You're injured.
Here are the names on this list. J.K. Dobbins for the Ravens.
Trevor Lawrence. About a Raven, and I was like, can we just nominate the whole team?
The running backs. What did you just say, Trevor Lawrence? Because he had a bad team last year?
If you wanted to, you could put Lamar Jackson up there too because their entire offense fell off a cliff when he got injured.
Derrick Henry?
Okay.
Could you see him coming back and having a strong year and being like, wasn't
he on pace for 2,200 yards or something?
He was going to kill all the records. Jameis Winston. I've gotten my soul hurt too many times. Last year, I was like, Jameis Winston going to be MVP, Hall of Fame status with Sean Payton. Now Sean Payton's no longer there. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Still got Pete Carmichael.
Uh-huh.
And we all know the entire offensive magic of that team was all about Pete Carmichael.
Pete Carmichael, and then it was Sean Payton and Drew Brees whenever it was that's the way that group worked.
All right, so I'm going to let you know ahead of time. This is a stretch, all right? But Jameis Winston would fit in that like kind of category of player where like I kind of like it when the comeback player of the year or the most improved player in like certain sports is not in that elite tier. It kind of feels weird. Like on basketball, that most improved player award has kind of gone to young guys who have made a big jump, even though we anticipated them being in that elite tier.
Yeah.
I kind of like this type of award to be in that, you know, a little bit lower of a tier of player where it's like we're acknowledging this tier of player as well. So like, again, I recognize I'm making a stretch, and some of this is like I would like to see Jameis Winston get some level of appreciation.
All right.
But like Jameis Winston would be in that level of player that I think would be interesting to get that type of award.
Michael Thomas is another option there. Hasn't played a lot in the last 2 years, so.
By the way, I know I'm going backwards a little bit in this segment, but I had to do this real quick. On last year's schedule, you talked about how we dominated our division offensively. I just looked at the most points scored in each game for the Cowboys and ranking them. 56 against Washington on December 26th. That was the first. 51, number 2. That was against Philadelphia when they put their B team out there for the end of the year. Number 3, 44 points against the New York Giants on October 10th. 4th, we didn't do it against our division. We did it against the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, okay, that was like 43 points, yeah.
And then number 5 was 41 points against the Philadelphia Eagles on September 27th. So out of our top 5 games where we scored tons of points and we were like, we are a dominant offensive team, we did it against our division and the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah. And our division was bad. And that's kind of, our division was very, very, very bad.
Okay,
Coach
sorry, I had to go backwards.
It's all right. I appreciate that. That's research right there. Coach of the year. I'm going to throw a candidate out there.
Mike
Y'all are going to
McCarthy.
laugh. Not Mike McCarthy. Dan Campbell. Oh, y'all didn't laugh. Okay, I appreciate that. Okay.
I don't know what to think.
If they were to win 10 games, I think he could do it.
Okay.
I think he could. I don't think he has to win 12 or 13 and be one of the best teams. If he won 10 games and made the playoffs, I could see where he would get that.
Brandon Staley, the Chargers coach. I mean,
Okay, I think that if they win the division and are a top 2 seed,
that's a tough divisional win. Yeah, that would definitely be something to put him up there.
But he got in some of those like players. They got in some players to make that defense better.
Yeah,
in
for
particular.
sure.
And if you can keep Derwin James there for an entire season, which I mean that's a challenge in and of itself. But like, hey, he has an opportunity to kind of display some of the talent that he has as a defensive play caller.
Kyle Shanahan, if Trey Lance is the quarterback,
true.
That one right there would be a standout. Nick Sirianni with the Eagles, who they loaded their roster up. They've done a really good job at giving Jalen Hurts the weapons to do things, but they're still limited there. If Nick Sirianni can do it, and then Sean McDermott for the Buffalo Bills, I think that one's one of those
Just
where
good teams.
You have really high expectations for that team already.
If the good teams look good, then we give it to the coach.
I would assume for the Bills coach to win it 14-3 or better.
Okay. What about somebody just said Mike Tomlin? What does Mike Tomlin do?
We do have that a couple Steelers fans that are here. I'm wondering if that's them.
What does he do with what?
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
Oh, Kevin. No, you think Noah's gonna be a huge Steelers fan too?
If he's smart, he'll root for a team that's competitive all the time.
If Mike Tomlin can keep his 500 streak going,
that would be a special thing. That would be a very special thing with rookie or Mitch Trubisky as quarterback. I would have to say, man, that's one of my favorite coaches of all time.
and with an acknowledgement that offensive line wasn't particularly good and still probably isn't particularly
good. Offensive player of the year. This is always weird because I think that if you're just going to always give MVP to a quarterback,
they always give it to a non-quarterback.
You got to find somebody in the offensive play. But don't
Yeah.
they give like the second quarterback offensive player?
No,
of the
they
year
usually
sometimes?
give it to a running back.
Okay, all right.
Or wide receiver sometimes.
This is an almost they got Herbert Rodgers as the second options, I guess, because they would
Did
be
Jonathan
offensive player of the
Taylor
year.
win it last year? I don't know. I mean, I honestly haven't. I don't.
Cooper Kupp won
I
it
do
last
care
year.
about
Cooper Kupp won it last year.
Yes, there you go.
Which I think he should have been in consideration for MVP.
The last few have been Cooper Kupp, Derrick Henry, Michael Thomas, and then in 2018 it was Patrick Mahomes.
Interesting.
So there have been instances where it was like the other quarterback that we were not giving the MVP to. But yeah.
Who was the MVP in 2018? then?
I'll give it to Jamar Chase this year.
Okay, all right, Jamar Chase. I like that. That's bold. I like that one. They have Cooper Kupp, Justin Jefferson, and Travis Kelce is the other
Wait,
option.
2018 was Mahomes as well.
But you said that he got Offensive Player of the Year that year.
Huh.
Maybe he got both. Maybe he was so good
Maybe
they got
he
both
did.
of them for him. But yeah, they have. I think that Cooper Kupp, Justin Jefferson, and Jamar Chase are fantastic options there for you, Mike. I'm very interested that nobody's mentioned any of the people in Miami. Waddle is a fantastic receiver who this is with Tyreek Hill on the field.
Seems like people are like kind of not believing what that thing will and also there's a little bit of a question as to what that thing ultimately actually looks like, because the head coach likes running the football and they have a whole bunch of running backs in there that can do that.
Yep.
But then they also have like these speed demons on the outside and a quarterback that I don't know if everybody believes can really get them the ball in a real way.
Deebo Samuel was as good as he was last year, but Cooper Kupp was that much better that he was the Offensive Player of the Year.
Well, he triple crowned.
Yeah, he was so good. He was so good last year. Defensive Player of the Year. Who do you guys got?
I think Micah Parsons should be top 3 on this list. TJ Watt should be there. Aaron Donald should be there. Myles Garrett the thing about Myles Garrett is he's now on a team that doesn't have a quarterback most likely this year. So I wonder how easy it is to win Defensive Player of the Year if your team plays under 500.
They have 2 votes for Myles Garrett.
All right.
1 vote for Aaron Donald.
All right.
1 vote for Nick Bosa.
All right. Yeah.
2 votes for Micah Parsons.
Okay.
So, like, a lot of people are considering Micah Parsons going to have another really good season. I think bringing in Anthony Barr.
Who's not in this conversation right now?
Javon Diggs.
Oh, man.
In your face,
Dude,
Corey.
here's
On
what's
the birth of his son.
face,
Still.
Corey.
That's not in my face. That's in Kevin's
Hey,
face.
Kevin,
I know he's
still
not
part of the
here, so
conversation.
Yeah, but you're the fill-in.
we can't besmirch.
There you
besmirch
go. You did it.
his name while he's not here. I mean, we can, but
and we will.
Yeah, we will. But yeah,
so did you say TJ Watt didn't have any?
TJ Watt wasn't on this list, but when it comes to Diggs, I'm fascinated that people are just like, well, he's not going to have 11 interceptions this year, so he's not going to be a top 5, top 8 cornerback. Now, that just shocks me because I can't predict that he's not going to have a really good interception year again because he receives the ball well. He just is one of those guys that tracks and receives well.
He has wide receiver hands, wide receiver skills. I think he's going to be very good this year.
I don't understand, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that video of him getting burnt by Simi just changed everybody's mind about what he's going to do. And now for MVP.
I'm going Justin Herbert, but I think that's a good bet because I'm going to get good odds on it because I think Josh Allen will be number 1 is my guess. Aaron Rodgers will be up there, even though I just don't think they're going to give him 3 years in a row. Patrick Mahomes should be up there. And you tell me if I'm missing somebody else. I probably am, but those are the 3 or 4 off the top of my head.
And I do want to point out, I'm sorry that I didn't say this earlier. This is not betting odds. This is a list compiled by For the Win.
Yeah.
They have.
Oh,
dude,
maybe Burrow.
If a punter, no.
Kicker won it in 1983.
Let's
I think.
do it.
The
Matt
Washington's
Araiza.
kicker.
I think he could punt 95-yard punts every time and still not win it. 100-yard punts every time.
It's biased.
There's no way
the
they're going to let a
mainstream media is
kicker win
biased.
when they're trying to get rid of the kicking game.
They don't want him to win.
2 votes for Josh Allen.
All right.
1 vote for Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
And he wants to get that contract done before the season. Aaron Rodgers gets 1 vote. I mean, that seems like a very easy setup right there. 1 vote for Joe Burrow. And 1 vote for your Dak Prescott to be the MVP this season.
Thanks for voting, Mike.
It was Mike. I think it was. It says Mike Bassick right
I'm
here.
not stupid enough to believe that.
It's Christian DeAndre said that. So Dak Prescott. I don't know what they would have to go 17-0.
I don't think 17-0. I think that they would have to go 13 or better, 13 wins or better.
Makes sense.
And he would have to throw for 50 touchdowns and 5,000 yards.
I think that Allen's the easy favorite just because of the way the season finished last year. You didn't get to see if he could beat Cincinnati, if he could go to the Super Bowl. There's still the expectations that the offense is just going to be as electric as it was last year late in the season, and that's just going to pick up because their defense is going to be good. They are favorites in a lot of categories. But, Mike, very similar to the Aaron Rodgers career. They are here now. Buffalo has now arrived. So for the next couple of years, if they don't win it all, they're going to be looked at as chokers. So they have a lot of work to do. And from the 469, wow, Corey's punters are Kevin's Pizza Rolls. I would probably say that I feel that exact same way. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Mark Cuban thinks that his team just needs this. Next on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about back to school. It's happening, and DFW Security is celebrating with a back to school special. Secure your home or your business and keep track of your kids, your pets.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Texas Can Cars for Kids and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Think there'll be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less, Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
A little bit of breaking news here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan as the Oakland A's are in Texas. They decide to go ahead and release Elvis Andrus. And so, Mike, you pointed out it's kind of sometimes good to be released when you're in the city you live in.
It's great for him in multiple ways. He got released where he lives for probably the rest of his life. I know he has to go back to Oakland and get his stuff somewhat, but he's on a horrible team going nowhere. They're going to play young guys. And now he gets to choose. And I'm not saying all teams want him, but he gets to choose what team to go to that's in a playoff situation. And I was just wondering about the Padres. I don't know everything about the Padres. I just know this. They traded C.J. Abrams, their number one prospect that's a shortstop.
Who just got called up.
Fernando Tatis Jr. is out for the year. And so A.J. Preller does know Elvis pretty well from his days with Texas together. I'm wondering if all of a sudden he can go to San Diego and finish out the year on a playoff team and try to help that situation out. I don't know if that'll be the case. I think Elvis has 2 or 3 years left in his career in the major leagues, I think. But it's as a backup. It's not as a starter. And so for him, great for him. He didn't want to be in Oakland anymore anyways.
Yeah. Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by Beat the Streak. For tips to win $5.6 million prize, listen wherever you get your podcasts. Elvis Andrus has been released by the A's. Very interested to see what his next decision will be coming up here shortly. All right, so Mark Cuban, he was talking with Taylor Rooks, and he had this was having a conversation. And Mike, I thought when you hear this, you might get really mad because this version of the NBA seems to be you have to have 2 stars at least.
Let me ask you this. I'm 44 years old. What version of the NBA in my 44 years of life has there not been this way?
The only one I can think of is the Mavericks in 2011.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, you can kind of do it that way. You can kind of do the Greek freak. But
I was about to say that, but
Middleton was an all-star.
Yes.
Holiday was a borderline all-star.
I agree with you there.
I mean, Magic and Kareem and Worthy, Bird and McHale and Parrish and Dennis Scott. There's,
Duncan
Hall of Famers.
And
Duncan,
all those guys.
Shaq and Kobe. Hakeem kind of did it maybe in the first year on his own.
Yep.
Second year, they added Clyde Drexler.
Well, I mean, he had Robert Horry, didn't he? So everything was going to be fine.
But I mean, when you just look at the history of basketball, you look at LeBron James championships, Steph Curry's championships. For the most part, almost every championship in the history of my lifetime has had a superstar player, Magic, Larry, Michael, and then they have another guy who's like a Hall of Famer, perennial all-star, Kareem Worthy, Pippen, Isaiah and Dumars. Let's listen to what Mark Cuban says, but him saying this makes no sense in the history of the NBA.
Here's what Mark Cuban said about having a star.
When we lost in the conference finals, I don't think it was for lack of talent. I think the Warriors deserve a lot of credit because they had played together so long. Their execution was phenomenal, right? The way they ran their offense, knowing exactly where the ball was going, the way they had their rotations defensively, knowing who to push where and how to prevent guys from being comfortable. That wasn't as much talent as it was corporate knowledge. The experience of having played together for all those years and been in crunch situations, knowing what to do. We hadn't been there yet, and so we hadn't been out in the first round in 10 years.
Yeah.
And so a lot of it was execution. And when you're talking to our guys during the series, that was the theme that kept on coming up. Yeah. And so I think for us, it's not so much we need that second star or whatever. It's more, let's just get some time, and experience in crunch time situations in the playoffs, and that'll pay off.
Mike, I'm not totally against that. I get what he's saying, but at the same time, you just have to look at the history of the NBA and know it's very tough. It happens, but it's very rare that your superstar player doesn't have an all-star on his team and he leads that team to the ultimate winning it all, winning the whole thing. Because when you look at Curry, I guess, we did this argument earlier, but you would say Klay Thompson's going to be a Hall of Famer. Draymond Green, borderline Hall of Famer. I won't say he's a Hall of Famer, and I know the NBA is a little bit different with that because it's basketball Hall of Fame, but I won't put him in. And then literally just had a lot of talent around him. Andrew Wiggins stepped up big time. Andrew Wiggins hadn't played in a playoff game with the Golden State Warriors in his life until this year. So there was an experience of Wiggins knowing actually how to play playoff basketball or play it with the Golden State Warriors, but he had an unbelievable run.
And Mark Cuban will talk about that. We'll add that. He does talk about that in a little bit. From the 6'8" I think Christian Wood has all-star level talent. If you know what, I think this could.
I agree,
Mike. This could be, and maybe he is this year or next year an all-star. This could be very similar to the Giannis season, where I don't know, man. A lot of people are saying that the Mavericks played over their head last year.
They overachieved by everybody's standards.
Yes,
that's why we give it a 5 out of 5 or a 9 out of 10 or whatever, because nobody expected going into the playoffs last year that the Mavs would be in the conference finals.
But that doesn't mean that they can't overachieve again. You know, that's what I'm trying to like. I'm trying to wrap my own head around it too, because it is difficult to think that there won't be some sort of regression, some sort of comfort level with that. But that's Jason Kidd's job, isn't it? That's Luka's job, is to say we're not comfortable enough because we haven't done anything. I mean, until we've hoisted up 3 banners, there's no real reason for us to let up on anything. But it's easy for these guys to just kind of settle back in and say, all right, let's cruise through the season and rest on our laurels a little bit. But I think Christian Wood really wants to win. He wants to be in the playoffs. Now, I think the regular season, you absolutely could see them, just because of the way that the conference is, you absolutely could see the Mavericks be a little lower unless they come out of the gate hot and just continue to do that thing. But, man, I think when the playoffs kick in, they are a team that you don't want to face on a nightly basis. I don't think that you want to face that kind of three-point shooting, that kind of defensive effort, Mike, that we were talking about earlier, in your face, the effort kind of guys, and then just having to figure out how to stop Luka every single night. Now,
I think what you just said, all the things you said before are nice. The last thing you said is the fact. They don't want to face the Mavericks because of Luka. The defense, it ain't that great. It's nice. It ain't the Chicago Bulls, or it isn't even the Golden State Warriors of last year. It's a nice defensive team. I think, Reggie, you'd kind of say, back me up there, that the Mavericks do give the effort, but like they've talked about, effort only takes you so far. That's why the New York Knicks sucked in the playoffs when they made it the year before, because Draymond Green, I think, did it great on TNT, said they play with more effort than anybody in the regular season. What do you do in the playoffs when everybody's playing at max effort because it's the playoffs? And so I think the reason teams don't want to play the Mavericks, and I think that a lot of teams come playoff time like, damn, I don't want to play them because of one person.
But Mike, I think that, like, when I was listening to Sean talk about this morning, I think where Tolos are, 877-881-1053, correct me if I'm wrong. When you hear Mark Cuban say that last part about, look, I don't think we need another star. I think we need just to be more experienced with some of these guys. That's Mark Cuban waving the white flag of we're not going to go get one. That's him signaling, look, it's not that I don't think I can land one, and that's why I'm not going to. That's why I need to go ahead and prepare fans that we just have to be better as a group, whatever this group and this unit is.
Yeah,
we have to be better because I don't think we can get another superstar, Reggie.
Well, I also think that some of that might be an acknowledgement that chasing the second star isn't the way to do this.
Interesting.
Like, it might be better for you to try and operate in the way that you are, and if a second star becomes available, pounce on the opportunity. Because this is one thing that I think differentiates the way that Mark Cuban has gone about it than the way some other places have done this. Whereas Mark Cuban has done the thing, and I will allude to the phrase that everybody hates hearing, is like keeping the powder dry and trying to load up for this next offseason. There's going to be a great crop of free agents, so we're going to try and like when you hamper everything that you're doing in hopes that in the future you go get that second star, that kind of puts you back. Now, or when you look at it from the perspective of this is what we're going to try and work with what we have and get better. And if the opportunity arises, which it seems like more and more it's happening nowadays with, star players not being happy with where they are or whatever, trying to move to other opportunities, I think that's more of the better opportunity. And I don't know if Mark Cuban is specifically saying that, but it does seem like at least he would be closer to that idea of team building rather than what we had seen previously from the Mavs.
I wonder this too. If he knows, look, we made 1,000 phone calls in the offseason. Nobody wants our guys. We got really lucky in a way that we got Christian Wood. We called and we said, what about Hardaway Jr.? What about Dinwiddie? What about Bertans? What about Dwight Powell's expiring? What about Maxi Kleba? And I think all the teams in the league that had players that are above those guys' status, and they were trying to get maybe a second type of guy. I'm not saying like a great guy, but like a CJ McCollum, really good player, right around that, 35th to 50th best player in the league type of deal. And all the teams said, dude, we don't want any of this that you're offering. You don't have any draft picks available. So I think that they are kind of stuck. It's one of these things. I don't want to go too far back, but it just kind of stinks when you took Josh Green. I mean, that's really hurting the franchise right now, because if you would have drafted Tyrese Maxey, you do have a second, like, borderline potential all-star leader type of guy. But unfortunately, it was just a cluster F in that organization at that point.
Well, okay, a couple things then on what you guys were just discussing. What he said was, look at Golden State, all those guys. They were all drafted, right? Mike, you've talked about how important the draft actually can be and how you can build a team through the draft. And he's like, all those guys knew their jobs because they played together for a very long time. Is he projecting that in 10 years, because Luka and Finney Smith and these guys have played together, that they're going to play that fluidly? And that because all three of those guys have skill sets that are basketball skill sets. Dorian Finney-Smith is a 3-and-D guy, and he is not at this point a guy that's going to go get his points at the bucket or be a mid-range guy. So maybe he does develop. Maybe that is something that they say we work on that.
Yeah, Dorian Finney-Smith is 29 years of age.
He is what he is.
So this is the prime of an athlete's career.
So that's where I'm like, you're limited. So what he's having to say is, we got to figure out how to draft quickly or add those younger players quickly, and they don't have those things. So it feels like a very big white flag of we want to be Golden State. We just don't have the assets to do it.
All right, so I know we were talking about basketball here, but Mike, I know you'll love to see it. Baseball is making big breaking news. So in breaking news on 105 through the Fan is presented by Beat the Streak. For tips to win $5.6 million prize, listen wherever you get your podcast. This comes per Ken Rosenthal on Twitter, at Ken Rosenthal. I'll read it verbatim. Breaking. John Daniels out as Rangers president of baseball operations, sources tell Ken Rosenthal and Levi Weaver of The Athletic.
Holy crap.
Damn.
Holy cow.
So, yeah, we've also gotten the press release from the Texas Rangers, and we'll take an opportunity to read it during the break. But the big headline is John Daniels relieved of duties as Texas Rangers president of baseball operations.
We've been discussing this at length and I think we might have to just go ahead and kill Gridiron Gravy here, because we've been discussing the tenure of John Daniels for a very long time. And then we asked the question, Mike, yesterday, what did he mean whenever he said they would address that somewhere down the line of what his accountability and his role is? Damn. John Daniels out as the GM and president of baseball operations for the Texas Rangers as of today. We'll talk about it next on The Fan.
Hi guys, it's Andrew. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction and sick of the pills? Well, today, Wednesday, August 17th, we're running a one-day special you won't want to miss out on. South Valley Medical Clinic uses the most powerful form of wave therapy. This is a technology clinically shown to repair blood vessels.
segment on the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in barricade rental is buyersbarricades.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and it's kind of amazing. The Hagelin baby comes into the world, and all of the Rangers news is going down.
That's what Ray
week.
Davis was waiting for.
Yeah, it has been.
Let's call up Kevin and see if he wants to come on and talk about it.
See what Baby Noah's doing
let's
right
talk to
now.
Noah. Why would we talk to Kevin?
The breaking news that did happen just moments ago, and breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by Beat the Streak for tips to win $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Is that John Daniels is out from the Texas Rangers, and he has been fired. And this is 2 firings now. Elvis
In the middle of the season?
In the middle of the season, or as we get towards the end of the season,
all right,
that are huge transitions for this club and brings out a lot of questions now about what the future of this club is going to look like. So let's turn to our friend, pre- and post-game show host, Jared Sandler. Jared, how shocked are you at the moment about what's going on?
Corey, I'm shocked that it happened today. If you would have told me that this was going to happen at the end of the year, I would not have been surprised. As a matter of fact, I think it was heading in that direction on his own volition, though. You know, when they hired Chris Young, and again, that was John Daniels' desire. He wanted to find someone to allow him to take a step back. And I think JD, who's been with the Rangers in some capacity now for 20 years. Very much wanted to be a dad and wanted to be a husband more than he was able to in that role. But I would be lying to you if I told you I was not surprised that it went down today and kind of transpired with that release. And I guess that's the best way I can answer that.
I know, Jared. I'm shocked. I just felt like John Daniels was going to, I know that move away from doing baseball responsibilities, but I just thought he would be kind of part of the Rangers organization for a while longer. Is there, because this is kind of every 24 hours, something happening now, is there other people that are going to be let go now, or is that going to possibly happen in the off season?
Yeah, I guess this is Chris Young's department now. And so, I imagine, every organization has changed since every offseason, obviously, but I imagine that, that certainly will be the case now. Give Chris Young a chance to, pick the guys, he wants to stick around and make some of the hires that he'd like to make. So, it's obviously too early, unless we learn of certain things, today at the press conference. But yeah, I imagine that he's going to now, really have his fingerprints all over this. If this in fact is his department to run.
The press conference, by the way, will be carried right here on 105.3 The Fan at 2:45 today during the G-Bag Nation.
I know, Jared, this will probably be a question for Ray Davis because you're not him, but do you think Ray Davis knew a few days ago he was going to do this, or maybe the response from fans and media that they were disappointed with John Daniels' acquisition of talent over the last 5 to so years, that he just said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and do it now too, so the fans that are really upset with John Daniels also get satisfied too?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So the first part of the question was, did he know 2 days ago, right? I don't know. I thought JD's answers were telling, not only in the press conference but on the Fan, about how there'll be a time for him to receive that evaluation. And right now, he was just saying the focus was on getting Tony Beasley acclimated in that role. And maybe he knew that something like this was coming. Maybe I can't imagine anything's changed Ray Davis's mind in the last 2 days. But maybe JD also knew something like this was coming, or maybe it totally caught him off guard. This really was a surprise. I'd say with the Chris Woodward stuff, we saw this coming, right? It was just, you knew that something like this might be happening, and you could start to get a sense that, my understanding was the opinion I had, and I think I even shared it with you, Mike, the other day, was that we very well could be having this conversation at the end of the year, and it would be JD deciding to take a step back. So for it to go down this way, I'm obviously caught off guard. I think a lot of people are. So I can't, I don't even know that I've had time to formulate thoughts and opinions on it, but I can't imagine anything's changed in Ray Davis's mind over the last 48 hours.
Ray Davis must feel at this point that they are close enough to like as far as talent goes to make that transition into being a competitive team. That's what he actually said. The bottom line is we have not had a winning record since 2016 and for much of that time and have not been competitive in the AL West division. And he thinks they're heading in the right direction, but he's looking at this business-wise going, we need to pep up. We need to make a transition at the top so that people understand the urgency with which I want this team to understand where we should be competitively. That's kind of what I'm gathering right now is the not that the leadership was failing miserably from Ray Davis's perspective, but that a complete new voice might be something that really gets the team to realize what they should be looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, that's, obviously, yeah, that, I mean, just in general, they, as Ray indicated, they, I think in his statement, they just have not competed at the level in which, they expect to compete. And, it's one thing to enter into a rebuild right away, and let's say in 2017, and it's you're still kind of on the uptick in that process. But the reality is, not many GMs get to hire a fifth manager, right? And just because typically that means that things are not going smoothly, and the Rangers are not going to make the playoffs this year. They have not made the playoffs since 2016. Haven't won a playoff series in, much longer than that, obviously. And I think the expectation is, for this to be a championship caliber club. And obviously the ownership felt like this was the way to go. I'm going to say this, and I know that John Daniels has been a hotly debated figure in Rangers conversation for years. I don't know, what he wants to do next. Does he want to take some time off? Does he want to get back? And, I have no idea. But, if anyone thinks that the John Daniels tenure or era here was anything short of a big success, no matter what your lasting taste is, then you're incredibly mistaken, because that's the guy who orchestrated the best years in franchise history. And, there are a lot of stuff that, happens that none of us are even privy to, and certain challenges and obstacles. But, I'd also say that through some tough times, social justice stuff, and maybe this is going to tick people off, in the pandemic, I thought the leadership he demonstrated was something that a lot of people who were tied to the organization in some capacity were proud to be a part of. And so, but he was, not many GMs stick around as long as he did, and for a reason. I know that there are people who are happy right now. I know there are people who are celebrating. I get it. I see all the conversation, but and not to say that Chris Young isn't going to now orchestrate the next wave. I'm super impressed by Chris, and excited to see what this looks like under his watch. But the John Daniels era here was a success, and anyone who thinks anything short of that is, like I said, very mistaken.
So, Jared, this is more of just work off my thought here. I'm just wondering right now, are we starting to get away from how much – I'll talk to you in a second, Ryan Dries. How much – there's been analytic baseball put into the game. And I don't know, because Chris Young obviously played 10 plus years in the major leagues. He likes analytics. He understands how valuable they can be to a team. I'm just wondering with this, if the Rangers, there's a few teams that look like they're going, hey, we really like analytics and we know that they're valuable to winning baseball in today's era, but maybe we've gone a little bit over the top on how much we're relying on them. I'm just a thought on this John Daniels situation and moving forward with the Texas Rangers.
So my response to that, and maybe I'm mistaken, But I think if anything, it's the other way. I know that the character type is John Daniels is Ivy League guy who didn't play, and Chris Young is, athletes, two-sport athlete who did play Major League Baseball. But John Daniels' background, like John Daniels was not, an analytics nerd guy. Like that wasn't his thing. As a matter of fact, the Rangers were probably slower to adopt analytics because John Daniels was a big champion of scouting and the way things were done. Now, I'm not saying that all of his ideas were not modernized in any way, but the idea that this was a front office under his leadership that was, at the forefront of analytics, that was not the case. And Chris Young is, I think under his watch, the Rangers have hired Darren Willman, who is was one of the biggest R&D free agents, so to speak, the guy who created the website Baseball Savant, which, now Major League Baseball has absorbed. The analytics department has grown tremendously under Chris Young's watch. And my understanding, and maybe we'll really get to see now that he's kind of on his own leading the way here, is that he is a huge fan of this, that this is a big, important thing for him. And maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know that this is an indication that they're going away from that. If anything, I think they're standing firm and maybe even leaning a little more into it.
Wow. Okay.
So I think the only thing left to ask then, Jared, is are Nolan and Wash coming back then? Is that what's going to happen here?
Yeah, and the Nolan JD stuff is, it's unfortunate that was, that manifested the way it did.
They're linked. It's linked forever. That definitely is.
Yeah. No, they are. And it's unfortunate, but, I think now that neither of them are a part of the organization, I think it's fair to say that the Rangers benefited from both of those guys, right? It didn't need to be one or the other. Nolan Ryan, in the role that he filled with the Rangers, benefited the organization tremendously. And John Daniels, in the role that he filled, benefited the organization tremendously. And Nolan Ryan is in the Rangers Hall of Fame. And, I imagine John Daniels one day will be there as well. And hopefully they can now be, each as time passes, celebrated. Obviously Nolan is. Hopefully they both can be celebrated, and it doesn't have to be this adversarial, one versus the other conversation.
Well, Jared, I really appreciate your time, man. I know you're about to go get on the phone and be talking to everybody, and you'll have some more information as we go along with this. Really always appreciate you hopping on with us, bud.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And I'm sorry, this caught me off guard like it did a lot of people. So I know I probably sound shocked, and that's because I genuinely am.
All right, man. Hey, you get after it. And that was not a condescending bud, by the way. It's always love for you, man.
See you guys.
There goes Jared Sandler.
On Noah's birthday.
On Noah's birthday. Can you believe this, man? Wow.
Just can't let Noah have his shine.
All right, so 877-881-1053. I want you to text in. May even consider taking calls here.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea.
I think we should. I think there are a lot of Tolos out there.
I'd love to hear responses right now.
All right, let's get after that next here on The Fan.
We're taking over your smart speaker. Hope you don't mind. Tell it to play 105.3 The Fan. And thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
Hey, man, I want you to get into a fantastic Chevrolet right there for my friends at Platinum Chevrolet. Unlock this awesomeness of possibilities, new adventures, and new points of view with the brand new redesigned 2022 Silverado.
A Fan.
All right, Mike, I need you to get on the Twitch right now, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. I need you to let me know what everybody on the Twitch is thinking. 877-881-1053. Go ahead and text in your thoughts on this.
I talked to Ryan Drees.
We'll be taking calls in just a moment. The news is John Daniels was fired as president of baseball operations for the Texas Rangers. Your friend Ryan Drees,
former Texas Ranger.
What are his thoughts?
He just was surprised, too. He just, after kind of, I think, like me, it's kind of usually if you're firing the general, well, I know he's president / also working, right? When they had the press conference, Chris Young and JD were pretty much saying, look, this is a group thing. This isn't a me thing, and then he does this and I do that. It's a group thing. Is usually when you're firing a baseball decision maker and the manager, you do it the same time. You usually don't say we're going to separate these by 48 hours and make another major headline in your organization. And I don't know this, but I'm wondering this. I have no clue if Ray Davis over the last 48 hours kind of maybe listening to our station, maybe listening to his friends that are season ticket holders, said, man, there's a lot here that people are upset with John Daniels over the last 6+ years. He's going to retire at the end of this year or maybe at the end of the 2023 season, maybe to appease the fans, maybe to make them feel it's not Woody's fault, it's JD's fault. I'll get rid of JD too and make hopefully everybody feel better about where we're headed. And this is now leadership under Chris Young. Without a doubt now we know every baseball decision from this day forward is Chris Young's decision.
From the 469, when they let Woody go, I felt like they were halfway there. I don't blame JD for everything, but he's been in charge of a team that has done very little to develop talent in-house, especially pitching. He has to own that. And Mike, I think that's, one of the questions we'll get into is, when you have a new GM and Chris Young, I don't know. This is where I'm kind of like trying to figure out a lot of things. How much of the Seager and Simeon move was him saying to JD and Ray Davis, we have to get talent, and we have to get talent now. And then they saw that, and Ray Davis goes, dude, I like this guy. I like what this guy's doing. He said, hey, let's go get Jack Leiter. Hey, let's get another let's get pitching. Let's get assets. And Ray Davis was like, I like what this guy's doing, because there were questions, Mike, about how much work Chris Young was actually getting. Was John Daniels still controlling everything behind the curtain? Or was Chris Young getting a full plate of, hey, here you go? Yeah. Or my other question is, was he just always the guy in waiting? Was he always hey, JD is going to show you how to do a lot of this stuff, and then he's going to move on, and you're going to take over? Lots of different questions here.
Yeah, I don't know. I have so many thoughts. I'm just throwing thoughts out there. I just want the people to realize, as we get your thoughts too on this, is I'm just wondering, does Ray Davis and JD have such a great relationship? And I don't know this, but hey, JD, instead of retiring, and I don't know how much money's on JD's contract. I don't believe JD's contract is public, but if I let you go, you get all the money because I'm firing you. You're not retiring. So I'm throwing it. I don't know. Like I am shocked right now with the news that John Daniels has been fired as president of baseball operations by the Texas Rangers. So I'm just trying to put together all these thoughts and theories inside my head and not knowing what is true and what is not, because Ray Davis here on 105.3 The Fan at 2:45 will give us his thoughts on why Chris Woodward, why John Daniels, and why not together.
Man from the 325 loved JD. If Cruz catches that ball during the you-know-what game, the fans would have a different perspective on that man. Maybe so. Maybe, absolutely, maybe so. And I will tell you, from that point on, JD was chasing that. He was chasing, trying to, moves that he made, depleting the farm system, the moves that he made, he was chasing that. And now here they are, refurbished with a very good future in front of them. And he steps away, or Ray Davis says, I relieved you of your duties. Let's go to the phones, 877-881-1053. Let's go to Cody in Burleson. Cody, you're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What's up, man?
Dudes, I'm like Ricky Bobby. I'm not sure what to do with my hands.
Uh-huh.
Now, like you guys said, we're about to get Chris Young's fingerprints all over this. Jared brought in the scouting aspect. Are we about to clean house with all of Daniel's guys and do what you guys have been planning all along and hiring the L.A. scouts the Tampa scouts, the Oakland scouts. Let's go Rangers.
Man, love that from Cody in Burleson right there. And Mike, that's something we've discussed is, Mike, one of my questions here is when a GM comes in, how much do they clear? And development's been miserable for 30 years. Like, I mean, we can go back to the last 10, 12 years. I did a study on it. You and I worked hard on that. They haven't been good. There's one guy that's been JD's guy the entire time, and I don't want to call him out particularly, but developing has been
Kip
bad.
Fagg. You can say the scouting director has been Kip Fagg, and that is one of John Daniels' guys that he really trusts, really likes. He's been the head leader, runner of the draft. Now, you could say, if you're, let's say you're Kip Fagg from one standpoint, you could say, man, I really think we've drafted talented guys. I don't think maybe the guys that are coaching them from ages 18 to 24 years old have done a great job of coaching them. I don't know, right? I'm not in the Rangers organization, but I do wonder about the scouting director. Now, I know if you want to see how Jack Leiter does, how Kumar Rucker does, who Brock Porter, if I have the 4th round pick's name right, and some other guys, we're going to have to wait 5 to 7 more years on that. Like literally, if you're going to say, hey, I want to see how this new crop does, well, that's a 5 to 7 year process of waiting on that. So I do think, I don't know how many people, I don't know who they are, but I do think more people will be let go. Not today, not tomorrow. Maybe I'm wrong about that too. But I do think going into the 2023 season, more people will be let go in this organization.
All right, let's go back to the phones here, 877-881-1053. And let's go to line 3, Reggie, if we can. Let's go to Bryce in Stephenville. Bryce, you're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
How's it going, y'all? Hey, I just had a quick question. So with Woodward gone and now John Daniels gone, what does this mean for Simeon and Seager's mindset since they were the guys that brought them in, and what's the future look like for that?
Great question. And Mike, you've been on a team where managers have been replaced and so forth, and the mindset of the player, I think, is I have to prove myself to a new GM or a guy that actually knows me. I don't think things change that much other than whoever the manager is that they bring in, they have to say, look, we're ready to be leaders for this team. But with the GM, I think he already has his mind made up there.
I think in the next 48 hours to, let's say, 1 week, Chris Young has a lot of phone calls to make to agents. It's really agents that are talking to the general manager, not the players, for the most part. I mean, there's maybe special relationships here and there, but it's where agents are going, well, what direction are you headed? Is my guy part of your future plans? So that's where, and really, let's face it, besides Seager, Simeon, he's not even on the team right now, Josh Young, John Gray, who else? Who else has a situation where it looks like, obviously, Jack Leiter, who's still a year or so away from being on the team, who else has cachet in the major leagues or from their draft pick status that says, what about my guy? Where does he stand? Like Adolis Garcia's agent can't call up and start saying, what's going on in this organization? We don't want to be a part of it if this is going on because we're a John Daniels guy. Like, all right, fine. Like, you're an average player in Major League Baseball. We're not that concerned about that situation. But Chris Young does have some conversations with agents coming up and maybe a few players and just kind of giving an idea of the direction.
Well, I am kind of curious, Mike, because you said that if Martin Perez was traded, then that signals to Seager and Simeon, who you paid and said you wanted to build a winner. Hey, maybe we're not building this winner that we thought we were coming here to build.
But
so does this change their mind when they go, oh, new manager, like new perspective next year?
I don't know because no team does it this way. I've said this. David Murphy came on the air and said this in the offseason. No team does it this way. Almost every team, Houston Astros, recently Toronto Blue Jays, almost every team, unless you have a crap load of money like Steve Cohen of the New York Mets, you develop a team first from your minor leagues. Then after that team starts developing, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Bo Bichette, some other guys there, then you say, what do we need to add? We need to add Springer. We need to add a starting pitcher. We need everything, add 2 guys, and let's start building around them. Seager and Simeon knew what they were getting into. they were going to be built around without having pieces built already. So it's a weird situation. The Rangers are in a weird situation. I hope it all works out, and here pretty soon they're a competitive team. But it is a very different way the Rangers went to going to try to build a winner is we haven't developed yet. We're going to buy 2 premium players with nothing developed around them and see how it goes.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, John Daniels fired by Ray Davis today. Chris Young will assume all of those responsibilities at this time. Let's go to the phones, 877-881-1053. Joseph in Salina. Joseph, you're on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. What's up, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks so much. This is a long time coming. I kind of feel like when Chris Young was hired on with this team, it was always going to be this weird dynamic between the two of them. I mean, you never knew who was running the show. You kind of knew John Daniels was the GM by name only, and we appreciate what he did for a time being. But with Chris Young in the room, too, it's like, when do I get to make a call? You need to make a call. I next need to make some of these calls, and there's all they're called as well. So I think at some point they had to do this, and I'm glad they did it today.
Thanks, and make sure when you're calling in, make sure you have a good cell.
Well, you know what? You got a good point. He is in Salina, and that's a very difficult area to have a tower. But he's right. It did kind of feel like there was always going to be this, a little bit of awkwardness between them. They seemed to make it work well. And I do feel like there's a possibility that JD did a good job of setting him up for success down the road. Like they put together something, Mike, that looks like it could be on its way to turning that corner. They're just, as Ray Davis is saying, the leadership portion of it, some things needed to change. Let's go to Derek in Keller. Derek, you're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What's going on?
What's up, guys? Big shout out to Kevin. Congratulations on making Noah today. But I just wanted to agree with kind of what Jared had said. You know, it's hard to disagree that John Daniels did a lot of great things here, but over the past 6 or 7 years, not having won a record, it was time for a change. But a lot of people want the feel-good story of bringing Wash back and riding the ship, riding the program. But I think that now that John Daniels is gone, we're actually further away from that. I just wanted to get your thoughts.
Further away from winning? Is that what he's saying?
Further away from bringing Wash back.
Okay. I don't know that. I think that's a good comment, a good theory. I will say this to the last caller, and I don't know who made the Spencer Howard, Kyle Gibson trade. From what we hear, and I don't know, is at that point last year, Chris Young was more dealing with the draft, making sure that Jack Leiter was their guy. And I don't, and this is where I think that it was a great comment of now we know Chris Young now is making the trades. Chris Young is making the signings. Was it Chris Young's idea that it's going to be Corey Seager and Simeon, or was that Ray Davis's idea? Like, I don't care. Just go get 2 premium players so we have something to come watch in 2022 because I'm afraid that people won't show up if we just keep totally rebuilding with a team that's going to lose 100 games again for the second year in a row. So there's a whole bunch going on here. But what we do know now is that Chris Young, every decision from now, we either give Chris Young credit or we give Chris Young blame.
Yeah, no, a very valid point there. And let's take this one from Chris in Alvarado. Chris, you're on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. What are you thinking, man?
Hello, boys.
Nice.
So this whole thing is I'm shocked. Now I want to get your opinion on. Do you think this would be the equivalent of, say, Steven or JJ walking away?
Steven or Jerry, this is the equivalent of Steven or Jerry Jones firing themselves and moving on from this. I don't, because except for this, because Jerry and Steven are part of the brand. Like that's their family. The Cowboys brand is their family.
Yeah, and I don't think John Daniels wanted to be the face of the Texas Rangers. When you said Texas Rangers, Jerry never wants a human being that plays on that football field to be more important than him. And so I think that's different, way different from John Daniels and Jerry Jones.
I do think John Daniels had navigated his way to the very top and was on top of the mountain. And at some point as humans, we all get to a point where we're just like, do I have to keep doing this? Do I have to keep working? Do I have to walk in every day and do this? I don't have to. You know what? It might be time for me to go. And I think that he was getting close to that point. The one thing, though, The one thing that I think that JD's walking away from and is holding his head down for is that they never won. I think that he will, very similar to Romo, very similar. Like, I think that Wash hates that. We talked with our friend Derek Holland about it, man. They know they missed an opportunity to win a championship and hold that and be like, you know what? I accomplished the ultimate prize. Mike, you played in
But they were really close. Romo was never really close.
You're right.
I
But
mean,
that's the one thing that you're sitting there going, I could never get that. And I think that for JD, again, he was chasing that every step of the way afterwards.
Well,
and then they
chasing it up to 2016.
Yeah.
They haven't chased
And they had to reboot.
From 17, and they didn't reboot.
They rebooted wrong.
I mean, even John Daniels came on and talked about this on Monday. They weren't chasing anything in 17, 18, 19, and 20. They weren't trying to rebuild. He said it. You can go find the cuts if you want to, Reggie. We were in this weird place where we weren't trying to rebuild, and we weren't really trying to go for it.
What is the next step for the Texas Rangers and so much more? We'll get into it next here on The Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the
here today is that John Daniels has been fired. The Rangers are in a new movement of transition with this team. They are no longer with Chris Woodward. Tony Beasley has taken over as interim manager, and Chris Young has taken over and assumed the responsibilities of general manager and, I guess, president of baseball operations. Maybe not with that title, but he is going to assume those responsibilities, which is he's running the club. Ray Davis is the man who looks at the bottom line, sees that attendance is down, sees that this team is not competing. And there was a sourced quote or a source's quote from last year, Mike, that said, "Why are you guys spending this money when you're not really ready to compete yet?" And the quote was, "What, do you want us to just go out there and keep getting our asses kicked like we did last year? We got to do something." So they did, and now that move's been made. Now here's the thing that I wanted to go revisit here, Mike. There was a quote from the press conference of John Daniels saying, "As far as any accountability on my part, that's something we'll address down the line." And I had no clue what that meant. I didn't know if that was meaning that there was going to be some other stuff done, that John Daniels was going to step away. I didn't know if it meant, you know what, if y'all are going to eventually forget about some of the things that I've done wrong. I don't know what it meant. But that line has stuck out for me since the day that Chris Woodward was let go. And it was when is it going to be time for John Daniels to take accountability for some of the failures of this team? There are a lot of successes that this team had, but overall, this franchise has been, when it comes to great successes. So for us to say that John Daniels, man, he led the best of the best for the Rangers in their best era, yes, he did. But it also never got to the ultimate prize, and that is the World Series championship. Mike, there is a thin line between dancing on somebody's sorrows and also understanding that there was the right time for something to happen. And what I'm seeing on the fan text right now is a lot of people saying, better late than never. It's about time. Should have happened a long time ago. There are some great things that John Daniels has done, but there are a lot of people that have been ticked off about this franchise and its ineptitude over the last 6 years for quite some time now.
Man, there's a lot to kind of digest.
Yes, for sure.
With all that, and with John Daniels being fired today, I will say this as I'm reading things too. I really trust Chris Young. Now, maybe I'm biased. I'm going to tell you I'm biased. He was my teammate in 2004. He's from this area. I know him, and I'm telling you, I think he's a baseball genius. I think that he is going to be a baseball guy first and an analytic guy second. I think Jared Sandler.
And you favor that.
Jared Sandler says I'm wrong on that. Jared Sandler believes he's going to be an analytic guy first and a baseball guy second. They have to marry each other some way.
I agree.
But in this is, I just think he is going to be impatient with people that don't get the job done. And I think that he is going to move quickly. And so with that being said, I know this is a tough day for the people that do like John Daniels. And I'm not saying I like John Daniels or dislike John Daniels. I think you have to give him all the credit that he deserves for the successful times of the Texas Rangers from approximately 2009 through 2016. Those were the best times of the Texas Rangers. But 2017 through 2021 was also all led by John Daniels. And then Chris Young has come in. We haven't seen Chris Young yet do a lot, at least that we don't know of, right? It was, as we can only go off of, it was a John Daniels / Chris Young kind of deal that was happening for the last year and a half. So now it's Chris Young's time to whatever he wants to do, whether it's redo the scouting department, redo the minor league coaching staffs. This is now Chris Young's job, and that everything going forward is up to Chris Young, and he gets the blame and he also gets the credit. He gets the responsibility, and I'm excited to see what Chris can do because I really believe he's a super smart guy and is going to get this thing going in the right direction.
Now, coming up here at 2:45 today during the G-Bag Nation, Ray Davis is going to talk. For those out there that are like, oh, I mean, that's just another press conference. Ray Davis does not talk very often. All right, this is a man that's come in.
No, I don't even know what he sounds like. I'm going to be honest. I don't even know what his voice
Heard him
sounds
talk
like.
one time, and I know he did a Q&A with the morning news very, very long ago. But he very scarcely puts his face out there. He was sitting at the front of the room during the Chris Woodward press conference, got up and left, took no questions. So for this to go down, this is very interesting, and I think it's going to be a must-hear coming up at 2:45 right here on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But I think there's also something else that goes along with this, Mike. He just spent a lot of money on 2 players.
Right.
Is the direction of this team, if you're Chris Young, are you saying to Ray Davis, I need you to go ahead and open up that checkbook one more time because I have to make some more moves if we want to be truly competitive next year? Look, I just gave you a taste. We're better. We're better than we were last year with some of the moves that I made this offseason. And they were some very significant and big moves. And we still also have to clean up this lack of ability to develop players from underneath. So we got to be able. We just drafted Jack Leiter. We just drafted Kumar Rocker and Brock Porter. And while JD was fantastic at swinging those guys for a future, player or swinging those guys as currency, I want to develop these pitchers. I want these guys to actually be able to come up into this big leagues and be effective for us. But in order to be effective next year, Ray, we have to spend some more money. Do you think that Chris Young's going to have to convince him of that? That's going to be a move that they have to get done?
That they have to spend more money? They have to. How many times do I have to say this, Corey?
Well, I know,
not to you. I'm not mad at you.
There are 3 guys that they need to develop. That has to happen too. But Mike, next year there's no pitch. Those pitchers aren't ready next year. I mean,
they do have to spend money re-signing Martin Perez. He's a free agent. They probably need to sign one other guy. I'm going to say this one more time. Please, everybody hear this. Until you develop Yordan Alvarez and Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman and Pena and Correa, who they've let go, and Springer, who they've let go, and Framber Valdez and Urquidy and Garcia and Lance McCullers and some bullpen pieces and Kyle Tucker and keep naming guys. Okay, let's go to the New York Yankees, who have a crap load of money. Aaron Judge, where did he come from? Drafted and developed. I mean, I know that they're a little bit different because they've traded for Rizzo and they have DJ LeMahieu, who is a free agent. They're a little bit different. I get it. And they signed Garrett Cole to a S-load of money. We're probably not going to have the Yankees budget. Probably not, even though the Yankees don't have the biggest budget. Everybody who's pitching for the Dodgers that I went through earlier, they were all drafted and developed by the Los Angeles Dodgers. None of them are free agents. Until we do that, I can't say this enough. We can't buy a championship here. We don't have enough money, and it's never been done in the history of baseball. Even when I look back at the 97 Marlins, 4 of their guys in their lineup were all-stars. Where did they come from? Drafted and developed from the Florida Marlins in 1997. Luis Castillo, Edgar Renteria, Jeff Conine, Charles Johnson. Then they added all these great players, Gary Sheffield, Kevin Brown, Al Leiter, all these guys. My God, it's not about spending money in the major leagues. You do have to spend it to keep it. You do have to spend to add to it. I can't buy a championship.
All right, but you agree that Jack Leiter's not the solution next year.
Not next year. No, there's no solution next year. I want to make sure that there is no solution to the 2023 Texas Rangers. No solution. I guess I can go get Aaron Judge. I can go get Jacob deGrom. I can go get Justin Verlander. I'm trying to name other free agents that I know of. Those are 3 that I know of. If I go get Jacob deGrom I got to outbid the Mets. So I got to probably go to $50 million a year. And I'm not kidding you on that number. If I want Jacob deGrom to leave the Mets, because I'm pretty sure that Steve Cohen's willing to pay him $45 million a year. Isn't he paying Max Scherzer $43 a year?
Yeah.
So he'll go over that number.
Okay.
So I got to get to $50 a year. I got to go 4 for $200 on him. On Aaron Judge, I got to outbid the Yankees, and I got to outbid probably a few other teams. So I probably got to go 8 at 45 on him. So you do the math on that. I'm probably going 8 at $300 million to feel good about possibly getting Aaron Judge. Justin Verlander, I got to get him away from the Houston Astros, who have a great chance of winning the World Series again. I probably won't give a long-term deal to him, but I probably got to go 3 at 150. So if I want to buy this thing, I got to spend probably $1.5 billion this offseason on players.
Okay, that's a lot of
do
money.
This?
I don't know if Ray Davis is willing to do that.
Or
I
develop Josh Young. I develop Jack Leiter.
How much time does that take?
It takes time. It takes 2 to 7 years. And hopefully sooner because those guys are college guys and then they're closer to being to the major league. So I'm hoping 2 to 4 years.
And what's going to be the difference in their development? Who's teaching them?
Well, I'm hoping I've drafted talented guys because if they're not, if they're just average major leaguers, I'm 5 years away.
Okay.
Because now I'm looking at, we're probably going to have a top 10 pick again this year. I mean, this year right now, I believe they have the 9th. They're right around the 8th to 10th record. There is a lottery in place for all teams that miss the playoffs. There's a lottery. I don't know exactly all the odds and everything, but most likely the Rangers are going to have somewhere between the 8th and 10th pick.
Tankathon has them at 11, but yeah, somewhere in that range.
So I literally have to develop all-stars. There's no other way to do it in the whole history of baseball. Where did Derek Jeter come from? Where did Jorge Posada come from? Where did Bernie Williams come from? Where did Andy Pettitte come from? Where did Mariano Rivera come from? Where did Alfonso Soriano come from? I can keep going down the list. Their dynasty was built through the draft and developing players in the minor leagues, and then they added unbelievable talent because they do have a lot of money.
And now, so the idea then is you drafted the talent, and hopefully those guys
Josh Young becomes a perennial all-star.
But you do at this point then, Mike, I think that the whole agreement here is you got to go in and renovate your minor league coaching. You got to go renovate some of those other things. I don't think it is scouting, but you have to renovate the process of the development of the players. Right. That's the only, like, you've moved on from the manager who word is that it was just too beach club for that team. All right. You moved on from that. Now a guy that could be the scapegoat for every decision that's been made here. You've moved on from that. What's the next bad thing for this team? It's been the inability to develop players. We have to figure out how to renovate that system now too, and it's time to go to work there. That's what's going to happen if you can't go out and spend $1.5 billion and change your entire team. So I would say, Mike, I wouldn't expect that this team is going to be contending for the playoffs next year either.
No, I've been asked when I went on with Bill Jones on the news a month ago, right around the All-Star break. He asked me, when do you think the Rangers are going to compete again for the playoffs? I said 2024. But my hope of 2024 is Josh Young. My hope of 2024 is Jack Leiter. Maybe Kumar Rocker. That's probably pretty darn quick for him to be a really contributing player at that point. My hope is Leody Taveras keeps getting better. My hope is Ezekiel Duran and Josh Smith. One of those guys really develop into kind of a Rusty Greer type of player for you. It has to be, yes, you've paid two guys a premium amount of money, and they have to play to that premium amount of money. But if I'm ever going to be good at baseball again, I got to have Josh Hamilton. I got to have Ian Kinsler. I got to have Michael Young. I got to have Nelly Cruz. And I know they are all brought in differently through different trades in the minor leagues. Ian Kinsler was a drafted and developed player. I got to have Mitch Moreland. I got to have Colby Lewis. I got to have Derek Holland. I got to have Neftali Felice. I got to have Matt Harrison. Even look at your own team, Texas Ranger fans. 2010 and 2011, you developed that team. You didn't buy that team. It's the way to do it. It's the only way to do it. And when they start doing that, when Chris Young, who I believe will figure it out at some point, when they draft and develop a championship core, we can have fun again.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, we can go into some Mike Likes It, or we can stick with some more of this Rangers discussion, but I think that we kind of stick with Mike Likes It's Rangers discussion.
I have Mike Likes It Rangers discussion, and based off of Fernando Tatis Jr., what is ringworm next?
Coming up in the next
KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Big changes with the Texas Rangers, and we are the home of the Texas Rangers. 2:45 press conference featuring Ray Davis coming up here on during the G-Bag Nation today, so we'll have that rocking along. Mike, I know we were getting into Mike likes it, but I did have a list of things because
I want to do the list. I think this is a great list.
Again, there is a fine line between dancing on somebody's sorrows, is what the way I used that earlier, or dancing on somebody's grave, or and being like, you know what, I'm happy that this move was made. And for the last 12 years, John Daniels has done he did get the Rangers to a great place right there on the cusp of it. They didn't win. And as Rangers fans, I think, we've all been beaten by that moment that they did not win. And maybe John Daniels was the best that this Rangers group has ever had when it comes to GMs. And that doesn't mean, though, that there aren't better options out there. And maybe Chris Young can be the mastermind behind the next phase of that. And we don't know what Chris Young is great at or poor at yet. We haven't seen it.
Right.
But we do know that John Daniels was really good at one particular thing, and midseason trades seem to be it. I do remember, Mike, a time when Nolan did say, look, man, midseason is tough. You're in between a rock and a hard place because you need this, and teams know they can hold you over the barrel. And John Daniels was able to make moves that flipped this team from whatever they were to being a little bit better. And again, I think that there were a lot of poor moves by John Daniels, some moments that really did not work. And I understand the Nolan contingent and the Wash contingent that will blame everything on him there. I get that. But I do want to look back at some of the things that this club was able to do because of John Daniels. The Morning News has this up, Mike, number 10, the Benji Molina trade. That's one of his really good trades, and it was July 1st, 2010. They traded they traded Michael Caine and Chris Ray for Benji Molina. Maybe insignificant to a lot of people, but he's your catcher in the World Series.
Yeah, it's when you get to how am I adding to a really good team?
Yeah.
And when you look at it, obviously, I'm going to be honest, I don't even know if those guys made the major leagues.
Mm-hmm.
They might have. I don't know. But it sounds like you traded two guys that ended up not being able to play Major League Baseball, or at least contribute in a way that we would remember their names, for a guy that helped you, especially when he hit for the cycle. That was worth it.
Yeah. David Murphy, traded by the Boston Red Sox with Angel Beltre and Kassan Gabbard to the Texas Rangers for Eric Gagne and cash. And Mike, I know you love Murph.
Yeah.
I love Murph gave us the like a boss quote, so I'll always love him for that.
I mean, I don't want to give away all the trades, and I'm not going to say any more, but this is when John Daniels was at his best. And this is right around that 2007 time. He makes a really bad trade. I think he'd even tell you it was a really bad trade. Trading general manager Chris Young and Adrian Gonzalez and I think one other piece to the San Diego Padres. That was almost like it felt like they took advantage of a young general manager who might have not, been ready to handle all that responsibility. But after that trade, John Daniels made about 4 to 6 trades that then got you a championship team.
All right, here's another one. Nelson Cruz, traded by the Milwaukee Brewers with Carlos Lee, who I think Carlos Lee was the one we were like, oh, we're excited about this. This is 2006.
Yeah.
For Julian
Minchie, right?
Cordero, Francisco Cordero, Kevin Minch, and Lance Nix, which all those guys, we loved them as Rangers. Not sure, how great their careers were after that. But Nelson Cruz was the Babe Ruth of the minor leagues at that point.
Well, I played against him. He wasn't that.
Okay.
I mean, he was. I was in Tucson in 2006 when he was in Nashville. And he was good. Don't get me wrong. But, I mean, it wasn't like, oh, man, this is the best hitter in AAA. He was good. And then it's weird that one's on the list, Corey, because of this. The Rangers designated him for assignment, so they didn't even want him.
Yeah.
As in, like, well, look, we don't think you should be on the 40-man anymore. And luckily, nobody picked him up. And Nelly and the Rangers, I don't know if they came to an agreement or they just said, hey, you're still staying here. But luckily, they were able to keep him through going, we don't think you can really do it anymore, but who knows? And then luckily, it all turned out great.
In 796 games over 8 seasons, he had 2 All-Star selections and he slugged .495 and hit 157 home runs, which both rank in the top 10 in franchise history. And again, Wash told us on air right here, you're not in the World Series without Nelson Cruz that year in 2011. The next one, Mike Napoli, traded by the Boston Red Sox with cash to the Texas Rangers for cash. So they basically gave cash to the Red Sox and were like, we want this guy.
I think he went.
That's 2015 when he came back. But the move they made, I think they bought him. They got him as a free agent. But this is another time where they got him back in the midseason. But Mike Napoli move was a smart move, man.
Both of them were. And that was getting him from the Angels the first time and then getting him back here in 2015. Obviously, they struggled to get him in the lineup as in this. They knew they needed his bat, and they were trying desperately to hide him in left field at times. But, yes, that was a very good move to bring Mike Napoli back. He had a much bigger impact in 2011
yes, for sure.
than 2015. But, good move.
This one's interesting because it's last year. Joey Gallo's trade, getting back Duran, Otto, Trevor Hauver, and Josh Smith.
Will that be considered John Daniels' last move?
Maybe so. Maybe it will be his last move, and maybe it will be the first Chris Young move. I don't know exactly how we look at that in the future, because I think anything good that happens from now on will consider Chris Young. So maybe that's
What number is this on the list?
This is number 4. There are 3 really good trades coming up, Mike.
We already know what number 1 is.
Hold on.
But
number 3, Cole Hamels and Jake Diekman in.
All right.
That's in 2015.
Yeah.
Jake Diekman
they were 500. I think they were 51 and 51 or something at the time.
They trade Alfaro, Asher, Eichhoff, Matt Harrison, Jake Thompson, and Nick Williams for those 2 guys. And I think you were getting Cole Hamels thinking about the next season, but all of a sudden, shot in the arm, bam, they're on their way to the playoffs.
Yeah, and Diekman was great for you there.
I don't know that you know what number 1 is.
Well, I mean, there's 2 that are left that should be there.
Which
one
is
the Atlanta Braves trade, where you trade Mark Teixeira for a crap load of players that pretty much all work out for you in a good way. And Ron Mayhay, I believe, was also in that trade too.
Okay, then how would you rank these 2?
And then Josh Hamilton, trading for Josh Hamilton.
Interesting, that's not on the list.
That's where I think they messed up.
I don't think that was a mid-season trade.
Oh, because it's off-season.
Yeah, that might
had
be
to
it.
Be mid-season trades.
Number 2 is Cliff Lee.
Okay.
That clearly put you in position. Like, that was the moment that you became a contender.
Without him, you still haven't won a playoff series ever. Ever.
Single-handedly.
I mean, maybe 2011 you do, but think about the difference is you don't trade for him. You obviously don't win Game 5 in Tampa Bay. I mean, I get there's a lot of people that contributed, a lot of people that got you to the World Series against San Francisco. I'm not taking anything away. If you don't have Cliff Lee to pitch the 2 games that he pitched against Tampa Bay, you're not advancing to against the New York Yankees. Then Cliff Lee in Game 3 in the deciding 1-1 who's going to win Game 3. This kind of shifts the momentum towards that other team. Cliff Lee pitches a gem there in that situation. So that trade there is the reason you're in the 2010 World Series.
He only allowed 3 base runners and struck out 13 against Andy Pettitte in that game, Mike. A shutout for 8 innings and only allowed 3 base runners. That's how awesome that
Even I've
was.
talked to Murph about this after the Yankees came back in Game 1. I believe the Rangers were up kind of 5-1 after 6 or 7 innings, and the Yankees came back. Even the feeling with the Rangers were as confident as they were with themselves and their team, like, it is the Yankees. They are the champs. And they just were that we beat them, and they figured out a way to come back and beat us with CJ Wilson on the mound, one of our good pitchers. But then luckily you win Game 2, and then Game 3 you go to New York, and Cliff Lee's like, it don't matter. Watch this.
Yeah, man. I want to talk to Murph more about like the mentality, like what Cliff Lee was saying, or was he walking through the locker room, crotch first, just like, I got this. I want to know more. All right. And then the last one, obviously, the Mark Teixeira trade with Ron Mayhay, Atlanta Braves for Neftali Feliz, Bo Jones, Elvis Andrus, Matt Harrison, and Saltalamacchia. And listen, Neftali Feliz was really, really talented pitcher. He struck out Alex Rodriguez. That's in history.
He's
for the
rookie of the
Rangers.
year. He was an all-star and a closer.
Elvis Andrus was your shortstop in the World Series 2 straight years. Matt Harrison was, man, if not for the injury, he was a solid pitcher that Nolan loved, by the way.
He's everything I wanted to be.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, I even got mistaken for Matt Harrison at a Maverick game, and they got mad. The person got mad at me because they're like, "Hey, Matt," and I'm like, "Oh no, Mike," and they're like, "No, we know. I know you're Matt Harrison." I'm like, "No, I know we look alike, and maybe even move the same way, being left-handers with bad backs, but I'm not Matt Harrison." And the guy got really mad at me that he thought I was lying, that I was just Matt Harrison not telling the truth.
How dare you? Honestly,
Yeah, very good question there, Reggie. Listen, for everything that we want to hate about JD. He didn't pick up the phone and say, "Hey guys, we all do a good, nice thing and talk nicely about me here." No, we know a lot of the hatred that went there, but also the history of this Rangers team. There was a lot of success because of him. But again, like I said, that doesn't mean that there can't be better success with somebody else. And now it's Chris Young's opportunity to put that foot forward. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, lots of options here. Could bounce back into the C block here in just a second. Let's go ahead and look at some gridiron gravy real quick next on the Fan.
All right, you got some vacation.
Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I'm still kind of curious about a lot of these things that are going on with the Texas Rangers, the timing of this whole thing, the future that it holds, and we're going to bounce back into that coming here at 1:20. And don't forget Ray Davis, who very scarcely talks, will pop on at 2:45 for a press conference with the G-Bag during the G-Bag Nation.
I'll be lightly pedaling my Peloton listening to that.
So here's what go ahead and start making your plans now, because Reggie, my kids get out of school at 2:45. So I'm gonna have to.
You'll be in the car.
I'm gonna sit in the car. Usually I get out to go in. I'm gonna roll the windows down and turn it up as loud as I can, and then step away like 5-10 feet from the car and just wave my hands at the kids and say,
they got phones. Just send them a text. Come outside.
My kids don't have phones. My Avery has a phone.
Tell Avery to get the kids.
Avery's at a different school. It's okay. You
don't
understand
better. Won't it always be? This is how it is, Reggie. When you have kids, you'll find out eventually. Is
you think
when you're in the car and you want to know about their day and everything, they don't say a word.
I want to talk to you.
When you need to listen to a press conference or you have a phone conversation that you have to have at that moment, it's just unfortunate. I have to have this conversation right now. I know you're getting in the car and I want to tell you how much I love you and how your day's gone and you don't want to talk to me at all. Aren't those the moments, Corey, where they want to open up and just start talking all that? And you're just like,
my gosh,
give me 10 minutes, man. 10 minutes and I want to hear all about it.
Mike,
but I can't hear about it right now.
I sit down to play a video game for the first time all day long. I finally have a chance to relax just a little bit. And they're screaming and hollering at me. Hey, I need this, I need that. I'm like, come on, y'all could have needed this 3 hours ago. But like I said, this press conference coming up here at 2:45 should be very interesting because Ray Davis very scarcely talks. But now it seems like, hey, look, I made these big moves.
Yeah.
It's time for me to take on the role of letting y'all know why these moves are being made. And again, Ray Davis is a guy that likes to go in, doesn't want to be the face, but wants to go in and check the bottom line and make sure that his company is financially doing well and performing well. And the Rangers were not performing well. And I'm gonna bet that has a lot to do with the decision. And I think there's some urgency when it comes to Ray Davis of wanting to win now, wanting to make sure that this thing gets seen through and is competitive right now. And I'm glad that this owner, Mike, we talked about this with all the other teams in DFW. Is there urgency with Jerry Jones? Doesn't feel like it. Feels like they're cool with things. Is there urgency with the Mavericks? They made a big, bold move this last offseason. It worked out awesome for them. This is a very bold move by Ray Davis, and it seems like there's some urgency to go ahead and make this a winner immediately.
And just a little weird just because you fire a manager, then 2 days later fire president / I know doing probably some GM duties too. It's just kind of sometimes I feel like, I don't know that you let go of both of them on the same day.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
But I don't know.
But, we'll bounce.
What do I know?
We'll bounce back into this conversation, come up here at 1:20. Wanted to roll into the C block with a little bit of Cowboys conversation here as we do at 1 o'clock every single day here on The Fan. And I found this list of X factors leading into the 2022 season. And Mike, I was very curious to get your thoughts on who they said the X factor is for the Dallas Cowboys going into the season. Now, X factor is a weird word because Micah Parsons,
Des Bryant, he likes throwing up the X.
Micah Parsons isn't your X factor. Micah Parsons is one of your guys that you expect to show up and be an elite player.
Okay.
So an X factor is typically kind of like in basketball, that sixth man that's coming off the bench doing something that you're like, whoa, we didn't expect that, or something like that.
Okay, so I have a couple.
Okay.
But it's not for the whole season. I brought this up to Mickey Spagnola at 10:25-ish. I think Jalen Tolbert or Simi Fehoko or maybe Noah Brown are going to have to step up big time in the first, let's say, 4 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it's proven that they can't really get open, if it's proven that there's drops, if it's proven that there's route mistakes, well, then I can just make life a living hell on CeeDee Lamb and possibly Dalton Schultz and say, let's concentrate on these two guys, which I do think they will, to see. Like, I do think that Tampa is going to go, hey, Let's see if Jalen Tolbert can play football. Let's see if Simi Fehoko can play football. I mean, literally, they've had Noah Brown for 5 or 6 years, and all he does is block. Like, it's 80% of the time when he's in, he's blocking. There's only 20% of the time that he's actually in plays where it's like a sneak play. Oh, my God, Noah Brown's running around. And so that's who you have. Those are, I guess I should throw Houston in there too.
Okay.
But, I mean, somebody there quickly, I think, has to be an X factor where we're coming in on Monday after the Tampa game or the Cincinnati game and going, wow, so Simi Fehoko might be the next Miles Austin, huh? And maybe that's way too far, but I'm just saying that I think if you don't, it's going to be tough on the offense if somebody, one of those 4 guys, isn't somewhat of an X factor to start the year. They don't have to be it all year, because if Michael Gallup comes back healthy, I think those guys can fit into your 3, 4, 5, 6 wide receiver roles pretty good.
All right. What if I told you, this is going to narrow it down a little bit for you.
You're doing a 30 for 30 right now.
What if I said, this list does not have for the Cowboys a skill position player as their X factor. Now, does that change kind of how you're looking at the rest of this then?
Well, I mean, I can see where you can list a lot of people for this.
They have Terrence Steele as the X factor. Now, Mike McCarthy talked the other day about,
if he's getting beat, you're in big trouble.
Absolutely.
There's really no replacement.
And if he's good,
Yeah.
which Mike McCarthy was talking the other day, and he's like, look, man, 2 years ago, to see how much he's developed since then. It's wild to watch him in practice and watch Micah Parsons just melt him consistently. But that's the question of, is that Micah Parsons being that good, or is that Terrence Steele being bad? And I think you kind of have to go, well, maybe Terrence Steele is getting some good lessons when it comes to playing against a guy like Micah Parsons, and that's going to help out. But you're right, Mike. If Terrence Steele in that full-time role has grown into it, and you have him and Zach Martin holding down the offensive line on the right side, this makes things a lot easier for this team, because I think that we can agree that Tyron Smith is a quality player, but Tyron Smith, we have question marks. You can't have a question mark at both tackle positions.
Yeah.
And so I see where they could say that Terrence Steele is an X factor for this team.
100%. I think you can also probably go to Biotic, because if you're getting kind of blitzed up the middle, or you're getting pushed back into the middle of the pocket, I think most quarterbacks in general would rather, they want a clean pocket, but they would rather be getting blitzed from the outside, or a guy taking a little bit of advantage of from the outside, because they feel like there's a way to step up into the pocket, get around that guy. You can go inside, different things. I'm not saying you want either one of them, but when a guy comes straight up the middle on you, or pushes that center back into your lap, it becomes very tough.
And somebody did say from the 972, put some respect on Dennis Houston's name, bro. Hey, I observed him in camp and thought, man, he's getting lots of routes. They're putting him in this position.
Yeah.
He will have to earn that respect first, though. I'm not gonna throw it at him.
Was he a free agent, rookie free agent?
I believe so. And
I'll just tell you this, brother. Good luck with that. Just because when you draft a dude in the 3rd round, and I know Simi Fehoko was also drafted not highly, it's tough to win those spots that quickly. Ask Miles Austin how quickly he won that spot. I'm not saying Dennis Houston can't be good, but it's really tough to be an undrafted free agent and beat out the 3rd rounder on the team immediately, to beat out last year's 5th round pick, who they're giving a lot of opportunity to. It might happen, but I bet it doesn't happen in the first 4 weeks of the season.
Yeah, I have a lot of faith in what Dennis Houston can do based on what I saw in camp, but it's tough to make that team. I hope he does.
Money talks.
And you know what?
To
see him with Dak is you're not going to see that in the first 3 preseason games. So how does he earn the respect of the quarterback to say, I need that guy on the field with me because I know I can trust him? You got to build that in practice somehow. And they're giving him the reps in practice. They're giving him the reps in preseason. He's getting his opportunity. I'm hoping that he can earn that respect. There was also from ESPN.com, they did the NFL bounce back players list. Every single team has a guy that they expect will bounce back this year. And I know we were talking earlier, there's a difference between bounce back and comeback player for me. A guy can have a bounce back season after having a poor season. And who do you think would be the bounce back guy for the Cowboys this year?
First of all, I like this. The Mavericks never made the conference finals in their history, and I was a kid who was in love with the Dallas Mavericks. 1987, they're the 2 seed. They lose in the first round. They get upset by the Seattle Supersonics and former Dallas Maverick Del Ellis. Do you know what next year's season was called? The Dallas Mavericks bouncing back. And they made it to the conference finals. So this means if this guy bounces back, he's going to be the 1988 Dallas Mavericks and bounce us into the conference finals?
Is that what you're saying? You're saying that this guy is going to be the reason that the Cowboys are in the NFC Championship game this year?
Jalen Smith.
Close.
Leighton Vander Esch.
Leighton Vander Esch. Leighton Vander Esch injuries they've been a problem for him. Last year,
and I know Jalen Smith isn't on the team.
Yes, okay.
I mess up a lot of things. I do know that.
But I also do think that last year, whenever they released Jalen Smith, that was a signal that Dan Quinn had a lot more to say about this team, and maybe even Mike McCarthy. But they made the decision that guy was more show. I do know there was another person that stood up and told the Jones family, "Hey, y'all need to understand that a lot of the team doesn't like this guy. A lot of players in the league think this guy's a scammer." So that's a real thing too.
What about bouncing back? As I see on the Twitch here, it could be our field goal kickers when they hit the post and it bounces back.
No. But Leighton Vander Esch would be a good bounce if he bounces back, Mike, and has
2019
to that kind of version of him. Well, I can't say that that's going to be it, but he's older. You heard Mickey this morning tell us that he said, there are some things I can teach Anthony Barr about this defense. There are things that he can teach me about the game that I need to learn too, so we can work with each other and grow there. So that would be nice to see that combo. But if he's good and if Anthony Barr are good, that just means that Micah Parsons has more freedom to be a disruptive player all over the field. And that's what you want. We can call him an edge rusher, we can call him a linebacker, whatever. I like Jerry's thought on just call him a disruptor. Because if he can do that, if your guys can hold the fort down, that's a big deal. And last year, man, he was playing against Keanu Neal. He had all these different things that he was trying to get, and then finally he got back into form. So I would love to see a bounce back year from Leighton Vander Esch.
Can I ask you this guy about bouncing back?
Yeah.
Does DeMarcus Lawrence need to bounce back to something?
He needs to bounce.
Because
I'm not saying bounce out. I'm just saying
I get how people love him and everything, and he's a solid player, and I get there's these numbers inside the numbers that he does, but I'm just looking at his career in 2017, 14.5 sacks, 2018, 10.5 sacks. And I know it's just one stat, and I get there's more than just sacks, but then 5, 6.5, and 3. I feel like there needs to be some bouncing back of DeMarcus Lawrence if you want this defense to be as good as you hope it can be.
By the way, according to John Machota, Tyron Smith, Anthony Barr, and Will Grier are all expected to practice today against the Chargers. Mike, if Will Grier is practicing today, then that probably means he's going to get the start in the preseason game. So it'll be a different look than Cooper Rush out there. So I think that's a positive sign.
Is this the first time in the history of our lifetimes that somehow, some way, and it's not the most positive way, that the Rangers are taking the headlines away from the Cowboys as preseason and football has started? This is amazing. As you're saying that, I'm like, oh yeah, the Cowboys do have a pretty major practice today that I have totally forgotten about because of the John Daniels firing. Chris Woodward recently fired. And by the way, I did talk to Woody yesterday. I forgot to say this. Woody appreciated us. He said he really liked the conversations with us. Wish he could have been around to see this team to playoff baseball and talk playoff baseball and championship baseball with us, but really appreciated coming on The Fan and getting to do the interviews with us.
Mike, thanks for doing that, man. Thanks for reaching out to him. And,
good guy.
And letting us.
And I do think he'll get another opportunity. Not next year. I don't think he's going to be a manager in 2023, but I do think eventually he's going to be a manager again in baseball.
From the 540, Fletcher Cox and Jordan Davis are going to throw our center at Dak. It might be that actually might happen. So that's kind of terrifying there. To go back real quick though on your DeMarcus Lawrence thing,
yeah,
I'm not sure what they expect from him now at this point, because at one point he was war daddy, right? All right, that's our 10 sack a year guy, and while he's been very good at getting pressure, and the rules have changed a lot to protect the quarterback, and those things happen, there is a lot of, okay, what does he do that Dan Quinn is asking of him, and is he making players around him better? Because at this point, I'm not expecting him to be a 15-sack guy anymore. But I need to know that whatever moves he's making when he's on the field, he's making an impact, and that's part of the pressure. Because I think that DeMarcus Lawrence still has something, but as far as bounce back, I would love to see a 9-sack season. That'd be awesome, man. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, who is Chris Young's sponsored guys group? Who are the guys that are Chris Young guys at this point? And more about the Rangers next on The Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk about
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyer Safety.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, I do see that Michael Gelkin is saying CeeDee Lamb is in sweats. He won't practice today. And the very physical practice that has taken place today in Costa Mesa is where they are with the Chargers. He also won't play in the preseason game, so I don't know, man. I don't know what to expect out of preseason anymore. But there's a lot of stuff going on here, and I know
I'll say that preseason football has become very more pre than season.
Yeah, you're dead on about that. But it's the G-Bag Nation right now is in there just spitballing ideas and getting this day ready as they're going to deliver to you 5 hours of awesomeness when it comes to
4.5.
Well, I mean 4.5, but that fifth hour you're going to be able to feel it reverberating.
Then the Sandman comes in.
And there's a lot to talk about. 2:45, the press conference with Ray Davis will be carried right here on 105.3 The Fan, but they get a lot of topics going on. As I was walking by, I hear Chiafalo ask a question. I walk in, you ask almost the exact same question.
Okay.
Chiafalo's question was, and I don't want to steal this too much, but he was like, "Hey, the pressure's on you now, CY. Like, what are you doing there?" And Mike, you asked me, what's he feeling right now? Like, what is Chris Young feeling? Explain more about that.
Well, Chris Young was hired by John Daniels. So John Daniels and Chris Young have had a relationship since, I'm going to guess, 2004. I mean, I knew John Daniels when I was with the Rangers organization. Chris was there too. It's a little bit weird, and I didn't know John Daniels was going to be a general manager. I remember him walking around with John Hart and I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the guy that came from the Oakland A's and San Diego Padres. Not Billy Bean.
No.
But Grady, not Grady, but something like that. Anyways, he was assistant general manager who was supposed to take over for John Hart, didn't it? It ended up being John Daniels.
Fuson.
Grady Fuson, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And so there's a relationship that has been there since approximately 2004. Very different relationship because obviously in 2006, John Daniels takes over. He trades Chris Young. So I don't know what their relationship was from that point on until, getting hired by the Texas Rangers. But I think there was a very friendly relationship there. Then John Daniels picks you.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Hey, I know you're in Major League Baseball offices, enjoying life. You've made enough money. You really don't have to work, but you're working for Major League offices. I think you would be great as a future general manager. And I want you to do this. I'm going to help you out, as in, you've never done it before. You've never been assistant general manager before. So we're going to team up on this, and eventually you're going to get all the responsibility." And so it's like this team. It's this friendship. It's this, you're my mentor, I'm your protege, and we both have different thoughts at times on where we see things or different ways of approaching things, but we believe we can make a good team together. And then eventually the power will shift. But then a year and a half later, the guy who hired you, the guy who said, "Hey, I want you to do this. I really think you'd be great at it." I don't know if really Chris Young ever really wanted to be a general manager. But he is doing it now, and I think he's going to do a great job at it. But the guy who hired him, the guy who he felt like this is going to be the guy that I'm with for a while, is now gone. And I don't think Chris Young had anything to do with this at all. This was the ownership. This was Ray Davis. I know there's more owners than just Ray Davis, but he's the main guy. Decided we're moving on from John Daniels. And whether you're excited as a fan right now, sad as a fan right now, in between there as a fan right now, I bet Chris Young isn't feeling great about this day to day. And then to Chiafalo's point, there is a lot more on Chris Young now. Now, I'm hoping that he can still, I know that John Daniels used to call up John Hart still. You might not like that he did, but every once in a while he would call up John Hart, who was his mentor, and say, "Hey, what are you thinking about this situation or that situation? This has presented itself, or this agent is saying this. Is this believable, not believable?" So I bet there's still a relationship, but it's not as employee anymore. You're kind of going outside the organization to get an opinion now.
I don't think, Mike, that Chris Young took this job without ever thinking it's time. At some point, it's going to be time for me to do this. So yeah, there definitely does have to be a, geez, man, that was my guy, and also it was kind of a buffer. That was kind of a protection for you. I kept looking at it going, hey, JD has multiple fall guys still. Now Chris Young can be a fall guy. Well, Chris Young's fall guy was now John Daniels. And so he no longer has that guy as the buffer for every decision that he makes from now on is going to be judged by Ray Davis and whoever the ownership group is, and what the successes and failures of those decisions are. So I do think there's part of him that's like, all right, it's all on me now to make this thing a winner. And if you Mike are right about him, and you think that his baseball acumen is that high and what he wants to incorporate, then this is going to be a very good move for the Rangers. Is there's kind of a fresh set of ideas, a fresh approach to things. And Mike, also don't take away AJ Preller, and there were some other names, Thad Levine. Those names went on to have some good successes as GMs, and they were working right along with John Daniels, and he didn't do quite as well without those guys around. I'm not going to say, that they're the main reason. It's just a reality that it exists.
Whether it's like it was because A.J. Preller and Thad left, or it's just, hey, it just is coincidence that they left and the Rangers weren't as good, I don't know. But it is factual that when those two guys left, I would say the second and third guy right behind JD, that it didn't go as well when they left.
When it comes to like the Theo Epsteins, like that guy right there walks in and just makes a team different. He has a vision for what the team. He has the right situation and a vision for how to make a team a winner. I hope that Chris Young has the vision for what he wants to accomplish here, but I think you and I just have decided it starts in the minor league system, and it'll grow there. Hopefully he'll have enough time. Now, my question, well, go ahead.
I have a question for you. It just popped into my head. I have no clue. Okay. I haven't talked to Chris Young at all today. I haven't talked to Chris Young in months. I saw him at the ballpark a couple of months ago and cordially said hi and because he's my buddy, but I not like buddy. Like I ask him a whole bunch. What if he's not happy about this and is like, I'm not going to do this anymore. I have no clue. I'm not saying that. I guess at 2:45 here on 105.3 The Fan, if you're a media member listening to me right now, and Chris, I don't know if Chris Young is going to be part of the press conference or not.
That's a good question too. Yeah. They said in the
like,
presser
could
that
he go, I was here with John Daniels. Now that he's not here, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm just throwing it out. I have no clue. I'm just throwing it out as like, going through my head, all these questions swirling about this.
That would be interesting considering, because I think that would blindside Ray Davis if that was to happen. But considering he said he's one of the top young baseball executives in the business, and his 21 months on the job has brought welcome energy and new ideas to the organization. I'm confident in Chris's ability to lead our baseball operations with the goal of producing a consistent winner on the field, and that he would assume those responsibilities. So I don't think that they're putting that in the presser unless there's been an agreement of, hey, here we're going to move forward with this kind of approach. Now, Mike, you asked the question of the Joey Gallo trade, and will the Joey Gallo trade be JD's last big trade?
And I have no clue who was the kind of main person to put that all together.
And maybe, and you know what? The brilliant thing would be if I'm John Blake, the PR guy, or whoever's in that organization floating things out, I would start floating that Chris Young was behind that, because Ezekiel Duran and Josh Smith look like good moves for you. How do you're in or out on Otto at this point? Still kind of waiting?
He's battling to be a fifth starter in Major League Baseball.
Okay, all right. So maybe he becomes a producer at some point as a fifth guy. But I'm kind of starting to think now, who are the Chris Young sponsored guys? You talk about this a lot. Broadus brings this up a lot. You have to have a guy in the organization that you're like, I'm his guy. He brought me in here to do this job.
Yeah, Jack Leiter.
Jack Leiter is. You think Jack Leiter is a Chris Young sponsored guy?
We interviewed Al Leiter. Al Leiter told us here on 105.3 The Fan on KNC Masterpiece. I think it was Kevin who might have kind of asked the question, is when you're looking at all the Rangers injuries that they've had over the last dozen years in their organization, and it's a very high Tommy John injury deal that happens here, were you concerned? He pretty much said, yeah, I kind of wasn't really crazy about my kid going to the Texas Rangers until I met with Chris Young, and he told me all the things that they have going on and all the things that they're moving and shaking and changing. So literally, Chris Young convinced Al Leiter, Jack's dad, that this was an okay organization to go to, that we will do everything possible to make your son the best pitcher he can possibly be. And he said, because of that, because I believe that you're not going to hurt him, that you're going to teach him right, and you're going to do the right things for him, I'll let you draft him and take him. Because all he has to say is, I'm not going there. And then it's not like Al and his wife, who I know his wife's a lawyer, it's not like they're hurting for money.
Yeah.
It's not like they could just say, hey, Jack, just go back to Vanderbilt next year and you'll get drafted by another team. Or go do the independent ball thing if you want. Like, you don't have to sign if you don't want to sign. So I do think Chris Young is a very big sponsor of Jack Leiter. It's a good guy to have as your sponsor.
Yeah.
It's a good guy to have as your sponsor. It's also a good guy to tie to, because I do think Jack's going to be a very good pitcher in the major leagues in the near future.
I'm kind of curious now then, because if we look at the Duran and Otto and Smith move as a quality move for Joey Gallo, and I don't know if Joey Gallo would ever come back, whatever.
Right.
If we looked at that, though, and go, man, that was a good move. And then we look at the Jack Leiter thing and go, man, another Chris Young, good move. And then we're going to look at the Kumar Rocker, Brock Porter moment of how they manipulated the draft in order to get two premium pitchers.
That'll be 4 to 7 years until we know.
Okay.
Here's why.
That could be a Chris Young, 5 more years type of move.
Could be, because here's the deal. Kumar Rocker was not supposed to go top 5 in the draft. Like, we started hearing rumors near the draft time that maybe he sneaks back into the top 10, but that
I heard
might
11 will a lot.
That might be a little bit of a switch, but it sounded like he was definitely going in the first round, how well he pitched at the end of independent ball. But what if the couple kids that we thought they might take end up becoming superstars? And you're like, wait a second. So we took Kumar Rocker to open up more money for a 4th round. I know he wasn't a 4th round guy. He was considered a top 15 pick.
Yeah.
So it all has to play out. That's the thing about drafts. It's not like the other sports that we love so much, football and basketball, at least for me, is that you really don't know about an MLB draft until 5 to 7 years after the draft is over.
And I'm going to look at this very, potential greatest thing that could happen, Mike, in this respect. If all those things hit, though, if all those things go well, and you look at the Joey Gallo trade as a good move, and then you look at the Jack Leiter draft as the Chris Young move, and then these two things, and they potentially turn out good. Man, Chris Young's going to look like a genius here for that. Now, the other question, though, is Garcia? Is Taveras? Are Simeon and Seager?
Simeon and Seager were signed under Chris, at least Chris Young was here. He had nothing to do with Leote being part of this organization. He had nothing to do with Adolis Garcia being part of this organization. It'd be like if you were brought in right now to the Rangers, you became his assistant general manager. You have nothing to do with Seager and Simeon. You might really like those guys and really think that those are pieces to build around. You weren't in any conversation in signing those guys or how much money to give them or how many years. You weren't part of anything that Bubba Thompson has done or Josh Young or anything. So, yeah, you can be like, I really like these guys. I want them to be part of my organization that now I'm a part of for a long time. But you have no real connection to them. If they fail, you're like,
well, I'm not even worried about that. I'm starting to think, like, are those tradable pieces?
Oh, 100%
for him. Who's not? Who's untradeable for Chris Young right now? Simeon, Seager?
No.
Wow.
Why not? What?
Their contracts are tradable?
Not really.
Okay, all right, but you're saying everybody could be on the table here.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
Yeah, I don't think Jack Leiter is. In that case, you'd have to get back something super special.
Yeah.
But I still, we don't have Mike Trout. We don't have Juan Soto. We don't have whoever you want to name, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. We just don't have those guys in our organization. Corey Seager's really good. Corey Seager, I believe, coming into this year, wasn't he ranked the 7th best shortstop in all of baseball?
Mm-hmm.
I meant there were 6 more that were considered better. I'm not sure where he's going to end at the end of this season, where they're going to put him on the new top 100 and the new top 10 shortstops in baseball going into 2023. Simeon, I believe, was 3rd, I think, in second baseman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not 100% sure, but that's very high. But it doesn't mean if somebody were to say, you know what, Marcus Simeon, like, let's say it's the New York Mets because they have all the money in the world. We want Marcus Simeon from you. I just saw where the Mets called up their number 2 overall prospect for tonight's game. let's just say they give you their number 1, 2, 4, and 5 prospect. I'm not saying they're going to do that. You're going to say, no, Marcus Simeon's off limits. We don't want that many premium prospects right now. I mean, we're probably not winning the World Series next year.
How are you going to be able to build yourself to be able to do it?
And then all of a sudden Zeke Duran moves into, that's his more natural position, right? I'm not saying they're going to shop Simeon. Simeon's probably going to be here for the next 4 years. Seager's probably going to be here for the next 3 to 5 years. I know their contracts are longer than that, but I can't guarantee you. I mean, everybody would thought Alex Rodriguez at the time was going to be here forever. He won the freaking MVP in 2003, and then the offseason happened. He kind of wanted to be moved, and they moved him.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next on The Fan.
People who call QC
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals, buyersbarricades.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, getting ready to turn things over to the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Thanks to D&M Leasing for this crosstalk. Gentlemen, how is you doing?
Terrific, Majors.
I appreciate that, Gavin. Now, did you ever think that this day would actually happen, that John Daniels would no longer be with the Rangers?
No, I did not. I always thought that he would transition to a different role with the team. Like, when Chris Young was hired, he took a half step out of that role. I thought he would, complete it and make a full step. But, maybe that's not what he wants to do. And maybe he was putting up a fight and a change of roles. I thought this ownership group liked him, and it had been together so long. And I thought he was so smooth and good as a CEO with his mindfulness and his relationships. And, he always seemed like a very level-headed guy to work for that wouldn't get into fights with people, So, yes, I am surprised that this day came, but I'm excited for change in the Rangers organization. I am.
Broadus, do you believe the idea, the concept of I hired my replacement and now I can just kind of fade off into this, and that's what JD did, or the results just weren't good enough and Ray Davis had to make a decision?
Oh, the results weren't good enough is where you're at right there. I always applaud people that are able to hire people that maybe might be smarter than them, because that's something that doesn't happen in everyday life, especially doesn't happen in sports. I know the front offices and stuff I was a part of, guys in positions where they had the opportunity to hire, never hired a guy that was smarter than them, because they're always worried about that guy taking their job. So I give JD some credit for bringing Chris on board. We've talked with Chris a bunch of times. Gavin said this a bunch of times on air. There's a lot of organizations that wanted Chris Young to come, and he was more than willing to show up here because of the hometown and all that, which is a great thing. But I have to give JD some credit. If Chris Young turns out to be a great general manager, then we need to give John Daniels credit for what he was able to do to maybe help bring him here.
Zach, I think you and I have been kind of lockstep on this. There's another move that needs to be made here, and I don't know if the Rangers, if Chris Young's prepared to make this move, but the guy who was running the team, gone. The guy who was in charge of the guys running the team, gone. They need to renovate one more section of this franchise.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is, we look back at the development, the drafting, and, I don't ever like to go after people's jobs, but if they're cleaning house, I think Kip Fagg would be the next name that we look at, right? The director of scouting.
I feel like Richard Justice tweeted out, since 2001, they have not had a successful first-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, you can go down the list of misses, whether it was Dylan Tate or Lewis Brinson, or, I mean, the even to this year, right? And we talked about this during the open of our show yesterday, the development of a Jack Leiter and Cole Winn and some of these guys that we were hoping to see in the next couple weeks, maybe be September call-ups, and, well, these guys aren't ready. And at some point, it's not all on JD, and maybe Kip was a JD guy, but if he's not there to defend and shield him anymore, I think you've got to look at that area, and that area needs to be replaced, and that's where you need to see some changes as well. And maybe you go and you pay whatever it is to get a guy from the Dodgers organization or the Braves organization or some of these other MLB teams that every year you're looking at it and you're seeing, my gosh, look at all the talent they have. I mean, the Braves, some of these pitchers they have coming up, where do they come from? But every year they've got two pitchers that come up and they're awesome. Wouldn't it be nice if that was our team?
I mean, there's a ninth rounder right now for the Dodgers who's 14-1 with a 2.5 ERA. He's a ninth round pick. I think their third round pick from a few years ago is 13-2 with a 2.7 ERA. These aren't first round can't miss guys. They're figuring out how to take guys in later rounds and then develop them into all-star premium pitchers. And we're going to have to do that. I went off Brian on that today going, look, you don't have enough money. No team in the history of baseball, as much as there's no salary cap, you can't buy a championship.
No, you really can't. But was that what you were going to try and get when you hired Woody? The Dodger influence?
I think so.
Was that, I mean,
maybe more of the field.
Where are we on that? Because I've been a part of organizations, like when I was in Philly, they were interested in what we were doing in Green Bay, and then we had the Green Bay influence, and then all of a sudden they became interested in what what the Pittsburgh Steelers were doing, and then they went back to Andy Reid with the Green Bay. So sometimes you're searching, but you're trying to hire guys that have like that background. So was the Woody hire to try and get some of those things from the Dodger organization that he'd been a part of?
I think so, but
With the architect of that instead of the byproduct, though?
Well, what you got to do is you've got to find – you'd love to have the architect, but why would the architect leave the Dodgers unless you're giving him the opportunity to run the whole show? You're going to name a guy director of scouting is what you're talking about, amateur scouting.
Yeah.
If I'm working as the director of scouting for the Dodgers and you say, oh, you could be the director of amateur scouting for us, I'm like, no, I can't be. I'm sorry.
We'll give
Not
you some
today.
horses, though.
No, you name me the general manager, I'll come in there and try and make your team better.
Okay.
But Woody, and I hear you, Woody, though, as far as I know, had no idea what was going on in scouting and kind of your lower minor leagues developing, right? Because
But he was on the major league level, right?
Right. He was the third base coach.
Yeah.
So you don't really know what's going on. Like, how's Charlie Huff's part of the Dodgers organization? He's one of my favorite pitching coaches. His game planning was unbelievable for us. And so he's like an assistant there for the Dodgers. I don't think he's a minor league pitching coach. One of their minor league pitching coach assistants to help out guys develop is I don't think as a coach in the major leagues, you really know what's going on in your minor leagues and what they're doing, if that makes sense. Because you're concentrating on the major league
If
side.
I was interested in getting a job, I would want to learn everything about the organization I worked in. Because when people interview you, that's what they do. Like, that's why Andy Reid got the job in Philadelphia the first time. He had an idea he learned from Mike Holmgren, who learned from Bill Walsh, and all of a sudden you're carrying that to your next job. You have a notebook full of things. Like when they ask you questions, when ownership asks you questions about how are you setting this up, how are you doing this, how are you handling this, what if this happens? Good ownership will ask you those types of questions, and you have to be prepared for it. So to me, if I'm going to go hire a guy, or I'll tell you what, if I'll go interview a guy from the Dodgers just to pick his brain, just to say, well, listen, how do you guys do amateur scouting?
Right.
How do you guys do college scouting? Where do you put your emphasis on high school scouting? I'm going to interview a guy and pick his brain for 2-3 days, and then I might give him the job and I might not. But I've learned everything about, because people will spill their guts. I did it with Al Davis. I sat there. Al Davis asked me question after question after question about the Dallas Cowboys. And then, it's like, okay, well, thanks, kind of a thing. And I'm like, oh, okay. But, you're trying to get a job. So I think, to me, if you hire a guy like Woody, if you're looking at that, it's like, well, he's with the Dodgers. That's a successful organization. What does he know? Can he help us with what they know? I think that would be the next thing I would talk about.
I would say that, from here until decisions are made, the Rangers are very intriguing to me. Because something's going to happen where they announce a manager, something else may fall at some point, and just kind of keeping an eye on what they're trying to do, because I don't think players are safe. When Mike was just talking about that, players aren't safe either.
Well, the thing about what's going to happen with Chris Young, his first hire is going to be a guy that he knows. It's not. I would be really shocked if it's somebody outside of maybe his comfort level, at least for that first hire. That could get you in trouble, though, too. You end up hiring a guy that's kind of your friend. Look at Mike McCarthy.
Right, we've seen how that
Mike
goes.
McCarthy, he fired 3 coaches after his first season. He should have fired Joe Philbin after last year. That's 4 coaches that he would have brought in that were his friends that he should have fired. That's kind of one of those things you have to be a little bit careful about, hiring guys you absolutely know.
All right, you guys got 4.5 hours to get after it. What do y'all got coming up on the showgram today?
Pure Gold as always. Majors, thanks for asking. We will have the Rangers press conference coming up at 2:40, 2:45.
All right, man. That's Ray Davis there talking today, and you don't hear him talking that much, so I think that is must listen 2:45 right here.
Please
on the
ask
G-Bag
tough questions.
Nation.
Please ask tough
and
questions.
And we will have a very special surprise guest co-host tomorrow. By the way, did want to throw out, baby Noah did arrive. So Kevin did have his child. Congratulations to them. It was like
9 cigars for everybody.
9-7. I was going to say like a 60-pound baby, but 9-7 sounds good
Where's
too.
the after party tonight?
Oh, man. Kevin's hospital room is where it's at.
Perfect.
Yeah, we're going to say hi to Jess.
I'll be at Baby Dolls, and I'll meet you over there.
That's what I'm talking
Let's
about.
go,
baby
baby
dolls, and then to the hospital where the babies are. All right, coming up next, it's the G-Bag Nation. Until tomorrow, you've been Masterpiece.
Download the Odyssey app and keep us with From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Okay, it's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Big day in the world of sports, and we are going to lead with the John Daniels news. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. It is a full house today here in the G-Bag Nation as owner Ray Davis fired President of Baseball Operations John Daniels a few hours ago. In a statement, he said Chris Young, who came on board, would assume all oversight of Rangers baseball operations. He will not be elevated in title, but will remain GM and executive vice president. So I think congratulations are in order to Rangers fans. I know some of you have been screaming for the firing of John Daniels for over a decade, and it's the dawn of a new day as we'll get a legit opportunity to move on in a direction that hopefully can finally solve this generations-long problem of finding starting pitching. And really what you can add to that over the last 10 years is developing minor league talent. I mean, it's really unbelievable. He took this team to the World Series in 10 and 11 and then division titles in 15 and 16, considering they can't develop talent. You know? So, hey, I don't want to have this be a bash JD day. He's a very decent man. He's one of the best people we've ever covered. Smart as they come, I think fair and wise and all that. But, you know, it wasn't very successful for a while, and I know a lot of us have been calling for this for a long, long time. So congratulations on that. And the idea of this Rangers team, you know, building a new culture, building new processes for bringing talent to the big league level, we can legitimately talk about, you know, these things evolving and getting better under Chris Young. So that's where I'm at right now. It's shocking, yes. But more than anything, I'm just excited about the new direction this franchise is taking, Chiafalo. How about you?
Man, you and all the Rangers fans. I've never seen Rangers fans come together and unify on Twitter and in social media the same way we've seen over the last couple of hours. It is, it is trending here in the Metroplex. Everybody is throwing sort of a John Daniels Rangers party here by way of John Daniels' funeral with the team. They are absolutely loving it. And so it is, it was a shock to me. It was a complete shock to me. I'm listening to KNC and they're breaking the news and I'm like, what is happening right now? And my first thought was, why did this not happen in conjunction with Woody 2 days ago? I don't really understand from a timing standpoint, kind of the way this all played out, but Rangers fans are certainly appreciative of this moment here. And I'm kind of, I get it big picture. I think it's probably ultimately the right thing to have happen. But the fact that they couldn't hold their water for like another month, it's like you either do it with Woody or you just like hold out the season, right? I don't know. And then here we are. Now we're going to go ahead and pull the plug. And is this because, we fire Woody and now the backlash is all about, well, what about JD? That's really what it was. Woody's fired and everybody is, well, what about JD? What about JD? What about JD? And maybe Ray Davis is like, all right, cool. He's winning with the fans right now.
Yeah, that's a good theory. Like, why now? Is it because of the backlash from the fans about JD? I don't know if they would react like that to fan backlash, but they could. You can't rule it out. I think, it's been a process for me of evaluating what's been going on here, and I do think it's Chris Young getting the ear of ownership. I think it's him pushing for things behind the scenes that JD didn't agree with. I said it yesterday. You heard that press conference. JD bummed out firing Woody. Chris Young is excited. And I think the difference in the energy levels right there 2 days ago really stuck with me and left an impression. And what I can imagine is those guys having differing opinions on what is in the best interest, and Chris Young doing what Nolan Ryan couldn't. And that is convincing ownership that I have the best vision. And JD doesn't have the best vision. So if JD still wants to be a baseball man, if he still wants to work on the GM baseball side of things, then maybe it got to a point where ownership had to choose, because you don't want to lose Chris Young. this guy's hot. He's making changes. He has a real vision. And to me, it was more of a Chris Young or JD type of decision. Nothing else in my mind makes sense for why this ownership group that is stuck with JD for so long would now be moved. I don't think it's a coincidence that it came 2 days after they fired the manager, because I think that organizational decision about firing him touched off a lot of these discussions that ultimately led, hey, we have two different visions, and both of it, we can't have two chefs in this kitchen.
Could very well be right. I personally think that the JD and CY had a very good relationship. And I think when you look at, and we got to go to the game last night, the attendance since the firing and public perception, backlash, I think all of this might have more to do with the timing of this, in my opinion. It's one of those things where I don't see a reason why you couldn't have let John Daniels go see the remainder of the season out. I think we mentioned this yesterday on the show. Your question, which was a great question when we had him on, Gavin, and he basically hinted at, and he wouldn't give us a clear answer, that, yeah, he's probably not going to be here next year. I think that JD...
And there were whispers that maybe he wanted to go.
Yeah.
So maybe they're doing him a favor by giving him a head start, talking with other teams.
It could be that. It could also be, I think that John Daniels probably would have liked to have gone out on his own accord, and I think personally he's earned that. In my opinion, with the job that he's done with the Texas Rangers and taking them to places over the course of his tenure here that they've never seen before, World Series, winning playoff series, ALCS back-to-back championships, I would have liked to have seen him in the final 46 games and then go out and get to say, hey, goodbye. But look, Ray Davis, there's certainly some initiative here. Let's ramp up this process. And they're showing accountability, and they're also showing we're sick of losing. And some of the things that we've complained about the Cowboys organization, you're now seeing from the Rangers organization, we're not tolerating this anymore. And we're starting to take steps in the right direction to make changes. And I think this is the first of some other changes that will be made.
So Ray Davis is going to be on the Fan here coming up in about 38 minutes or so, the press conference. And I wonder how much they're going to push him on that. Like, why did you decide to do this now, Brian? Do you think this is ownership just getting fed up with the lack of success that the team has had? Is that the motive?
I would hope that, and this is going to sound terrible, but if you're working in a front office and you're believing what you're listening to the fans, then you probably don't deserve to be in that job.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it.
I mean,
and they've been hearing that for years.
If you're going to be a guy or a gal that works in the front office and you don't have enough conviction and understanding and knowledge and all that to do the job without listening to a fan base, then again, you don't need to be doing that job.
I mean, you hear the fans in the post game.
You hear the fans.
Steven Weatherford
fine.
guy.
That's fine. You hear the fans.
That's Steve.
You hear the fans all the time. If ownership made this decision because of what the fans said, then that's a bad thing right there. To me, when Woody got let go, that was the end of JD, because to me, then it was going to turn into, okay, who's going to hire the next manager? And to me, I was all along, I believed, okay, CY is going to hire this guy. But that you could, to Zach's point, what are you going to do in 46 games that's going to change the season? What are you going to do? I mean, are you making people feel good about, oh, well, hey, that we did it now. We got rid of the guy now. You're still a bad baseball team.
Well,
right
maybe
now.
it's like JD realizes I'm going to get fired at the end of the year, and
I think JD was going to leave. I think your question when you said, and he told you, he goes, everything's on the table.
Yeah,
there was a decision right there that he was thinking about leaving anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, whether you fire him now or at the end of the year, I think it makes a difference. I think how it looks makes a difference.
Absolutely.
If you want to, JD was going to step aside, and then Chris is going to hire the guy he wants. Yeah. That's fine. Just let JD finish it out and then say, hey, listen, I'm really happy that we brought Chris in. I'm really, we're not going to hear from JD unless he wants to come on and talk to us about that.
And I'm not in favor of this. Let's create some friction between JD and CY.
I don't think there was.
I don't think that's existing. And I don't want to make this a JD no.
Well, here on now. We know JD has fought We do. The people every time are going to tell you it was great and kumbaya.
Yeah.
They're not going to want to do that.
The organization tell you it's okay?
They have not. No.
If we get from people within the organization that say that Chris Young was tore up by it a little bit, then to me, I'm going to go with that. I'm going to go with the people that are living in that building.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to go with. I'm not going to go with speculation.
Well, somebody either wanted to leave early. Well, you're gonna take corporate like glad handing as the truth, but speculation's out.
No.
This is what people like Jerry and Jimmy have told us their kumbaya for decades, and it's a bunch of BS.
I'm just telling you though that there's like to say we need to understand. We need I hope the question gets asked today about that.
What question?
The question about the relationship between the two guys.
Well, they're gonna lie about it. You can't get an honest answer to this.
Okay.
You can't get an honest answer. When somebody of significance leaves your organization, nobody is going to tell the truth publicly.
Yeah.
But what we know is, what we know is JD wanted to leave because he didn't want to be here anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He did not want to be in the work environment, or somebody wanted him out.
Sure.
So he could work without having to hear JD. That's this. They're not going to say it, but this work environment is no longer sustainable.
I don't think Chris Young went after John Daniels' job.
I don't either.
That I don't think.
Well, you don't have to go after somebody's job like get this guy fired. All you have to do is go to ownership and say, hey, here's my vision.
What you just said, go to ownership and here's your vision.
Here's my vision.
Well, they know what his vision is.
I'm not going after JD's job. I'm just asking you, how much do you value me? I want to be the GM. You know?
He is the GM.
Yeah. Okay.
He is the GM.
But we've heard whispers that maybe Chris Young isn't feeling like he has the autonomy and the authority of a regular GM. So you go to owners and you say, hey, listen, I don't want to go after the guy's job. Maybe you need to find something else for him to do because I was brought in to be the GM. I have nothing but respect for JD.
He's willing. It sounds like he's willing to step down at the end of the year.
Yes. And if that
wasn't quick enough for somebody.
Sure, that's true. But if that was the case, I'd assume that JD was probably already being pretty hands off, and this was Chris Young pulling most of the triggers behind the scenes anyway.
Yeah. And maybe JD doesn't like that, you know? Maybe JD's like, I want to do baseball stuff with my computers. I don't want to be a business guy.
If he's willing to step down, he understands.
So he doesn't want to be here.
He doesn't want to be here then.
Yeah.
He's willing
because
to step
his responsibilities have been taken away.
Because he hired a guy he thinks he's pretty good at being a general manager.
Well, okay, so why did he hire that guy? We can do this game back and forth. Why did he hire that guy? Because ownership was like, JD, you're not doing a good enough job.
Maybe he felt like
we need help with a baseball person.
Maybe they felt like they needed more help.
For self-preservation from JD's perspective, he goes out and hires Chris Young. That doesn't mean it was his idea. It's what he had to do to keep his job.
They appeared to have a very good working relationship.
They did, because that's what professionals do.
But you're acting like that Chris Young is going after his job.
You're acting like there's no power struggles behind the scenes. There's one in every sports organization.
The fact that the guy was willing to step down at the end of the year and that the ownership took his legs out from him before that, I hope the questions get asked of ownership.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I really do. And I don't know if we will. I don't know if they will. But I could say I feel like that, to me, let JD walk out on his own. You know, whether you like him or not, let him walk out on his own and let him say, hey, listen, really happy to leave this in the hands of Chris. I think Chris is going to do a great job. You know, Chris did a great job of hiring our new manager. Chris did, or if they haven't hired the manager by then, he should be able to talk up Chris. Like, listen, I'm sorry I let everybody know. He's come on this air and talked about making mistakes, and he should be accountable for that. Yeah. Allow the guy to walk out on his own accord. Right. Don't cut his legs off 48 games into the left in the season. I don't think that's the way.
I hear you.
Because he could bridge the thing and say, listen, I made a lot of mistakes along the way. I've said that before. Chris is going to do a fine job. We brought Chris in here to do a job, and he's going to do a great job for this organization. I'm going to be the biggest fan for Chris Young going forward here.
Yeah.
But you've taken JD's voice away from at least being positive about what you have in Chris Young.
Yeah, I think you're right. And at least on that one, it is weird.
Sounds like you guys are agreeing quite a bit here, honestly.
But there has to be some sort of explanation for why they did this. You don't just do it.
That's what I'm saying.
If all you got to do is win another 48 days.
Listening,
There was somebody who wanted it.
Somebody needs to ask the owner, why now? And if the owner gives some BS answer, well, we felt like, But I also like to hear from Chris Young on this, and I'd like to hear from John Daniels on this too.
I would.
Ray
We'll hear
Davis,
from Chris Young Monday.
He goes, JD, you're going to be the Chris Woodward firing meat shield, and then we'll circle back on you in about 48 hours, brother. Yeah. Go ahead and get your desk
Here's
cleaned
the
off.
accountability for you.
We'll see
Thanks
you in
for
my
your
office
time,
Wednesday
JD.
morning.
We appreciate you.
Do you think JD went with the same route that the Angels, that Mr. Madden went with a bit of a mohawk thing to kind of re-rally the troops a little bit? One last.
It's so funny. There's nothing that's going to change in the next 40-something
No,
days.
nothing at all.
Nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change. The Rangers aren't magically going to find their way.
Oh, you don't think that's actually the reason why they're doing it, though, right?
I
think a butts in the seats thing. I think
no, the perception
of
the fan base to try and make them happy.
The fan base is fired up right now.
Yeah.
They're loving this. And it's a shame because you do it in a way where it's like, this is the guy, this is the best you've ever had at this position in John Daniels. Now, certainly not over the last half decade.
I hope somebody asked the owner that. Did the fan base lead you to this firing?
And I
hope somebody asked that question.
I could be super naive, but in the time that I've spent around Chris Young and the people that I know within the Rangers that are there, I don't believe that there was a ton of infighting between him and John Daniels. That's just where I'm at.
In the statement that they released is like, they goes, since 2016 we haven't done much in the way of winning.
Daniels came on air and admitted that.
Yeah, and a lot of that's JD's fault, but I will say I do wonder how many resources and help was ownership actually giving him, or did they absolutely hamstring him and handcuff him in a way that didn't allow them to spend $1? Now it's on him, the drafting and the developing and all that kind of stuff. But where were they helping him as well over the last 6 or 7 years?
Terrific start, gentlemen. We had the major breaking news earlier today on The Fan. The Ray Davis press conference is coming up at 2:45. Lucius Alexander wins MVP of that opening segment for the background music. That was some excellent work, sir.
We got G-Bag the Day material, I think,
smiling from ear to ear as you all argue, bro.
I'm trying to fight with Broadus over here.
It was amazing. So good.
That was great entertainment. I'm like, where's my popcorn, damn it?
We got G-Bag of the Day at 2:30. Chiafalo has a sports food segment coming up. Where are we going with that, Chief?
Oh, yeah. Where are we going with that? I'm sorry. I'm in a trans over here, boys. We got frozen pizzas. We got bad hot sauce takes. And we got desperate college football promotions. That's next.
Let's go fight each other.
Yeah.
We got 20%. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Congrats to Brian Broaddus, his podcast that he does with Bobby Belt.
You're being
just
nice
broke
to me
a
now.
record. Yes. Love of the Star podcast from my guy Brian Broaddus, dominating the podcast world. Love of the Star. You got to check it out.
Thank you very much, Joe. By the way, somebody just want to bet on the Twitch, because they'd say, thank you very much, General, or I'd say the word absolutely. So I think I went early, but no, thank you for mentioning that. I appreciate you doing that.
No, very good. Nice job on that podcast. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo. He has a sports food segment to entertain us with, Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Here's the question for you, gentlemen. Your favorite frozen pizza brand? Your favorite. Okay, I'm sorry. We got DiGiorno over here to my left. What was that going on?
I said Freshetta.
Freshetta. Okay,
Wow.
That's a highfalutin
Good brand.
pizza. It sounds
What is
like,
it?
huh?
I haven't heard it. It sounds fancy.
Well, Chuck's like, wait, I've tried all of these. There's no way there's
Freshetta?
a different one.
How did this get away?
How did I miss the boat on this? We'll get to the story here momentarily, but I do want to let the people know that Saturday at the Star in Frisco, it's going to be on and popping.
You're
okay,
damn right it's going to be on
fantasy
and popping.
football season in general, but the fantasy season is upon us. This is incredible. You can draft your team. Walchuk and I are going to be out there. Star in Frisco. We will be accompanied by the likes of DeMarcus Ware, okay? Our good buddy Barry Church, Danny McCray, all these former Cowboy players are going to be there, and we will be interacting with them. Are you kidding me? We're going to
interview
DeMarcus
Ware.
We're going to interview DeMarcus
live
Ware.
on stage.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That guy still looks like he can play.
It's a dream. We might try and get him to play.
Oh,
I'm going to try and get him to hit you. Like line up.
Like, hey,
Jackass
DeMarcus,
type moment.
This is not a bad idea. Oh, okay.
All for the
you
show?
want him to hit me?
Yeah.
For
Line up.
content. For the show, I can do that.
Get tackled by D-Ware. I know it's been a dream of yours.
The Cowboy cheerleaders are going to be out there as well. You can test your skills in a combine-style activation sort of challenge. If you go to thestarinfrisco.com, you can get more details. But Walchuk will be out there sort of facilitating, hanging out with the players, and hopefully the cheerleaders, right, Walchuk? I mean,
the cheerleaders are going to be out there.
And you have a brand new California Confidence that you're strolling in with. So life is going to be good. Saturday at the Star, we'll see you there. Fantasy football, Cowboy bonanza. Now to the important conversation, boys. Frozen pizzas. Because Minnesota football, all right? I guess they're a little bit desperate right now. Maybe the Rangers should try this.
Was the Golden Gophers?
Yeah, it's the Gophers.
Oh,
It's the
PJ Fleck. This is my guy.
PJ Fleck.
Row the boat.
They've all come together and they said, okay, how can we get some butts in seats here? Our ticket sales, our preseason sales are not looking too hot. What can we do? Boom. There's a Red Baron near you. Red Baron frozen pizza. I'm a big Red Baron guy, so I got respect for this.
Yeah, it's
but
good.
It is a little bit desperate. They say, okay, if you go on their website, you'll see this. If you buy 3 Red Baron pizzas, you'll get 2 free Gopher tickets to a game of your choice.
Okay.
So that's the promotion going on right now with the Golden Gophers. If you want to go see Walchuk, PJ Fleck, live in the flesh.
I'd be down.
I know you've always wanted to touch his bald head.
I have. I got to touch Broaddus's last week when I was leaving the studio.
Oh, you lucky
Gavin
dog.
gave me a look like, what the hell are you doing? And Broaddus did not even break stride.
Did you give it a shine?
Professional. I haven't washed the hand.
I don't blame you. I didn't know if you were gonna check your teeth in there. Like if you had something stuck in your teeth, you could use Broaddus's dome to sort of check and see how you were doing. But on soda, I guess drinking all of your meals, you don't really have moments where things are stuck in your teeth anymore. Come October, my boy Walchuk's gonna have nothing but pepperonis stuck in his face.
Can't wait.
But it is a little bit desperate. But nonetheless, go get you some Red Baron pizzas, watch some Golden Gopher football, and let's party. Now, I don't think Broaddus or Lucius were open and honest with us about their favorite frozen pizza.
Now, I'm always open and honest.
Let's get vulnerable here for a second.
How open
You don't know Lucius very well, do you?
What's our pizza?
I don't know if I have a brand that I like.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know, because I will eat the cheap ones and I'll fold them in half. And it's like, it's
the
amazing.
Totino's? The Totino's?
Yeah, them joints. Super cheap. They're really good.
They're the ramen noodles of pizza.
Yeah.
It's
I
like,
thought
do you
it was
have a dime in your
toasty.
pocket?
But they're fantastic.
And they are fantastic.
They really are.
They're good.
Yeah, they're nice.
Oh,
and
my
they're
gosh.
cheap. But Red Baron, I think we grew up on that. That was the cafeteria pizza.
It's a thinner crust.
Yes.
Got a nice crunch
Square?
to it.
Yeah. Red Baron, I'm pretty sure we were being served in the lunches there in the Plano Independent.
Does Red Baron make that French bread pizza?
I think they might have a French bread twist on some of their stuff, but they do the classics well. I mean, I like them because I'm kind of a thin, crunchy crust guy, crispy crust guy.
Yeah.
And Red Baron, I think, is at the top of the charts when it comes to the frozen pizza industry when it comes to the thin crust.
You know, Costco and Sam's probably as well. All their frozen pizza is not bad either.
Yeah, it's a good one. Chiafal, after that line about being open and honest, I have to wonder, have you ever been a youth pastor?
I personally have not.
You have not? No.
I have not, but I have seen
That was
many.
vintage, bro.
I have seen many. It is.
Let's get vulnerable, boys.
It's a bit in the blood.
How does that make you feel?
This is safe space, gentlemen. Look me in the eye and tell me your favorite pizza.
Yes.
Damn it, I lied, okay? It's not DiGiorno.
Let's get vulnerable, boys.
469 Ryan and Rowlett. Tombstone has great frozen pizza.
Oh, yeah. Respected Tombstone.
I love those ads. What do you want on your tombstone?
Yeah.
That was so clutch. But he also points out California Pizza Kitchen has good ones.
That's me.
Yeah.
I'm a high
Get
end
that
guy.
barbecue chicken
I am
one.
very high end.
Brought us with the bourgeoisie.
Topo Chico and California Pizza. Give me both. I admit it. You want to be honest? Look in my eyes. Yeah. I am very bougie about the frozen pizza. The Red Baron stuff, I love the box and all that stuff. But yeah, the California pizza is the one to go.
Yeah, the box is good. I appreciate a good box, but it's all about what's in the box.
Yeah, I knew exactly where
you
were
it's
going.
all about
yeah.
what's in the box. Reggie,
You with your eyes
He's a big box guy.
Reggie walking away in disgust.
We'll get to the hot sauce later, boys.
All righty, it is time now for the G Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius Alexander.
Yeah, you ever wondered why they call it a mailbox? Why it's got to be a mailbox? I don't want a mailbox. Let's see here. G Bag of the Day is brought to you by CBD American Shaman Shop, TexasCBD.com. I swung through today, y'all. Oh my God, I'm feeling great.
Can you throw one to my boys over here? I think we might need to get Dawson and Broada's
Bro,
little CBD.
we're golden, man. We're golden.
I got the drops on deck. I'll throw some drops your way.
There you
I want to
go.
see Broadus
That'll
on the
be
drops.
epic.
I'll take some drops.
Calm his ass down. And I'm drinking this hemp drink right here that I all got from CBD
I'll see you at
American
the break,
Shaman.
Lucius.
Yeah, come on through, man. The listeners want to see what's going on with you anyway, like that.
Yeah.
We got a Kevin Hart impersonation. This guy prank called a gym and had everybody in the gym just going crazy.
Press 1 for new members.
Calling Ocean Fitness Racing Drive. This is Ebony. How may I direct your call?
I was actually hoping to talk to someone about a gym membership.
You can talk to me about a gym membership.
Okay, Ebony, this is Kevin Hart. I'm in town for the weekend. I was actually thinking about getting a gym membership, just something short term. I don't need nothing long, maybe like 2 or 3 days. Come on, Ebony, it's Kevin Hart. Me and you, I know you already feel the vibe.
Oh my gosh, is this Kevin Hart for real?
This is actually Kevin Hart. I wouldn't lie about that.
Oh my God, I think it's Kevin Hart.
It is Kevin Hart. How you doing?
Bro, if that was my girl, bro, and this went viral,
Yeah.
oh my God. I'm like, why you acting like that? Kevin Hart ended up paying now bill in his house. I call and get a what's up.
It's him. Oh my God.
It is. I appreciate it. Give me your name one more time.
My name is Ebony, and my boss's name is Dreamer.
Ebony, thank you so much.
My boss is standing right here. We gonna hook you up. We are huge fans, dude. I'm telling you. You come here right now. We're gonna hook you up.
That's unbelievable. Look,
I'll pay for your
Bruh.
3-day pass. I'll pay for
Oh, man.
You'll pay for
What are you doing, ma'am?
Me and Dwayne Johnson. You'll pay for both of our passes.
Dwayne Johnson, he's not with you. Stop.
Dwayne will be in town tomorrow morning.
Dwayne will be here tomorrow morning.
He's my trainer. Somebody got to train me.
Whoosh.
He was overwhelmed.
Dude,
Splash is right.
Splash. She said, she couldn't take it anymore.
I will save you $37, Kevin Hart.
I got you. Let me get a song for JD real quick, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there he goes.
Man, he looks like DJ AM. I always thought JD looked like DJ AM.
I can see that.
R.I.P. to both of those guys, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, tough one.
Really?
tough.
Oh, wow. He does
He
look a
looks
little
like
bit
DJ
like
AM a little bit. Let's see. Let's do this. Cleveland Guardians catcher. His name is Austin Hedges, right? Cleveland Guardians catcher.
Oh, yes, Austin Hedges.
All right. He has something to say about the MLB. MLB umpires.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
He's backing.
I don't need to get into the rest of the debacle with the umpires today because it was a really, really poor executed job by them. It's too bad. It's too bad when we play a sport where we get held accountable, where we say something, we get held accountable, we get mocked, we get shamed. There's no accountability on their part right now. And that's really, really sad. I don't know why, But there needs to be a little bit of, we talk about equality in this world right now. There ain't no equality with that. These guys are going out there with no responsibilities. They say, okay, here's a play where I can show my power. Here's a play where I can take over the game. And that's not the game that we play. That's not the game that we played for forever. And they're trying to take over the game, and they're trying to change the game. And it's disappointing. And for a team that goes out there and fights every single night to win every game, for it to cost us a game when we're trying to win a division, we're trying to make the playoffs, we're trying to do something special, and for it to be taken out of our hands like that is a disgrace, and it's extremely disappointing. I'm disappointed, and that's all I have to say.
Man, I thought he was going to get emotional.
That's all, huh?
Go cry.
He had the great buzzwords, man. Sad, disappointed, distraught.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
Egregious.
Well, they had a play at the plate. He's talking about they're playing Detroit, and they had a play at the plate where the runner, it looked like the runner was out. And the replay, everything called him safe.
Yeah, they got completely.
And then he was like, he had enough. I mean, at that point in time, he had enough.
The name of equality, man.
Back in the second inning. Yeah. I've been thinking about this call since then. Did he open that rant by saying, I don't need to get into the umpire's butt?
Oh, let's see.
I think he did.
Shut up, fool.
Yeah.
Good observation.
I don't need to get into the rest of the debacle with the umpires today because it was a really, really poor.
Okay.
Poor.
The rest of the
Hey, that's easy over there.
Based on what Walchuk knows about this guy, that would be very painful.
That was
for
my
that
welcome to Major League Baseball clubhouse moment.
Wait, you got really?
Yeah, I went into the opposing clubhouse and
you saw more
I
than
saw
you can
real
handle?
Austin Hedges.
Oh my god!
You seen his hedges?
I did. Him and Asdrubal Cabrera.
One was far more impressive than the other.
Who is wow? Okay, I'm going to turn around and walk the hell out of here.
That's why they call it the long ball. Hey, did you hear his teammate in the background with the FPL? Listen to this. What he's talking, bro.
There's no accountability on their part right now. And that's really nice.
Fire up.
Dude.
It was Terry Francona.
All right, one more. T-Rex. Clarissa Shields, I'm talking about, the boxer.
Okay.
She has some advice for Joshua. Anthony Joshua? Joshua Anthony?
Anthony Joshua, I think, is.
He's got two names.
Firsty.
Yeah. Anyway, Joshua's fight is this weekend. He's fighting Alexander Uskis.
Mm-hmm.
And Clarissa has some advice for him. So
I do got to ask you about, you've always supported Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to turn the tables this Saturday, though, against Usyk?
I believe that he can. It's all about game plan and strategy.
What's he got to do?
You don't go out there trying to outbox Usyk. That's his game. He likes to do the foot movement and the quick jabs and the angles and stuff. You go out there and you throw him off. You know, if you got to go out there, you got to bully him a little bit, hurt him, talk trash to him. I mean, if I was Anthony Joshua, I would learn how to say, bitch in up in Usyk's language. And every time we get in the clinch, I would call him a bitch. Like I would frustrate him to where his mind can't be like, when you're calm, you can be calculated, you can be slick, you can do all. But when you get inside somebody's mind and make them have to brawl instead of be so calculated, you get a different fight.
That is good advice.
That's good advice.
I'm going to tell that to the ladies before the next game.
Learn another language and say it to them. Whisper it to them.
Yeah, learn how to cuss at people in their native language. It might work. It's worth a shot. It's good advice there from Clarissa Shields, T-Rex. Is it our two-time champion, the Kevin Hart impersonator, calling a gym? Got Ebony all excited. Guardians catcher Austin Hedges has had enough of the MLB umpires. Or is it Clarissa Shields on Anthony Joshua? I'll go with Austin Hedges there, Chiafal. How about you?
Yeah, double down. It's 2-0, boys.
Lucius.
Still robbing Kevin Hart.
2-1, we'll check.
I'm going to go Kevin Hart as well.
2-2, Broadus.
Kevin Hart.
By a score of 3-2 for a second day in a row in epic comeback fashion. Kevin Hart impersonation has done it. Now a 3-time G-Bag of the Day champion. Yeah, JD's going to need somebody to lean on today.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm trying to put the vibes out. I'm just giving all the vibes to JD right now.
Hey,
JD,
listen.
lay your hands on the radio right now and just get the vibes flow through you.
It was a good run, JD.
Yeah, I love you, man.
Your guy Broadus is standing by.
Got your back, man.
He'll swing on by the house tonight.
Yeah.
Gavin and ownership of the Rangers are lockstep.
I like how airy his answers were. Oh, well, I used to love that. They were real airy.
He was eating the phone at times.
Oh, well.
That's a really good question.
It's a good
Gavin.
question,
That's
guys.
those are the size of a
Very-
man who's lost a lot of baseball games over the last 7 years.
We'll hear from the man that capped him, Ray Davis. Yeah, the owner.
Gavin's buddy.
Yeah, our fearless leader, who, along with Chris Young, will take this team in a new direction. The press conference is next year on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, how did the Cowboys do against the Chargers in practice? And we'll play Name That Athlete at 7:40.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like the buying tool be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here. Now, it's time for the Texas Rangers press conference here in just a second. We'll get to a little bit of Krusty's Corner here with you, but a couple of breaking news stories from the day, and not only the firing of John Daniels, which we'll hear from Ray Davis about in just a second. LeBron James has signed an extension. Derwin James signed a big extension with the Chargers earlier.
Okay,
so
good afternoon.
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you, everybody, for coming on short notice. Ray Davis will make a statement, and then we will take questions. So if you have a question, raise your hand, and Matt and Tyler will have the mics. And then Tony Beasley will follow. We'll keep the same format here, and he'll be up here today. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ray Davis.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon. This morning, I informed John Daniels that I decided his contract would not be renewed and at the end of the season. And once I'd made that decision, it seemed logical to me that we needed a transition during 23. I felt it was best to relieve him of his duties effective immediately, and this was a very difficult decision for me. Following the meeting, I met with Chris Young and informed him that he would be taking over all the baseball operations effective immediately. John's accomplished a great deal for the 17 years he's been general manager. He put together two of our best ever baseball teams, including 2 World Series appearances, and I personally don't feel like he got enough credit for doing that. The bottom line is we're not good, and we haven't been good for 6 years. And the bottom line is, to be competitive going forward, I felt that we needed to make a change. And this change, I think Chris will come in with a new vigor and new enthusiasm and be able to build an organization that we can be consistent for many years. For our fans, we must move with a sense of urgency. One of the questions I think if I were you, I'd be asking, why now? There's a reason for that. To some degree, it's the same reason that we gave for Chris Woodward, but even more so in the general manager slot. As we prepare for the off-season, for re-signing coaches and players and free agents and arbitration, all the things that a GM has to do during the off-season, I felt Chris needed a running start on the season, and that's why we did it now. I'm grateful to John for the value he's brought to the Texas Ranger organization, for his honesty, his integrity, and dignity he's brought to the job. He always thought first that the Texas Rangers was great in the community, and we wish him well and his family well going forward. That's it, John.
Okay, we'll take questions. We'll start with Emily.
How will the structure of the front office be affected going forward? Is that a position that Chris will assume, both he and JD's roles, and how will that affect the rest of the guys in the front office at this point in time?
At this time, there'll be no change in the organization. Chris will assume the responsibility similar to what John had for many years, and he'll be in charge of all baseball ops.
So is it 2 years ago or 18 months ago when you made this partnership, this was a 2-man operation? Baseball operations was considered a 2-man operation because of the amount of work involved. Is it your belief then, kind of to Emily's question, that Chris Young will be the sole voice of baseball operations throughout the upcoming winter?
That's a long question, but the quick answer is yes.
Jeff?
So you guys have lost for 6 straight years. The last 2.5 have kind of been by design because of a rebuild that you accepted John Daniels' plan. Why not let him see the plan through?
We accepted the plan on a rebuild, yes. But as we look forward, even though John proved that he could build a winning organization, I felt like that Chris was the right guy to lead us forward, and that's why I made a decision now.
When you were here Monday watching the other news conference, did you know you were going to do this? And if not, what happened in less than 48 hours to make it happen?
No, I knew I was going to do it.
Why not do it all that one day and do it?
This is something I've been contemplating for several months, and I felt it was necessary to get John and the baseball department through the trade deadline, through the draft, all the things that were happening at the time. I guess it was Monday of this week, John and Chris came in and wanted to relieve Woody of his responsibilities. I didn't want to connect the two, and I didn't want it to be done at the same time. And Chris had signed on to relieving Woody, so I separated the two and did Woody then and John now.
Other questions? Levi.
Just from a timeline standpoint, you said that you had told John that you had not planned to renew his contract, and then by the end of the conversation, that it was time to do it now. Was there something that happened in the conversation that changed that from an end-of-year timeline to a right-now timeline?
No, it was never end of year. For the reason that I've already stated, that I wanted to give Chris running room to get ready for the off season. So, and John was informed this morning, and Chris was informed right after John.
Okay, and was there, before this, was there a plan, when JD and CY talked, it seemed to me that maybe that was an exit ramp for John at some point in the future. Was there ever any agreement pre-existing that John was going to step down at some point?
No.
Okay.
More. John Radiger.
Along those lines a little bit, Mr. Davis, when you brought in CY in 2020, was this, him taking over baseball operations ever thought of as, sort of this is how it will progress, or was it, not necessarily putting those dots together?
That was not the plan at the time.
Back to Evan. Go ahead, Evan.
How does this impact the remainder of the rebuild process and what you guys may do in terms of finishing off this roster and roster construction? Because I believe that the rebuild plan was formulated by both Chris and JD, correct?
Yeah, you got to remember the baseball department was never one or two guys. And the rebuild plan involves the entire baseball department in helping to construct a roster, trades, all of those kind of things. So I don't see this as any different than it would have been if JD had stayed.
And just to clarify, you said you knew you were going to do this Monday, and JD said his accountability would be addressed at a later time. Did he know this was coming, or was he surprised this morning?
It was a surprise.
Emily.
Obviously, when you change managers mid-season, people address the team. When you change GMs or have a situation like this, is it something that will be addressed by you or by CY with the team, or do you just let Bees handle that?
Yeah, CY and I talked about that this morning, and whether I should talk to the players and the coaches. And it was his recommendation, let's not disrupt their routine to get ready for tonight's game. And CY will be addressing them. He's going to go on the road this week to Minnesota, so he'll address it then.
Ray, what are your plans for this offseason in terms of player acquisition? Because obviously, like, the minor league starters haven't developed enough, so it seems like you need pitching. There might be some other positions that need to be addressed. Are you in a position to have the same kind of offseason you had last offseason?
Jeff, if I were a baseball expert, I could answer that question better. That's why I rely on CY and the baseball department. We obviously know what our needs are going into 23. we need a couple of front end starters, and we need a middle lineup bat. Beyond that, whatever they bring to me, if we can afford it. I don't plan on spending as much money as we did last off season, but we plan on spending some money.
You addressed this to a certain extent, but how much does the timing of these moves have to do with sending a message to your fan base?
The fans have got to be as upset as I am. I'm not a good loser, and all I can say to the fans is we're treating this with a sense of urgency. That's why we made a couple of moves this week, and we plan on putting a very competitive team on the field next year.
How much do you feel that this move helps you with the credibility of your fan base? You see the empty seats here, and that some fans, obviously they were upset by the move and thought that John Daniels should be replaced. So what do you think about this in terms of getting credibility with your fan base in this move?
We'll gain credibility with the fans with wins on the field, and that's what I hope these moves will do.
Take 2 or 3 more. Let's go to Levi, then Mike, and then Evan. That'll be it.
When we talked to JD and Chris at the end of last season, they were careful to kind of temper expectations. They were like, this is a great step forward, but don't expect this to be a worst to first situation. This is a multi-year process. And kind of in 2023 is when we really think that we'll contend. I guess, what were your expectations for the team this season, and were those expectations not met?
As JD and CY said in their press conference Monday, this wasn't all about wins and losses and what we expected. It was about structure. It was about other things that affected that. So that situation hasn't changed.
Ray, as you've gone through this process, obviously making these 2 changes constitute doing things differently on some level, but are there things that you evaluate about yourself, about your role within all of this, that you feel need addressing as you guys press forward?
Yeah, we talked about this morning. Everybody in any job, including y'all, get judged by your performance on how well you do. That's also true of everybody that works for the Texas Rangers, including me. I get judged by how many fans come through the turnstile based on how well we treat our fans coming in and our performance on the field. So that's the way I judge it.
Last one, Evan.
I want to make sure on this timeline first, and then the question. But you made the decision, and then informed John, and then informed Chris.
Right.
You did not speak to Chris before you made the decision.
No, Chris was shocked. He didn't have an idea.
So, Chris came here from a high-profile position with Major League Baseball, specifically to work for you and with John. I don't think we're going to get a chance to talk to Chris today, but his reaction to basically his partner being out of the picture now?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to get that reaction from Chris. I don't think I can speak for him.
Okay, thank you. We'll have Tony Beasley in here shortly.
All righty, there it is. The Ray Davis press conference as John Daniels fired in his role with the Texas Rangers after 17 seasons. We got to run. We'll recap some of that and get into Krusty's Corner when we return right here in the G-Bag Nation, fam.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We just had the Ray Davis press conference talking about the organization's decision to fire John Daniels. We're going to get reaction to that. General at your service, Eddie's. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in here with us all week long, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. Although coming up in about an hour and a half, Wolchuk's going to bail on us. I can't believe it. At the biggest moments in the Nosebleeds long tenure, he bails to baby dolls.
That's his move. He's about to do it again. That's how he decompresses. He's broken up about this Woody JD thing. He's got to go. He's got to go relax the mind. And
I'm stressed, guys.
That is his temple.
Free all-day barbecue.
Wow.
Phenomenal drink specials. 175 of the most beautiful women in DFW. I'll be there from 5 to 7. I'll have fan swag with me. If you're broken up about this as well, 10250 Shady Trail.
Or celebrate. Might see JD and Woody over there hanging out with you.
I'm hoping to get some JD.
Two guys hanging out, drinking a scotch over the
place
corner.
to be. So, yeah, absolutely. If you want to celebrate or if you want to mourn.
There's two things going on. The people that know JD and worked with him that are mourning, and then Rangers fans who are celebrating.
Yeah. Either way, Baby Dolls is the spot, man. Break some bread with Wolchuk. A nice little buffet action. It's going to be outstanding,
It's going to be great. You guys can feel free to call me anytime. My phone will be available, and I'll give you a play-by-play.
I think I know from memory the phone service doesn't work that great in there, but we'll give it a shot.
I'm going to make sure it works.
We're going to do a Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:20. Okay, we're 15 minutes from Krusty's Corner. Chiafalo's going to hit you with details of his vacation week that he had coming up at 3:30. But we need to react to what was a very newsworthy press conference there by Ray Davis. 972, I like Ray Davis. No BS, straight to the point. 214, love Ray's honesty. 469, Ray doesn't mix words. He just tells you straight. 972, different one. Ray Davis is a hardcore mofo. Everybody just loving Ray Davis here. 817, Ray Davis is a billionaire, but he can't afford a tailored sport coat. Looks like he wore his shower curtain to the presser. Yeah, he's not big on style.
I want to see the Ray Davis swag.
I think Ray Davis is more of a recluse billionaire. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if there's like cobwebs behind his ear.
Maybe Jerry should take note of this because Ray's getting a lot of love and he never talks.
Yeah.
Maybe if Jerry didn't talk as much, he'd get more love.
Yeah.
Don't plant any seeds now.
I don't know.
Maybe less hate.
We need Jerry to talk.
Maybe don't
right?
be in front of the mic as much and
worth a shot.
Be behind the scenes a little bit.
But Jerry
more.
Loves it. Jerry loves that.
It.
Yeah, that makes him feel like a TV star.
Yeah.
You know, Ray Davis doesn't need that.
It's also a big reason why the team sucks.
Okay, so Ray hit the stage. He said he decided the contract would not be renewed, and once he made the decision, he realized it was best to relieve him of his duties, effective immediately. He said the bottom line is we're not good.
Yeah.
That was a strong moment, and we have not been good in 6 years, and to be good going forward, I felt like we needed to make a change. So he became convinced that John Daniels did not have the answers to get them back, even though he'd had success. He believed, I think, Chris Young was better equipped to take him towards that success, and maybe John Daniels was hindering that in some way. You know, be like, I think he said he wanted JD around to help through the draft process and to get through the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's time to hand it over to Chris Young to start building for next year.
That to me makes absolutely no sense. And I understand all the Ray Davis love, and I appreciate his honesty. But if you have a guy that he said months ago that he was feeling like that it wasn't going to work, then he needed to move on from John Daniels then. You don't let somebody that you don't trust or don't feel like can do a good enough job to be in your room helping with decisions. Because one thing that happens is John Daniels has scouts in there. John Daniels has guys that he's worked with or gals that he's worked with. And then all of a sudden they're making decisions. I've been in this situation before. Tom Dimitrov, my buddy in Atlanta, he wants to hire me. But the owner says, no, we need to keep these scouts around, even though that they're making $5 to $7 to $8 million worth of mistakes, and you keep them around. Okay, you get what you deserve. If he believed that John Daniels wasn't the man 2-3 months ago, he should have moved on from him right then and not let John Daniels have any type of influence, whether it was in the draft free agency or the trade stuff that they were doing.
Yeah. Well, I think that's fair, but also maybe JD had a role in executing that draft that Chris Young was not equipped to take over.
Chris Young, when we talked to him, those alternating Mondays, was always involved in the draft. He talked about going to these. He's going to watching high school games, going to watch college games. Chris Young, to me, was more in line with what was going on with the draft. JD was more in line with what's going on in free agencies and trades.
Draft was definitely Chris Young because
But
I was
if you're
there.
the owner, why keep somebody around that you don't trust anymore?
Yeah.
That's the question I have for him right there.
It's weird.
Yeah, I understand. He said everything right. They're not good. He talked about the fan base being pissed off. Good for him for doing all that. But that's a mistake. If you don't think that all of a sudden it came to your mind that, I need to give Chris Young a running start. No, if you said this, and he said he knew he was going to fire JD on Monday, but he also said, I knew this wasn't going to work months ago. That's when you should have made the decision no longer to move on. You should have let Chris Young have this running start through this season. Now that you spent $500 million on players. That's when you say, okay, you're the general manager now, baseball operations guy. Go fix this. Don't let John Daniels influence anything if you don't trust him.
Yeah, that's 100% fair. And then at the very least, on Monday, when you're sitting there watching John Daniels take questions about the Chris Woodward firing, and you know that this is all about to happen again when we circle back Wednesday morning, that's probably not the nicest way to handle that there for JD.
It's just bizarre. I mean, I can say with 100% certainty the draft was definitely Chris Young and Kip because they're the two that would talk to us, and they had the media availability. And then after the draft.
Kip, and help me here with the front office.
Yeah.
Kip is a John Daniels guy, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you think that Kip is thinking that JD's still in the picture here, but I got to serve a new master over here too. That's
I think it was continuity, executing draft day and
what
stuff.
I'm saying.
I think it's personal preference. Why didn't fire him on Monday? Why didn't fire him 2 months ago? It's kind of an absentee owner. He's not around there every day. This is kind of what you get when you get this kind of owner. There's benefits to it, and there's also a downside.
If I'm running a team and I don't want a guy in that or a gal in that room that I don't think I'm going to have around at the draft, I'm moving on from you. You're not just going to stand around and influence and be one of those people in the side room that's got the scouts and you're like, man, he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
I think that's why he's gone now because
absolutely he's gone. He was
want to
very
move
clear
in
about that.
The Chris Young direction,
absolutely.
Saying Chris Young is going to come in with a new vigor and enthusiasm and build a consistent winner. I thought that was a little shot at JD as well. We had 2010 and 2011, 2015 and 2016. Those were brief glimpses in time. Meanwhile, we're watching the Astros keep it together for 7 years of contention. I think maybe that was a little bit of a shot at the success that JD did have. He never built a system that could be consistently replacing your talent at the big league level. You kind of had to, strike while the iron was hot. And if you're an owner, you got to go through 5 or 6 years of very few butts and seats as you wait for one of those big years.
Not a good loser, he said.
No, I like that, and I just called him an absentee owner. I have not known for years how committed this guy was to winning, and if he had the competitiveness in him to make some tough decisions, or if he was just content to let John Daniels do things. But that was clear, and I like this, Ray Davis. It's taken him 11 years to figure out what it takes to lead a sports team and not just let the executives do whatever they want with it. And I think this is going to be a watershed moment for the organization. Look, I know a lot of people like John Daniels. He was nice to a lot of us, and there's not a hateable bone in his body. But this was a long time coming here. Evan Grant asked a meandering question. Ray said, "That's a long question."
He did,
but yes,
I know the feeling. The meandering question. I know that everyone's
yeah. He got him pretty good, didn't he?
Yeah, that is strong. I like that from Ray. Stephen Jones did the same thing to me on the air last year.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot going on there.
What else stuck out to you guys? Something else jump out to you? Wolchuk, Chiafalo?
He just said he didn't want these two moves to be connected. I still think they are. 2 days, it's a little... to me, it's just, one, you might as well have done it on the same day. I don't think waiting 2 days helps the fact whatsoever.
No.
They still are in line together. Right. Yeah. I've seen some people on the Twitch and they're talking about, Ray Davis is a corporate guy and, in corporations, you don't want to lose two of your big branches all at once. And look, we're talking about a 48 to 72 hour period here.
And he's apparently known he wanted to get rid of JD for months now.
Before he wanted to get rid of Woody.
There should be plans in place
So
here.
it's like, hey, if
You
you're
already got the GM.
if you're going to fire Woody, just let's go ahead and make the JD move as well instead of
Well-
leaving him up there to answer these questions like Putz Magoo over here.
Could it also been a situation where it didn't want to look like that JD was, or excuse me, that CY was firing JD?
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, it's cleaner. Like JD gets to fire the
That's-
guy
that's
that he
all-
hired.
that's
so
on
fixable
Ray.
if Al Dave or Ray Davis just sits there and says, "Hey, this was my decision."
I made the decision. Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
all that it takes,
Yeah.
and then that's
Yeah.
not an issue.
Okay, other things we learned. What are the plans for player acquisition? Ray said, I don't plan to spend as much money as we did last offseason, but we plan on spending some money. And he said, we all know what our needs are. A couple of top of the rotation starters and a middle of the lineup bat. So they do have a big appetite, but that sounds to me about like $110 million in payroll that you'd have to be willing to drop, and they're definitely not going to be spending that kind of cash. But they will bring in somebody. Are you sending a message to the fan base? He said, fans got to be as upset as I am. I'm not a good loser. That's when he said that. We plan on putting a very competitive team on the field next year. And then Newey asked him, does it help you build the credibility of the fan base? And he said, we'll get the credibility with this fan base when we win on the field. And that's what I hope these moves will do. So JD is out, and so is Chris Woodward. And all of a sudden, here with the Rangers, we are heading in a very new direction. And I think it's going to be a very exciting direction. I can't wait. You know, it was clear JD could not solve what has been this organization's problems for a number of decades now. And now we get to see another guy take a crack at it. All righty. When we come back, we got a twofer segment. We got Krusty's Corner and top 10 Cowboys at camp. And then Chiafalo's going to tell you all about his vacation and the downside of international travel with two babies in tow. It's next here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, let's chat about Twin Peaks. Welcome back, Nation. Here we go. It is time now for Krusty's Corner. Brian Broaddus coming up in about 6 minutes. Eric Chiafalo back from vacation. His tan even better than usual, and he'll tell us how he got it and all the ventures that it entailed. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big truck companies have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation, won't settle for less. Frankel and Frankel at truckwreck.com. Here's Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. And yeah, it's really, really interesting, that whole thing with Ray Davis. I thought a good press conference, but again, I had those questions about why you kept JD around so long then if you were going to make this call, but that's him. All right, Dallas
He was
Cowboys.
sitting right next to JD, like while JD was answering questions from the media about him getting fired.
That's
Well,
that's
no,
fine. That's fine. Just take care of it, man. Just take care of it.
It's a cutthroat gang, bro.
I'll tell you what.
Gang.
He is. That's why he's a billionaire. All right.
Screw JD, man. Get some pictures. Had 17 years to figure it out. I'm paying you.
I never thought I'd hear Gavin.
I'm paying you.
I never thought I'd hear Gavin like go in all for management, for ownership. I thought you were the anti-ownership guy.
Yeah.
You were didn't you call Ray Davis the absentee owner?
I did.
You just did.
Very conflicted.
Very conflicted right now, but
It's now my guy Ray Davis, I think.
Yeah,
and Chris Young.
He's got the Ray Davis t-shirt on.
I'm on Team Chris Young, and Ray Davis just happens to be riding shotgun. Okay,
literally just doing it all
When he feels like it.
when he feels like it.
He's got that thing loaded, man.
Yeah, just blasting away. All right. DallasCowboys.com came out with their top 10 players from training camp, and I just kind of want to run through these and see if you guys kind of agree with DallasCowboys.com, or
if we should just crap all over them.
Or you should if you want to. You're more than welcome to. By the way, a shout out to the guys and gals that are doing Twitter clips and stuff of practice. The Chargers, the reason why they the Chargers. Or why they're not live streaming the practice is the Chargers didn't want anything to do with that. Like the Broncos don't want you to send clips, but they're okay with live streaming. Whereas the Chargers are like, we don't want live streaming, but send all the clips you want. So
we got the clips, thankfully.
Should be wide open. Okay, all the streaming, all the clips.
Shout out to the folks that are putting that up on Twitter.
It's a TV show, guys. Yeah. I know you're so full of yourselves. You think people would pay hundreds of dollars to go watch men play football at a park? They wouldn't. It's all the drama that the TV creates. You're welcome for the media. Okay, we've made you millionaires. Now get over yourselves and let us watch.
Here.
Sorry.
I tell you what, but you made a good point yesterday about they should put these practices on TV, though.
Yes.
Instead of maybe some of the.
This is what really should be on TV with the first stringers.
Exactly.
Preseason's a joke.
Yeah, I think you're.
Absolutely.
I think you're on.
These are.
I feel like the NFL Network heard you guys because they had Brad Sham on for a whole hour, talking about the Cowboys that they were practicing just right now.
Yeah. Yep.
I feel like they heard you, bro.
I tell you what, I think you're on something.
Go run them pockets.
You got that right.
Yeah.
Number 10, Ezekiel Elliott. 10th best player in
had a good day today.
Cowboys camp.
Looked like the running game and the offensive line maybe, was one of the things that was shining today.
Yeah, we all forgot how explosive he looked in the first half of the season last year is what DallasCowboys.com says, but he's fully healthy and ready to go. That explosiveness has been on full display in Oxnard.
Well, I know people want to be cynical about Zeke, and I think you're well within your rights to do that, but this is exciting. If Zeke can turn back the clock just a little bit.
Turn back the clock. He even admitted with us he wasn't going to turn the clock all the way back.
No.
Yeah, just a little bit.
He's like, hey, that 2016 was pretty dang badass, guys. I don't know if I can really get to
I don't know if I can jump
pretty
over.
legendary.
Self-awareness is key here.
I was much younger then.
Yeah, I don't know if I could jump over a defensive back again like I did that one time, but I'll sure try. Number 9 was Trayvon Diggs. Social media would have you believe that Diggs is suffering a poor camp due to what was truly just had one bad day in the office. Diggs at number 9. Everybody good with that?
As long as Anthony Brown is somewhere before number 9, then I'll be all right with it.
All right.
Yeah.
How about this one? Number 8, Leighton Vander Esch.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a bummer because he had a couple of days where he had personal reasons missing practice when we were out there. But leading up to that, like the first few days of camp, it felt like there was a little LVE buzz going on.
He looked good. I mean, from what we got to see of him, I thought he had a fine training camp.
They kind of come back. They're talking about him on ESPN as a comeback player of the year for the Cowboys.
I mean, he looked great in OTAs and minicamp practices we got to be at.
And he closed the season out strong last year. It's all about, are you going to stay healthy, bro?
Number 7, Noah Brown. Noah
He
Brown
should be higher.
Probably should be a little bit higher than number
I mean,
7,
if we're
right?
going off just top 10 Cowboys in camp, which
Yeah.
is what this is titled, and not just the top 10 Cowboys, Noah Brown should probably be in your top 3.
Kind of agree with that. Number 6, we're looking at DeMarcus Lawrence.
Okay, that's interesting.
That is interesting.
I don't think
Do you
he
think
was
that's
bad.
on reputation there? You think it's a little bit of a reputation thing there?
Yeah, I think we have some people over at DallasCowboys.com that don't know what they're really voting for here.
You're talking about the 10 best players,
Yeah.
right?
I don't think they're
Training
voting
camp.
for who are the actual 10 best players in camp. I think they're voting for just the best players on the team. You know,
Yeah, players
don't
in
you?
camp. Yeah,
I mean, did Zeke do anything that really wowed you to put him in the top 10 at camp? No. They want to say he was explosive. Did you notice him looking like ultra explosive? No.
They probably noticed that their readers like to read about the star players.
Sure.
Yeah, this is a business decision on them.
But it's also
Kudos.
DallasCowboys.com, and as somebody who's consumed a lot of that throughout my entire life and is a diehard fan of the team, most of the people that are also doing this, and you know that, Broadus, they care about the team and the entire roster, so
Yeah.
they probably would go and want an actual good
I wouldn't
analysis on
have had
that.
I wouldn't have had Lawrence in my top 10.
No,
Me
he
personally,
hasn't
I would
stuck
not.
out
I would
at
not.
all.
No.
Anthony
Not at all.
Brown at number
Zeke.
5. There's your Anthony Brown. I
Okay,
thought Anthony Brown was
Hey,
much better
he made
than
the
that.
top 5, baby.
Yeah.
That's good news.
Dak Prescott number 4.
Yeah.
Could
be in the top 3.
Yeah, that's fine.
Couple picks.
Dak had
today.
a couple really good days.
CeeDee Lamb number 3.
Yeah. Yes.
I wouldn't put him ahead of Noah Brown or Anthony Brown. Yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of just camp
Yeah.
play.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
There were times when we were there. Remember, it wasn't very clean early. It was a lot of that kind of, and then
But he started to really show up.
No, by
I
the
mean,
end of but the last week we were there, he was tearing it up. But just consistency over the course of the entire camp.
Yeah. Zach Martin's number 2.
I won't ever argue that.
Micah Parsons, number 1.
There you go. Thank you
Right
very
on.
much, General. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Brian. There it is. Krusty's Corner. Usually after the afternoon at 2:40, you hear from the former Cowboys scout, but today we had that Rangers presser. We're moving things around. It's time now to find out from Chiafalo where the heck he was last week and what went down.
Man, it was a good time. It was a really, really good time, and it's great to be back right now. We mentioned
Good to
Micah
have you
Parsons.
back, my carpool partner.
Yes. It was nice getting back in the driver's seat or riding shotgun there next to Broadus. Always a good time. By the way, the Micah Parsons being number 1 thing, there's a video of him just screaming across the field today where he shows off the speed once again.
Right.
That guy
Had a blitz too for a sack as well.
We have Parsons and Luka, where it's like I don't want us to be numb to just how freakishly incredible these two are.
so
and
good.
Micah Parsons continues to show up. Also, friendly reminder: Miller Lite Fantasy Football Fest on Saturday at the Star in Frisco. Saturday evening. Go to thestarinfrisco.com. It'll be myself and Walchuk alongside DeMarcus Ware, Danny McCray, Barry Church, former Cowboy players. We'll be chatting it up with them, and we'll have a live DJ, food, refreshments, and you can draft your fantasy football team amongst the cheerleaders and have yourself a great time. So Star in Frisco on Saturday is going to be legendary. Now, last week was pretty legendary for me. I was fortunate enough after our 10-day extravaganza in Oxnard for training camp.
You went from flight to flight.
Yeah, I did, because we red-eyed that thing home on Saturday morning, and we were all a little bit, delirious at
Wobbly.
5:30 in the morning.
Right.
I went home, snoozed a little bit, and then went and crossed my fingers on a standby ticket that I'd go meet my wife and my 2 girls out in Mexico. Merida is what it's called. It's in the Yucatan Peninsula. So you're talking about like southeast Mexico. And it's like a 3-hour drive from Cancun. It's about a 30-minute drive to Progreso and hit the beach that way. So that's where we beached it up. My wife is from there. Okay, my wife is from
Sounds
there.
pretty.
Yeah, oh, it's beautiful. And she moved here with her mom when she was like 6 or 7 years old. So she's grown up here, but all their family is still over there. So when we go, it's not like the resort Mexico vacation that we all sort of know. This is like we're going and we're living with the locals. Like we're staying in the houses that way. I use the term houses a little bit loosely. Okay, you're making some sacrifices with AC.
Yep.
Well, Chuck, I know you let the people know about the lack of ability to be able to flush the toilet paper.
Yes.
When it comes to going number 2 ski over there. So I mean it's
When
legit.
you were prepping while we were in Oxnard.
I
You were
was,
like, dude,
yeah.
just so you know, when you go into the bathroom, don't look at the trash can.
It's a veteran
So that's
move.
kind of like right on the coast there. Merida, is that
Yeah.
how I say that
Yeah.
town?
Yep,
And
it
that's
is.
right in there. So how far were you guys from the beach?
Yeah, you're 25 minutes from Progreso.
Okay. Which is a little bit touristy now, but also like still in that in between where there's a lot of local cool spots. Ceviche, pescado frito, which is like just a full on looking fish. The eyes, you see the gills, you see it all, and it's fried up there for you. You put some lime on it, you put it in a taco, you rock and roll. I mean, some of the best food ever. I'm telling you, her whole block that you're living on, every neighbor is an aunt, an uncle, a cousin. So it's all very, very cool. You step outside, who's making lunch today? Boom, we're going over to Tia Chula's house. We're cracking some souls, and we're hanging out, having ourselves a good time.
There you go.
So See, that just sounds epic if you have a family because all your family's around. Exactly. That's what it is.
You don't have to worry about the weird neighbors.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just your weird family.
100%. You step outside, and it's where we going. Okay, we're having coffee at Tia Candy's. Then we're going over to Tia Fanny's. Then we're hanging out with Tio Nico.
Tia Fanny's?
Yeah, Tia Fanny is there. She's outstanding.
Sounds cute.
So it was a really, really good time, and it is a culture shock. And their main meat in that area is, and they do it all, but pork is their main meat. So they have like a pulled pork taco or torta, which is like a nice little sandwich, and it's they call it cochinita because they have a special fruit that grows specifically there that they use for like this marinade, and it's like incredible. And you walk out of this little house, and right down the street you just walk over for breakfast every day, and it's the best cochinita tacos like you've ever had. Al pastor, all that kind of stuff. I kept wanting to just go to these taco shops.
Are they doing the corn tortillas?
Yeah, they do the corn tortillas. Oh, and the fresh like handmade tortillas, just unbelievable. There were times where
Can
I'm
we
like,
timeshare this place? Can we like show up?
You guys could come. You guys could absolutely come. I'm dead serious.
Let's do this.
Because my wife and her mom, they still Airbnb the house. They've like renovated enough to where you can stay there. Now you're
There's
making
some fans.
sacrifices. You got some fans.
Okay.
You're making sacrifices with the AC. You're making sacrifices with the flushing. And then when you take a shower, it's nice, but the water is just barely you're not getting much water pressure. Okay, so you're just kind of getting splashed on a little bit. But
like a post-college apartment is how you're describing it.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Now, my college apartment had much more cockroaches, though. I will say that, Walter.
So did mine. Yeah, Midtown was not
Denton
fun.
was no joke
Not
with
at
that.
all.
So you're eating incredible, and it was a truly wonderful time. The only bad time I had was one particular day, which big picture ended up working out for me, I would say. But it was a long 16 hours for me. One of the days, we're supposed to go out to these things called cenotes. Okay, now what a cenote is like a natural made sort of swimming hole. You Google these things up and it looks like beautiful. It's like, okay, this isn't something you're doing in Texas. I kept saying like, I want to eat and do all these different things that we're not doing. Like they got Burger King or random crap. I'm like, I want nothing to do with that.
Sure.
We're doing all the stuff that I can't do anywhere else.
You didn't want to go to Cane's? I'm shocked.
Yeah, I don't want to go to Cane's. So it's like, okay, we're going to go to the cenotes. Great. We're going to bring the girls. We're going to see something very, very cool. Well, we drive an hour and it's like something's wrong to where we can't view them that day. Something's going on. So it's like, okay, we have to audible. And unfortunately, the audible is to just a run-of-the-mill water park. Much more scaled down.
Now, at the time, was this unfortunate, or did it become unfortunate?
No, it became even more unfortunate. But I'm going to swim in natural, beautiful
cenotes.
Yeah, cenotes, and I end up at a half-ass kind of water park situation. And we talked about the water park stuff the other day. I'm not a water park guy.
No.
I was when I was a kid, not anymore. It's disgusting.
You've grown up.
Yeah, I've grown up. I've matured. The only good thing is you show up to this place, and the way they do it is it's not little concession stand, go get your hot dogs. They got full-on little picnic tables with the tiki hut roof. Okay, and they got waiters coming out there bringing you legit-looking food.
Thong bikinis?
All the tacos, different things. There was no thong bikinis. It was mostly gentlemen in like business. Like we're here to be waiters. Okay,
Gotcha.
We're serving out some food. Now it's outside. There's flies. It's less than ideal. You're wet. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you don't want to eat outside. There's flies. You're wet. It's just kind of a nightmare. But the food looks great. So I'm like, I'm in on this. They get like this variety plate of stuff. So I'm like, okay, I'm going around the world on this. Yeah, a bit of a poo-poo platter.
You didn't say that twice.
It certainly turned out that way.
Poo-poo.
So I'm eating like only God knows what meat, okay, at a water park. And on the drive home...
Might have been cooked in the water from the water park.
Yeah, on the drive home,
it
things
was
start to be unsettling.
Wow.
Yeah, things start
That's
to be
fast
unsettling.
acting.
Yes, and at this point, I don't realize that I'm sick. I just realize I need to find a bathroom.
And this wasn't a spice issue because you do have a history of spicy foods really tear you up.
This might have been like a meat cleanliness issue. Okay, you're eating pork and
not
whatever knows
kosher.
from a friggin' water park. Okay, like come on, this is kind of on me here a little bit, but I make it home and I make it home scot-free. Good. Okay, great. Cleaned it out.
but then all of a sudden my stomach's killing me. And it's like, okay, I'm going to try and sleep this
You
off a
got
little
it.
bit. It's in the evening. Next thing I know, it's full-on stomach ache, not pukey, just constantly in and out of the John, in and out of the John, in and out of the John. At a place
Fever
where you
at all?
can't flush. No real fever. It's just like the worst stomach ache ever. And I was riding porcelain for 16 straight hours.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
kid you not. It was a
So
full.
what-
I've never gone to the bathroom that many times in such a short. Like I'm like, how do I have anything left?
Yeah, this is graphic and this is gross. But so what are you doing? Just like layering on top of layering?
Into the trash can?
Just
yeah.
the-
Well, the worst part was you get to a point where like your backside can only handle so much of that friction. So then I steal the baby wipes.
There you go.
And I mow through those.
Right, because the burnage.
That backfires the next day when the baby had an accident.
Oh,
now
no.
mom's looking for the wipies, and I'm like, hey, sorry about that.
You can go reuse them.
I kind of, they're still in the trash can. They didn't get flushed.
Recycle, baby.
But it worked out good because it ended up being like a bit of sort of like a midweek just cleansing. I mean, I had shoveled more food in my face.
there you
over
go.
those, so it was kind of like a little
that's a
reset.
shot to none of
That's a
us.
cleanse is what
Get
that
yourself
is.
back to neutral and then power through the
It's a
final couple of
microbial
days.
cleanse.
Yeah. And then in the airport, I will say, I must look like a guy, okay? And the first part I understand, that has vapes on him and potentially has upwards of $10,000 in cash.
And wants a timeshare.
The latter, they don't know you well.
When I know, I'm like, come on. I'm walking through the customs when I get there, and everybody's getting green lit. Easy money, easy money, easy money, easy money. I get up there, red light comes on, I get pulled to the side, and they're mowing through my backpack. And I get asked 100 times, do you have any vapes? Do you have $10,000 cash? Do you have any vapes? And I'm going, what's the deal here, man? That's getting there. And then I get checked again at the gate. Like before we're about to get on the plane, it's like, hey, we're going to do a random search. We got 3 of you, and I'm one of the 3. And they go through everything. I got to take my socks off. I get checked twice.
Wow.
So when I get there and when I leave, of like, you look like a guy that's going to have vapes and maybe some like blood money on him.
Definitely not the kind of guy that wears socks, too. That's a big spoiler.
Yeah, I was wearing socks with the Crocs that day.
Oh, socks and Crocs.
Yeah.
Thought it was just a Croc.
But it was an outstanding trip
Man,
outside
that
of the
sounds like
detox
it.
midweek, who knows what meat that I
Good
put
for
in
you,
myself.
man.
Thank you so much. David Hellman now with Fox Sports. He's going to join you coming up at 4:20. We'll get the Cowboys report from him. Wooly Bully's top 10's coming up at 4 o'clock. Did you hear what that guy Cow Turd said about the Cowboys? Is his latest analogy spot on or on dope? It is next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Window Nation.
Hey, if you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Byers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is a Texas authority in barricade rentals. ByersBarricades.com.
Wow, what a day. JD has been fired from the Rangers. The Bally Sports app is being announced.
What?
So you're going to be able to get that for $20 a month and get your Ranger Stars and Mavs.
Yep.
So you don't have to, go hunting for a streaming service or something like that. Just get the Bally's app for $20. I think a lot of fans are going to be excited about that. You don't have to pirate it or whatever.
Or you having to DM people about you. Remember that one show you?
Oh, yeah,
That's right.
I was
I'm
doing
not
my
telling
best.
you how to do this, but I'm going to tell you how to do this kind of thing.
Yeah. And then CeeDee Lamb is hurt, and he's not going to practice tomorrow. Apparently, he's got a cut on his foot.
He does. That's true.
Okay. We'll have more on those stories coming up a little bit later on in the show. But what I had teased going into the break here, are the Cowboys really starting to resemble this pathetic NFL franchise and how they operated under their former owner? Here we go.
I was thinking about the Dallas Cowboys, and they're starting to remind me of the Raiders as Al Davis aged. So as Al Davis aged, the Raiders, the drafts got weirder. The team got stranger. There was a lot of family squabbles and noise. And as Jerry Jones ages, you've had some issues in the family. The drafts have gotten kind of like odd, and the team's got now some holes. I don't think they're well coached. But Al and Jerry are very similar. They're both mavericks to their DNA. They're mavericks to the core. They're contrarian, strong, have a sense of branding. They're hands-on owners. They actually see themselves as sort of football experts. Al did and Jerry does because Jerry played college football. And in Al's cognitive prime in his 40s and 50s, the Raiders were a great brand. The coaching hires were fantastic. The drafting was clever. Their offense was smart. They were kind of a model of excellence, and they won 3 Super Bowls. And then he aged.
Okay, so there's the premise. Agree or disagree. The one thing I take exception with is while there have been a couple of weird draft decisions, like a Jalen Smith or a Taco Charlton, overall the Cowboys are drafting great. And that's the reason they haven't sucked as bad as the Raiders did for the last 15 years of Al Davis's ownership.
Yeah. Who is this? Who is this Colin Cowherd you're talking about? Colin, what? Is he calling me? What is he calling? Is he calling me a dinosaur? What is he doing there?
Saying you were washed up for the last 15 years there, Al.
No, we are all about the commitment to excellence.
Yeah, you said that.
We're the team of the decades. I don't know what Colin Cowherd's talking about at all. No.
I like the idea of getting the broadest limited fake Al Davis.
I think it's pretty good.
Going toe-to-toe with Walchuk's limited fake Al Davis and having them have just an Al Davis off.
You didn't want to draft Jamarcus Russell. Get over it. He's a great player. Just win, baby.
That's Al at the podium. That's Al at the podium. This is Al like groveling in an office after not paying Brian Broaddus for work done.
Brian, you could live in the hotel next door. It'd be fine. You could be a Raider employee and be fine. And Mr. Davis, I have a wife. It doesn't matter. You need family. Family's not important here when you work for the Raiders. The Raiders are a family. You could be a family. Live in a hotel. You'll be fine.
It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Elsewhere going on here with the Cowboys today, Mike Zimmer, former Cowboys DC, former Vikings head coach, now working for Deion Sanders at Jackson State. Did you guys see this? Yeah, he's been brought on as a consultant. Zimmer says, quote, he asked me about it a few times. Now, the pay's not good, but I love Deion, and I'd do anything for him. He says, I think the sky's the limit at Jackson State. If someone would donate to him in his football program, there would be no stopping him. He would be competing with the Georgias and the Alabamas and everybody around the country.
Yeah, Mike Zimmer was on, I was looking at the 33rd team website. Mike was a comment. He made some, they asked him about the Cowboys defensively. He had some really, really good positive comments about what Dan Quinn and what you got with Micah Parsons and stuff like that. So good to see Mike. I mean, he's still getting paid by the Vikings, so worrying about the money is not a big thing for him.
I wonder if he keeps his Maxim supermodel girlfriend as well.
Oh,
or
for
if they ended up
sure.
splitting
Well,
up.
you should. Yeah. If you don't keep her, you better get another one.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
you made it to the top, Mike.
I mean, she might have been in it for, hey, I'm dating the head coach of the Vikings. That's possible.
Well,
Maybe it was true love.
Maybe she'll stay for the money.
Is Mike Zimmer one of these John Gruden sleep at the office kind of guys? Because it's like she's dating him, but we know how coaches are, man. They're married to their job more than
now he's
anything.
around too much?
Now he's around way too much.
The only reason he's taking this job is because she probably kicked him to the curb.
That's true. Well,
she's not going for the catfish. You know what I'm saying? She's like, I mean, catfish like the meal, not the like.
Not the Manti Te'o.
Yeah,
I
not
thought
the
you were
Manti.
going all Manti Te'o.
Which, by the way,
Grandfather's nickname, by the way, catfish. So watch your
catfish is a
mouth.
good nickname.
Manti Te'o stock is out on Netflix. Worth watching.
That's what I'm saying.
Is it out already?
Oh, it came out yesterday.
Yeah, bro.
It's 2 episodes. I mean, I'm an episode and a half down.
I'm the first part in. It's worth watching.
This is the same company that did the Danbury Trashers documentary, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
The Untold Stories, people.
Yes, it's the Untold Stories. It's well done, man. It makes you feel pretty bad for Manti Te'o.
You feel terrible for this guy. You really do. It's like I was wondering. I'm like, why would Manti Te'o want this to come out? I'm like, oh, because the details show that he is clearly the victim here.
Yeah,
and he got bleeped all over the place when that came out.
Which I think we did know, but the media then, because I kind of forgot, it's been so long, but the media did blow it up and make it seem like, well, maybe this guy was just doing it for the storyline,
right? Yeah,
right, to try and hype up the Heisman and all this. But no, he really got played.
I mean, he's a victim, but it's also pathetic, right?
There's absolutely don't get me wrong. There is an element to where like you never actually physically saw this person.
Yeah.
So there is some ownership
he was
there.
in love.
But this is before
He was in love with somebody he's never met before.
He fell hard. But when you kind of learn about him and his background and growing up and being in like a very small area,
He's very naive.
Very naive.
Okay,
He fell in love with some pictures, bro.
He did.
Yeah. Some pictures and a fake voice.
And a teenage boy impersonating a hottie.
Oh, no. Who's now transgendered, by the way.
Okay. Well,
Hey, well, you got a shot now.
Yeah. I wish him the best on his journey.
Yeah, no, what?
Maybe. Who knows? We got to run 2 down, 2.5 to go. Wooly Bully's top 10 coming up next. He's going to do it a little bit early and then bail on us for baby dolls again. Well, Chuck, where are we going?
Top 10 baby dolls around. No, it is the 15-year anniversary since Superbad was released in theaters. What are the top 10 comedies of the early 2000s? What's your favorite? 877-881-1053. There's some classics. Talk about that next on The Fan.
Blasting out.
105.3 The Fan. Go baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. David Hellman, Fox Sports Cowboys writer, coming up in 20 minutes. Your 20 minutes from David Hellman. It is time now for Wolchuk's Top 10. Here he is, Zach Wolchuk.
Well, that's fun. Oh, a lot of stuff happening today. John Daniels gets fired. We had the presser earlier here on your home of the Rangers.
Call him Gon Daniels now.
Yep, Gon Daniels, as Gavin Dawson is referring to him. We also had Cowboys-Chargers joint practice. Jordan Lewis apparently has a hamstring injury that he suffered during the practice. He's going to be further evaluated. And if you missed it, we have touched on it, but CeeDee Lamb did not practice. He has a cut on his toe. Stephen Jones said he does not expect him to practice tomorrow either, but at least it's not serious, guys. It's just a cut on the toe.
Yeah, that was the best thing that I read all day on Twitter about CeeDee Lamb, because when you hear foot and wide receiver and missing practice, and we know how our wide receiver room looks right now, it's like that is CeeDee Lamb outside of Dak like at the top of the list of guys you would least like to get injured?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think he has to be. Even
100%.
over Tyron Smith.
He is over.
He might be over Tyron Smith, bro.
How close is it between Parsons and Dak?
Very close. Probably closer than you'd like for it to be.
It's very close. But I do think, you might even put CeeDee ahead of Micah. Because at least you have.
Talk about injuries. Stop.
Let's not even. Let's get off this
I don't
topic.
know why you would even bring this
up. What are you doing, Bassick? What are you doing over there?
Yeah.
Jeez, Mike, stop it.
Dang it.
Stop it now. We will get into our top 10 here at 4. I'm going to be going to Baby Dolls later today. I will be leaving after the segment. Come hang out with me 5 to 7, 10250 Shady Trail. I'll have some 105.3 The Fan swag to give you. Be listening to the show as well. We will also have free barbecue all day. They've got great drink specials. And when I mean great drink specials, seriously.
You mean great.
They're
drink
fantastic.
specials.
It's a great place to just come, hang out, drink, even if you're not interested in any of the other scenery. But how could you not be? 175 of the most beautiful women in DFW.
And I would love to know honest texters who are willing to get vulnerable with us here a little bit, open up to us. Have you ever bailed on work to go to the gentleman's club?
Yeah, and I
because
think
Wolchuk's now making a disgusting habit out of it.
Well, technically I'm going work to work. This is still a work function for me.
If you get super technical.
Yeah, very
technical. The Chick-fil-A outfit, did you ever go?
No, I took that off. That would be frowned upon by my Chick-fil-A.
So next year
You should have used that, man.
Yeah,
dude, that's
no, the coupons
as good as money.
I do have with me.
Women love to eat. You'll be surprised.
You told me that.
With buy one get one free.
You'd be
coupons.
surprised.
Hey, Lucius,
they got
I got
babies
that.
too? What?
Yeah, I got that in my back pocket. Also, you can go ahead and come over on Saturday at the Star in Frisco. Eric and myself, we're going to be out there. So come hang out with us. You can hang out with DeMarcus Ware of the Cowboys. Barry Church will be out there. Danny McRae. It's a big fantasy football draft party. There's going to be autograph opportunities, including the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders out there. So we're looking forward to that event as well. But 15 years ago today, which makes me feel very old, Superbad
Music died.
was released in theaters. Do you want the music back?
No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Miss America
Now,
Pie.
have you seen Superbad, Broadus?
No.
We need to change this.
Yeah, you got to see the doodling. Oh, the doodling.
Oh,
they do
the
in
Oh, the
school.
treasure chest
Yeah.
of
You just can't stop
My
it.
parents thought I was possessed by some
something like
devil.
8% of kids have it.
Yeah. It's whatever. No big deal.
I can't believe he hit Becca's foot with
your D
drawing.
It's a fantastic film. So I've got the top 10 funniest comedies from the early 2000s. Text yours in 877-881-1053.
For me, this is the golden era.
It was a
Of
fantastic
classic comedies, man.
Fantastic string.
Many of which that I don't know that could even be made today.
Yeah, no question. It was, look, the list of these movies, most of these are probably in my top 5 comedies of all time that we're about to go through.
All 10 of these movies are in Wolchuk's top 5.
Wedding Crashers are old school. Got texted
When did
from
Life
2 and
come
4.
out? I'm
Which
gonna
one?
Google that. Life with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence.
Oh, that
Say
might
97.
Because that is just, oh my gosh, I've watched that so many times.
was that
in a
late
row.
'90s. I think you might be right.
99.
Yeah,
no.
it might
Just
just
missed the
misses
cut.
it.
Will we by chance head to 2001, where a young burgeoning superstar in the world of comedy, Tom Green, starred in Freddie Got Fingered?
Freddie Got Fingered did not make this, but I do remember Tom Green and his MTV show.
Oh, he was
Days.
genius.
Yes, those were man. Tom Green was funny. Me, Myself, and Irene gets texted in as some of their favorite comedies. That might have been late '90s as well, but
No, I think that makes the cut there.
Due
But-
Date got texted in. Talladega Nights, Anchorman is getting some love.
Oh, it's got to be in there. It's
Anything
legendary.
with Will Ferrell, basically.
Oh. Could we stay in 2001, Mr. Announcer Man, and be treated to some Zoolander?
Oh, I did love Zoolander.
Strong.
But no, Zoolander did not make this top 10. It is an honorable mention, and Zoolander is underrated. Now, do not watch the sequel.
Well, you have Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson both should be dominating portions of this here list.
They should. So, Super Troopers just got texted in from the 214. At number 10, the 2001 film, Super Troopers. Introducing audiences.
I can't pull over anymore.
Vermont State Troopers, baby. They were iconic. Oh, Super Troopers is fantastic. Broadus, have you seen this?
No.
Okay.
If we can go 10 for 10.
Now, this is a cult classic.
I was rooting an NFL team while you guys were doing this.
I get that.
Stop bragging.
These movies have been out for a while, Broadus. You can watch them on TV.
Patting myself on the
Tommy
back.
Boy's getting some love. Role Models, Knocked Up, Forgetting Sarah Marshall, Tropic Thunder.
Amen to all of those. I don't know if Tommy Boy makes the
I gotta see
year
this Freddie
cut
Got
here.
Fingered deal.
Tommy Boy might have been late,
But
might
Rip
have been
Torn
90s
was in that
as
movie?
well.
Yeah, he's
He's kind
dad.
of funny, yeah.
Role Models is one
I'm
of
gonna
the
watch that
single
next.
most underrated movies of all time.
So underrated. Yeah, Role Models is fantastic.
Stifler and Paul Rudd. And Paul Rudd had a really good run here because he was in 40-Year-Old Virgin. I Love You, Man. I Love You, Man.
I Love You, Man was great. Waiting got texted in a couple of times.
Joe Dirt.
Or Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds, yes. Waiting is a good film. American Pie is getting some love.
Number
For
2.
sure.
Bleep Ben Stiller from the 214.
Oh, no. Don't you dare say that.
Nacho Libre is getting texted in.
Dude,
Jack
Nacho
Black,
Libre.
right?
Yes, that is worth watching. That movie still holds up. Most of these do.
My life is good. Road Trip got
Give me some of that
texted in.
corn.
Oh,
Some
Road
of
Trip's
that
great.
corn
Isn't
Which
Tom
one
Green
is
in
Road Trip?
Oh, yeah, Road
Tom
Trip.
Green is in Road Trip.
Yeah, he is.
Yes, he is. How
think he's
High? Getting texted in.
100%. You know, did that? I don't even know if that was 2000.
It might not.
Royal
People are just
Tenenbaums.
texting in their favorite comedies at this point. I don't mind
I
it.
respect
Like
it.
Happy Gilmore's getting texted in. Doesn't make the cut. The Hangover, hell yes. Grandma's Boy, another amazing comedy. Something About Mary. People are just loving this, and I'm loving you.
Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle, bro. It's got to be on there.
Yes.
Let's do this. Number 9, we got Old School.
That's good.
Fire. Yeah,
You saw
no
Old
doubt
School.
about her.
I did.
First
Will
ballot.
Ferrell, right?
We're going streaking. Yes, that was Will Ferrell.
Luke Wilson.
They
Luke
were in a
Wilson,
fraternity
Vince
house,
Vaughn.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
You're my boy, Blue.
Yep.
Number 8, Meet the Parents.
Oh, my gosh.
Seen that one.
I have nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?
Did you milk? Maybe you can chase a cat. I
That
think
movie
Meet the
is so
Parents should
good.
be higher, personally.
She was a real tomcat.
Man, Meet the Parents is so good. Greg Fokker and the family. I love them. Number 7.
It's Gaylord Fokker.
It is. Greg Gaylord Fokker. Number 7 is Wedding Crashers, which is criminally too low.
That is a top 3 for me of any genre, I think.
Number 1 comedy of all time, in my opinion.
Probably the single most watched movie of my entire life for me personally. That and Hitch.
And you and I, we drop a lot of Wedding Crashers quotes, a lot.
Yeah.
Throughout the show, a lot of innuendos.
Well, it's because it feels so good when you joke.
So many jokes. Number 6, we got Dodgeball, a true underdog story.
Oh, yes. When he's got the air pump and he's getting set for her to walk into the room and he's pumping up not a basketball. Gosh, that's a
You
legendary
can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. And the end of it, when Ben Stiller is now fat and he's just munching on chicken from KFC or wherever the heck it is, and he's just laughing. Oh, man, I love Dodgeball. It's hilarious. Number 5, the top 5 of the top 10 funniest comedies from the early 2000s since Superbad was released on this day, 15 years ago. Step Brothers.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it was a good one.
Step Brothers is one of those movies that I think might get better the more you watch it. Am I alone there? Some people
I
might
only
think
watched
it gets
it once.
stupider. But I saw it once and I was like, that was pretty good. And then I saw it more and more because it's on TV often.
Mm-hmm.
And the more I saw it, the more I was like, damn, this movie's funny.
So good. And this was like prime. It's Adam McKay, right?
Yes.
And then there's the other guy,
John C. Reilly.
Well, there's John C. Reilly, but Apatow.
Judd
Apatow was
Apatow.
crushing during this time
Judd
of making
Apatow,
funny movies.
Right. He's responsible for most of the movies that we're going to be discussing here. Number 4, Anchorman, The Legend of Ron Burgundy.
Very good.
You've seen that?
I have.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, we're working.
That's what I'm talking about.
It sounds like Broadus is a bit of a Will Ferrell guy.
He
All
might
he's
be.
seen is Old School and Anchorman. Big Talladega Nights guy. I guarantee you've seen Talladega
it's the
Nights.
racing stuff.
You
Right.
pooped in the refrigerator, and you ate the whole wheel of cheese? I'm not even mad. That's impressive.
Who was it? Gosh, Mike. His name that when John C. Reilly or whatever, he's going to the hospital bed to tell Will Ferrell, he's like confessing things to him, and he had like an alter ego, and now I'm trying to remember John C. Reilly's alter ego here.
I can't remember what it is. Somebody will text
Somebody's
in.
gonna text in that
877-881-1053. And Steve Carell, low key, I mean, he steals every scene he's in that movie. He's so awkward, and I love Lamp. I mean, just the
Mike
one-liners that he
Honcho.
has. Mike Honcho.
Mike
There you
Honcho.
go. He's so good. Along Came Polly's getting some love from the 972.
Love
That's an
that
underrated
movie.
film.
What about Borat? That was huge for me.
I loved Borat. And Borat should be in this
And what
top
about
10.
Napoleon Dynamite?
Napoleon Dynamite was an honorable mention.
Dude, Napoleon Dynamite's fire.
Napoleon Dynamite is fantastic and a great reference on Borat. I loved the first Borat.
Just totally unique.
No question.
You know?
And I watched the Ali G show on HBO, so I was familiar with the Borat character already. And I
Wicked.
Incredible.
I mean, so Lucius does the one kind of a pause joke, but in Borat, we got exposed to a different kind of pause where he was trying to figure out how it works. And so as that whole thing was evolving, I couldn't get the Borat scene out of my mind the whole time. And still, when I hear pause, I think of pause. Not.
You should start doing that when we say pause. Not. Number 3 on the top 10 funniest comedies from the early 2000s, The 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Oh my gosh, bro. This was a launching point for, that when you look back at the cast there, Seth Rogen is 23 years old in that movie, and he looks 40.
He does.
It's crazy how
and
old
this
he looks.
was Steve Carell's breakout right before The
For
Office
sure.
started. It was,
I liked it. It was too much romance. It was too much working through the issues.
I loved it.
I 100% think if you've only seen it once, I'd circle back. Kevin Hart has a nice little
He does.
cameo in that, which is still legendarily funny.
I don't want your giant box of porn, Andy.
Gosh, that movie is it's fantastic.
Number 2 is Superbad. And I am a big fan of Superbad. I know we got one text in that said that they are not a fan of Superbad. I think it's a great coming-of-age film. And to me, in terms of like high school comedies, Superbad was done very, very well. I think it's really good. Obviously, Jonah Hill, Michael Cera, this is what kind of brought them into stardom. But Superbad is a
Is
classic.
Michael
for me.
Cera still in stardom? Isn't he out?
I think he's doing a lot of indies. Michael Cera was actually in that movie Lemon that we watched, Lucius.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Randomly. But number 1, the greatest comedy of the early 2000s.
Is it going to be
Soul Plane?
Soul Plane's a good freaking movie, dude. Do not diss Soul Plane. But number 1, The Hangover.
Oh, yeah.
And I do love
Should've
The
known.
Hangover. It's in
Yeah.
my top 3. I personally think Wedding Crashers is a little bit better, but I'm not going to fight you on The Hangover.
Mm-hmm. I like The Hangover too. When
The
they
first
go to
2 are good. The
Bangkok.
third one was
Yeah.
just not good.
Okay.
But the first 2 are funny.
Thank you, Woolchuck. Great stuff.
All right, guys. I'll see you at Baby Dolls.
Now you get out there and have a great time yourself. Don't come in with a hangover tomorrow. I know it'll be hard to pull off.
I'm taking the day off tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
We got a short show, Rangers
scheduled
baseball.
day off.
Rangers baseball.
I
What
have
a
scheduled day
freaking
off.
slacker.
Yeah. Well, it's because I work those weekend Rangers baseball games that you guys don't work. So now I have certain days I have to take off.
That means
Sounds like a
Walchuk-
personal problem.
It
to
is
me.
a personal issue.
Walchuk's
I'm trying to
with
work
that,
through
man?
it.
He's
know,
going to
with-
get buck wild tonight. If he's got the
Tonight's-
day off tomorrow, Walchuk is about to get debaucherous.
10250
boys.
Shady Trail. I'll be there 5 to 7.
Go
Maybe
see
a
him
little
spill
later.
some on his shirt.
Go hang out with Woolchuck. All right.
I got
What's your
these
bail
cool-
bonds, Lucius?
These cool
Hey,
stickers.
easy, Al Bell Bonds. They'll take care of you, bro.
Write that down.
They're
show's
writing
done at
24 hours a
6:30.
day, bro. 24 hours a day. They're
Okay.
writing.
I better
writing
see you,
bails.
Lucius.
Yeah, I got you. Well, I told you I retired from the game.
Yeah, well,
when
I'm
I was in
getting
the
out of
game,
retirement.
I knew the bouncers, the bartenders, the girls dancing. Matter of fact, it was a family affair in the Alexander residence at the time. You know what I mean? But those days are past me now.
Sounds like a little bit of a VIP experience.
I mean, it definitely was. I don't know anybody in there anymore now.
Well, somebody take care of Woolchuck tonight.
Yeah, come on. Hook up
Okay.
Willie.
Let's
All right.
party.
That baby dolls. Will you be there in about 20 minutes or so?
Probably
Yeah,
about 30 minutes.
About 30 minutes or
Yeah,
so.
We'll see how bad this traffic is.
All righty. David Hellman, FoxSports.com, Cowboys writer, friend of the show, a longtime colleague of Broadus, joins you next year to talk about today's practice against the Chargers. That's next, the Nation.
Listen. Stream the Fan 24/7 all day, every day.
We'll go around the NFL. And then at 5 o'clock, a reaction to the Rangers news heard around the world. If you missed it earlier today, John Daniels fired as the Rangers GM. And David Hellman joins us now here on 105 through the Fan. Good afternoon, David. David will join us here in just a second. It's actually Dave's Mariners that beat the Rangers last night, 5-1. Final game, JD will be involved with this baseball team. It was the Mariners that knocked him off. And Dave, congrats on that big win for Seattle last night, by the way. I know you were very pleased.
It was a tale of two games, man. They went from getting no hit to scoring 8 runs. So yeah, it was. I made all the effort to drive to Anaheim. It was nice to see him get a win.
Who's your big winner from today's practice?
I mean, I think I could say this for every single practice that I've watched this year, but Micah Parsons. I'm writing about it right this second in an Irvine Starbucks. Like the guy's a freak. He does everything, and he does it really well. And I thought he gave the Chargers fits all afternoon.
Well, Dave, was it something, because we saw a blitz where he went like a gap, I believe, on it and got a sack. Was it scheme stuff they were doing, or did you kind of feel like that there was some creative things, or was he just straight being a beast today?
I don't think these practices are super heavy on scheme. Like, you're not trying to completely flummox anybody. I just think you want to get good looks. So, it wasn't anything we haven't seen him do before. He did, yeah. He had the sack. I think he went up against Larry Roundtree, the backup running back for LA.
Yeah.
He wound up on a back, and it was just game over. But he had a sack coming off the edge. I got a video of it on my Twitter account. He beat the backup tackle around the edge and slapped Herbert on the chest, kind of just to say hey, just in case there was any doubt, I won this rep. This play is over. I thought it was really funny. Just kind of gave him a love tap. But he was in coverage as well. Like I said, it's all the same stuff we saw him do in Oxnard against his own team. But maybe it's just a little more fun to see him do it against somebody else.
Did any part of you, Dave, feel a little bit bad for Anthony Barr having to chase Austin Eckler all the way down the sideline at one point? I'm sure that was dang it, my first day back, and I got to run with Eckler 40 yards down the field. This is not fair.
Yeah. Well, welcome back to football after taking the offseason off. Go do 7-on-7, which is inherently unfair to the defense anyway. And, oh, by the way, cover the best receiving back in football. Yeah, I thought that was a little rough. And, I expect Anthony Barr to lose that battle 10 out of 10 times. So, bad draw there for Anthony.
Did you see him? Was he doing anything else, though? Did we get to see him rush the passer or anything like that?
He was out there. He did practice. I'll be honest. I draw a blank on how much he did in the full team. I think he was on a little bit of a pitch count. They're not just going to throw him in there and have him do everything. I couldn't tell you a true highlight that I saw. But again, yeah, I don't think they were asking him to do a ton on the first day back.
David, a lot of focus has been on the offensive line and how it plays out, or how it's going to play out with the reps. Tyler Smith, first team left guard today, or was it Connor McGovern?
Okay, so I'm going to be very upfront with you right off the bat, Brian. You know how this goes.
Yeah.
It's basically two practices happening.
So you were on two different fields is the problem. Yeah.
I made up my mind right off the bat. I was like, all of the star power is over here on the Dallas defense field.
Okay.
I want to see Parsons. I want to see Diggs. Although I will say, but I did I did manage to look across the field, and I know Connor McGovern was working with the first team today.
Gotcha.
He did take first team reps. So, but I'm not going to be super helpful talking Dallas offense with you today.
Okay, then. So your Dallas defense, then Bland had a really nice game against the Broncos. With no Jordan Lewis today, did that kick Anthony Brown inside at nickel, and did Deron Bland play on the outside?
No, it was AB doing a lot of stuff on the outside. I don't remember AB being in the slot. And Jordan, I think Jordan did hurt his hammy today, but he was out there. Jordan practiced. Yeah, he practiced a lot today. So if he did ding his leg up, then it happened toward the end of practice. It was a lot of AB on the outside. Jordan was in the slot. I think Deron Bland was primarily a nickelback. He had a nice breakup in one-on-ones today. Nothing super stands out from team period. But honestly, and like I'll be honest, like I wanted to see Herbert. I thought the Chargers were going to bomb away on these guys today.
Sure.
And other than maybe the Eckler, like the one we just talked about, the Eckler bust in 7-on-7, like I don't remember the Chargers getting a ton of long completions. There were a few busts. Keenan Allen had a really long reception where somebody just lost him. Like there was a miscommunication where he was just all by himself. But like as far as stretching the field, Herbert was either checking down or not completing his long attempts like all day. I think like one of the last reps of practice, he went after Diggs on a go ball and it bounced out of bounds and fell incomplete. And I think that was kind of the story of the day is for such an explosive offense, I didn't feel like the Chargers put together a ton of explosive plays.
It's David Hellman, Fox Sports Cowboys Insider with you here on The Fan. Dave, can the Cowboys take another big step defensively and try to lead the league in points allowed? Is that a realistic goal for this upcoming season?
I struggle with that because I'm a big believer. There's just so much variance in defense. Unless you really have a once-in-a-generation group like the old Seattle defenses from a decade ago, I think it's hard to maintain defensive excellence because it's an oblong ball that bounces weird ways. The stats bear it out that the team that leads the league in takeaways one year very rarely comes close the next year. And I think so. I just think you're talking about a lot of luck and a lot of variance. But I do think, I think this is as talented as the Dallas defense has been in the 10 years that I've covered the team. And maybe it's a cop-out answer, but I think they need to, I guess is what I'm trying to say, because the more I watch this, and I'm sure the Dallas offense will be fine in the long run, especially when they get Michael Gallup back. But I don't watch this team practice and think it's a team that's going to win because of its offense. I think you're talking about if they're gonna surpass the expectations in terms of win total, I think it's going to be on the defense to keep them in every game and win 2 or 3 of them. That's the expectation for me anyway, is that I think this defense needs to be one that can lead as opposed to just not messing it up, which is what they were for so long.
David, you tweeted about Quentin Bohanna getting work with the first team, and is it basically base stuff, or were they? Was it? How did you see him being used?
Yeah, man. I think that's a lot of early down. Obviously, I think you want Quentin Bohanna on the field when there's a good element of a run threat. I don't think Quentin Bohanna is going to be part of your NASCAR package.
Sure.
So I think it was a lot of base, early down, long distances, stuff like that. But I just kind of had a moment where I was like, man, every single time the ones come in a base situation, it's 98 and not 96. And I think I came into the season thinking Neville Gallimore, 96, being a main starter. I kind of thought of it as a foregone conclusion. And to your point, all of this is going to depend on personnel, and we know how much Dan Quinn likes to mix and match. It's so much different from Rod Marinelli, where it was the 11 starters are going to play all of the time, and then you rotate as need be. That's not really Dan Quinn's style. So, there's plenty of snaps to go around. But yeah, it continues to catch my eye. Maybe start thinking of Quentin Bohanna as a guy competing for starter caliber snaps.
Dave, we got some one-on-one O-line, D-line pass rush. I feel like we haven't gotten much of that from the Cowboys this camp. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't remember seeing it all when we were out there. Did anything stand out to you from that standpoint with the pass rushers getting after each other?
And you're right. We have not seen. I think we saw it one day in Oxnard. It really hasn't been a main component. I didn't, and maybe I missed it. Y'all go to practice. It's impossible to keep your eye on everything. I didn't see anything that super stood out. I know Rashawn Slater practiced today. I know he did, but I didn't see as much of him as I was hoping for. I really thought we were going to watch a Micah versus Slater clinic. I was really hoping to just see them getting after each other over and over again. It really didn't feel like it materialized. But just in general, I thought the Dallas pass rush had a whale of a day today. I mean, Micah was Micah. Terrell Basham had another interception today. Oso Digizua and Neville Gallimore each had a sack. Dante Fowler got in there. Somebody batted down a pass. Like, I thought the Chargers offensive line was on its heels for most of the afternoon.
And Dave, I'm going to take one final shot at this thing. Any kicking done that you saw with the Cowboys field goal kickers?
No, I didn't see any. Kicks at all, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Which is, now that you mention it, I know maybe it's because maybe that happened on the other field. I didn't see it though, and now that you mention it, I'm like, man, that is kind of interesting. Like, I didn't see Brett Maher today, which he has yet to kick in a practice setting. So something to keep an eye on tomorrow for sure.
Dave, how old do you feel knowing that on this day 15 years ago, Superbad was released?
It makes me feel really old, to be honest with you, because I think I was like a junior or senior in high school, if I had to guess. God, yeah, I mean, we just keep having these milestones where, like, you know, so what, like kids who are old enough to drink were born in like 2001 now, and that
It ain't
freaks me
right.
out.
Yep.
The fact, like, a kid, yeah, like, so if you turn 21 this year, you probably don't even remember Superbad coming out, and that is really terrifying, because, like, I still think of myself as like a young person, and it's just not. It gets less and less true every day.
Enjoy what's left of it, Dave. Congrats on your move to Fox, by the way. You look great on TV, and you're killing it.
Thanks, fellas. I appreciate it.
There he goes, David Hellman, Fox Sports Cowboys insider, longtime colleague abroad us over there at DallasCowboys.com. All righty, it is time to go around the NFL. We'll get you the top stories from elsewhere in pro football coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. Let's talk about D&M Leasing. Before we do that, though, because these are the guys to call if you want or need a new
Inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Broadcast time tonight is 6:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Let's do it. Let's go around the NFL. Brought to you by Metter, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Here we go.
Let's go around the NFL. G-Bag style on 105.3 The Fan.
Giafala first down.
Here we go. We got the news. Derwin James, Chargers safety, 4-year extension, averaging slightly over $19 million per year, makes him the highest paid safety in NFL history. Record-breaking $42 million guaranteed, and a record 29 M's in year one. He got the fatty boom bob, boys. Congratulations to Derwin James. Seems like all these guys that were doing that sort of soft holdout a little bit. Deebo Samuel, boom, he cashes out. DK Metcalf, boom, he cashes out. Now Derwin James, he's been at Chargers camp but not really participating. Boom, he'll be participating now. And the bank account's looking a lot better for him, so wanted to mention that. And then the other one here is just some Jimmy Garoppolo stuff that's starting to come out. The Jimmy G smear campaign, if you will. The San Francisco Chronicle it notes that when Jimmy Garoppolo signed his big contract a few years ago, back in 2018 with the Niners, they say he shook hands, flashed his multi-million-dollar smile, and then disappeared into the offseason ether.
Oh, he's a ghoster.
Quote, once he left that press conference after signing the big deal, nobody heard from him for weeks and weeks. He didn't return calls. He didn't return texts. He basically just vanished, and we were looking at each other going, what just happened? And apparently the Jimmy G vanishing act would basically become a staple of subsequent off seasons for him. And so Peter King jumps on and says, yeah, when the other 89 men on the San Francisco roster right now are practicing outside, Jimmy Garoppolo is usually inside or on his way home. Peter King said he heard that Jimmy G does not even have a playbook. He does not attend quarterback or team meetings and barely knows new quarterbacks coach Brian Greasy. Now, that's right now, and this is a Jimmy G who's been told you're not a part of our plans and we're going to be trading you or cutting you at some point. So, to an extent, right now, I guess I can kind of understand.
You would understand that, but it's happened in years past, huh?
But it's apparently been ever since he's been a part of the Niners, he's been one of these guys where, like Chris Sims says, he's like, I've heard this from players, ex-coaches there in San Francisco. And remember, Chris Sims is like college buddies with Kyle Shanahan. So Chris Sims got a pretty good perspective on this. He goes off the radar all the time. Jimmy G does. Nobody can get in contact with him. They had to drive to his house and knock on his door. Hello, are you alive?
He's an aloof pretty boy.
Yeah.
That's what he is.
He's kind of.
It surprises me to hear this though, because it doesn't seem like you would make it a good impression on Belichick if that's how you did it. And Belichick wanted to go to Jimmy G. You know, that was like the first strike between him and Tom Brady.
Right, but remember, this is after Jimmy G has gotten the big money contract. When he the first couple of years in New England, he's a wide-eyed rookie, hasn't made a bunch of money yet. He's under the wing of Tom Brady. There's a certain standard. You get shipped out to San Francisco, you cash out big. Now I'm going to go walk down the street with the adult film girls and kind of do my thing. I'm Jimmy G.
Well, I guess it doesn't surprise me based on watching him play. You know, it just seems like his recognition, his anticipation, his awareness is low, you know, and I'm always surprised that he has such a level of team success that he's had, Brian.
Do you kind of feel like, though, that this is, and I'm not, heck, I sound like I'm defending the player, but do you think this is the organization's fault for the way they kind of treated him?
Well, they clearly let him get away with it for all these years. You're talking about 2018. We're in 2023 now. You didn't nip this in the bud?
But that's what I'm saying, though. They allow it to happen. But here the last few years, it seems like to me the organization's kind of turned their back on him. And he's like, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, no, wait, come back and save us. We don't have a really great answer. Trey Lance wasn't good enough. Sorry about that. You need to play quarterback for us again this year.
Yeah, but you turn your back on the guy that turns his back on you when he signs the big money deal, and then he ghosts you.
I'd say Jimmy started it.
Yeah, Jimmy's the one who evidently, according to this, one side of the story. But
I think it would be worse than the last couple of years because he's probably felt like, you know what, the organization doesn't care about me, so why should I care? But you're right. The first couple of years after the deal, you know, maybe should have been a little bit better focused.
He's just reading the contract and saying, well, look, you know, it's not my job to be at work today. And that's not what you want in a quarterback.
No.
From a quarterback or a full-time employee you're going to put with a high degree of responsibility. You want the guy who says, I'll do whatever it takes. I will wake up in the middle of the night. I don't care if it says 40-hour work week. I'm fixing to work 90 for you so we get this thing right. And that's, is it asking too much of a quarterback? Sure. But only those that are super committed have the real success.
Why would you try and smear a guy you're trying to trade?
Right, exactly, because that's the other angle. It's like, well, are they smearing him? Well, why would you smear him to undercut his trade value? It wouldn't really make sense.
Maybe they're getting ready to trade him for very little, and they want to get the word out so Niners fans won't roast him.
If I'm the Giants, teams like that, I mention them. It's like, hey, you want to get rid of this guy? You think he's a problem? You don't like him anymore? He doesn't work hard? Whatever? Sure.
Sounds like he needed the video game Kyler Murray contract clause in his.
I just find it interesting that they're smearing him and trying to trade him at the same time.
That is very interesting. We'll see how the story develops and continue to report on it for you. Here's Brian Broaddus with Second Down.
Yeah, good news for Chuck Howley, former Dallas Cowboy linebacker. Back in my era when I used to watch the Cowboys growing up as a kid, the Pro Football Hall of Fame announced Wednesday that he is one of the 3 senior finalists for the class of 2023. So it's Jim Porter, the president of the Hall, said he'd like to thank the Seniors Committee for extensive research and each member put into preparing for the selection meeting. And Rick Goslin and Shereen Williams, we had Shereen on that one day. They have to make these presentations. I know Rick Goslin has taken it upon himself to try and get as many of these Dallas Cowboys from that era before Jerry Jones even owned the team, 1989. That played on championship teams, were outstanding players. Good for Chuck Howley, good for Joe Klecko, and good for Ken Riley. All 3 of them were finalists. But I'm really, really happy for Chuck Howley, who was in 1977. He was put into the Ring of Honor. So a very, very deserving player and for Hall of Fame considerations. And Chuck is 86 years old, so hopefully they can get him in while he's still with us to see it.
Chuck and A. Not a moment too soon.
Chuck and A.
You know what I'm saying? Congrats to Chuck Howley. I'll get you a little third down here, and I'm going to make it a football third down instead of regular football because we have a couple of soccer headlines involving Manchester United among the top stories in the world of sport today, including news on American Christian Pulisic. Sources telling ESPN, Man U have inquired about a loan from Chelsea. United are scrambling for reinforcements at goal scorer as Ronaldo wants to leave. Pulisic, 23 years old, has 2 years remaining on his contract, according to sources. He has grown frustrated with his limited game time. Only started 13 games last season. Juventus, Atletico Madrid, and Newcastle also monitoring the Pulisic situation. But how far has United fallen if Chelsea would be willing to loan them a world-class striker, which I don't think is too homerish to say Pulisic is. So that's something.
You already seen the relegation teams at the bottom of the table?
Yeah.
Man U's down there in the bottom.
Well,
the fans are chanting. It's funny, the fans of the opposition are already chanting relegation for Man U.
They are 0-2, bottom of the table, and lost 4-0 to Brentford, who I hadn't heard of.
Brentford scored those goals came super quick, and it was Man U mistakes. It was just catastrophic mistakes early in that match that gave that thing up.
I don't know if you saw, but this morning Elon Musk caused a stir by tweeting that he was going to buy Manchester United. And people got very excited because the current owners, the Glazer family, have been highly criticized by the fans since Sir Alex Ferguson retired in 2013. They've been a joke for the last 8-9 years.
Yeah, they're in a situation right now where they put on over £600 million of debt onto Man U in order to buy that team, but they still haven't done anything about the debt. They continue to take funds from the team. And as the other organizations, other squads in the EPL continue to spend money, Manchester United doesn't in that way.
All right, there it is around the National Football League every afternoon, 4:40 here on The Fan. Coming up next, it was a huge day in the world of the Texas Rangers, and after 17 years, JD is out of there. We have a reaction to that Rangers news heard around the world and what local media is saying about the firing of John Daniels next on The Fan.
We're taking over your smart speaker. Hope you don't mind.
On the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 4 of the Nation. You are an hour and a half from the Rangers pregame show here, as we're going to get you some Rangers Twitter right here. A huge day, a historic day for the ball club, as John Daniels was fired. We'll get reaction from the people who cover this team. We want your reacts on text at 877-881-1053. Please leave your name and city you're texting from. The 469 says, JD's 17-year legacy, masterful skill in taking credit for the accomplishments of others while consistently deflecting blame. Useful skill if you got it. You know, Ray Davis was up there and he said something I agree with. He said, you know, JD built 2 World Series teams. That's something he doesn't get enough credit for. And, you know, you can call it luck. You could say all he did was make a couple of trades and had Josh Hamilton fall into his lap or stuff like that. You know, Vlad Guerrero already had Michael Young. But he built those teams, and I don't think JD was just all about deflecting blame and playing office politics. I think he was fair. I think, you know, he was honest and did his job with integrity for the most part, and Ray Davis acknowledged that as well. So I'm happy they moved on from him. I think you got to try to find somebody better if you have the same issues as when he took over, but I don't think we should go as far as saying that JD was a snake and offered nothing of value to the organization. I mean, he did build some of the most successful teams we've ever seen play baseball out there in Arlington, Brian.
I know I've been with the station now. It's my 3rd year full time, and I know 2 years we've interviewed him, you know, for the weekly shows and stuff. I felt like that he answered our questions with honesty. I felt like there were times where, you know, I asked him a question the other day about, do you feel like you need to apologize to Woody? And he, you know, about what happened. And he's like, you know, I wouldn't say apologize, but I would say, you feel like you let him down. You feel
acknowledge it.
Yeah. I mean, I think there were, every time that we asked him, even the questions last year when the team really wasn't any good, that he would answer the questions in a way of like, not deflecting blame. You know, he would accept it like, listen, we have to be better. We need to win. I need to be better. So I appreciate what he's done. You know, I wish him nothing but the very best. But now, see why? You're on the clock.
Yeah, and you know, I think
excuse me, General. It's, you know, as a guy that wants to see the Rangers have success, I'm looking at you.
For sure.
No more, hey, no more JD, no more anybody else. This is on you. And I felt like talking to Chris Young that he's a very capable general manager. I'm hoping for the absolute best for this.
Absolutely, and I'm fired up about the momentum that Chris Young is already building. I mean, we're bringing in star players. The prospects are looking good. He has full cupboards from which to deal, and I think he'll be given every opportunity. And it was clear today Ray Davis believes in him.
Yeah, he's clearly the guy now. So it's kind of what's your confidence meter in Chris Young? I think a lot of the fan base is very clearly just no matter what the future holds, they're just glad that JD's no longer there. It is something different, so it could kind of re-energize you a little bit. It's kind of the new era, that kind of stuff. And I'm confident in Chris Young, and it seems like there's a little bit more clarity with the direction they want to go, and it's going to be in sort of Chris Young's image here.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. 817, same issues as when he took over, General. He took them to their only World Series appearances and 7 divisional titles. A little harsh to say that. Well, no, it's not. You know, when he took over, they couldn't develop players well enough, and they could never find pitching. And those are the biggest challenges and the biggest reasons why JD is no longer the GM, is he couldn't fix that. And he had all sorts of drafts and different plans. And the last was 2 or 3 years ago, you know, the rebuilding plan. And, you know, under JD, they did this deloading program like 5 or 6 years ago with every pitcher that they drafted. They had this brilliant idea that the way to get them set up to have a great career was to stop them pitching. And then when these pitchers started pitching again, they all had Tommy John surgery. Like, the Rangers had the most Tommy John surgeries in the minors over a period of time after JD and his genius friends came up with the deloading program. You know, so there were a number of things throughout this that should have gotten JD fired earlier. And I think, you know, that's accurate. But he was so good at other parts of his job. Again, the honesty and integrity, and then what happened in 2010 and 2011 bought him time. And I think it should have, you know, bought him time in a lot of these situations. But we want your reactions on on text. By the way, below average temperatures for the next 8 to 14 days.
Yeah, how about that?
I think you're going to like that.
Yeah, that
maybe
is
even
big time.
some thunderstorm action.
Oh, just please let it rain for like 5
lawn is going to be
days.
lawn's going to be looking good here.
It's a cold front coming through, basically,
That's what
right?
they're saying, yeah.
Yeah, high
Isn't
in
it
the
kind of
80s tomorrow.
scary though? Like when you hot like this and then the cold front comes through with the rain, isn't that kind of like
Tornadoes,
flash flooding?
Yeah. But honestly, for 80 degrees,
My
I'll
thoughts
take
exactly.
a little tornado right now.
You know, I hope everybody's good. I hope everybody's safe. But yes, I think those are the exact circumstances that maybe you'd find a little tornadic activity in. Okay, national reaction to Texas Rangers firing of JD. That's the headline here in the morning news. Let me get through a couple of these for you, and then we'll get back to your text. Joseph Hoyt, who's a writer for the morning news, tweets, Mike Bassick brought this up on The Fan. I think it's a good question. If the plan was to relieve JD, why do it 48 hours after firing Woody and not clean house at the same time? Ray Davis addressed that. And I don't think he had a great answer. It was more just like what he preferred to do.
Yeah, this is where the situation, I think, is to where Ray Davis didn't have a great answer, but they didn't also, he didn't want to, he took the arrow on that one. I mean, he took the arrow because if you fire both the manager and the general manager, the president of baseball ops at the same time, then it looks like that CY was doing the firing.
Yeah.
And that's an optics I don't think that they wanted.
Yeah, but I mean, he could have stood up there. He could have answered the questions. I mean, that's really my only. That's the only real gripe about this is the way he went about doing that. You'd think it would be kind of a dual move. You do it at the exact same time, or you let JD finish out the year when the whispers were he was ready to kind of walk away anyways, and now it can be a little bit more amicable. And so that's like, it doesn't make much in the way of sense to me to have JD go be the meat shield, take and have to answer all these questions about why we're firing Chris Woodward, and then 48 hours later, he's getting canned as well.
Well, and the fact that Ray Davis came out and said that JD was surprised by this.
Yeah, of
so
course he was.
That tells me then the communication wasn't very good between ownership and JD. And then also that we learned that Ray Davis was interested in moving on from JD months ago. That's something, if Ray Davis, you talk about, we all kind of complain about Jerry being involved, as an owner. Ray Davis, if you really hated JD that much, if you really wanted to move on from JD that much, do it then. Don't let him go through all the drafting processes and free agency and the trades. Don't let that happen. Don't have him in the building influencing people and saying, oh, well, hey, we should take the team this direction. Go ahead and, if you want to ramp up and let Chris Young have at it, fire him before the season. Don't let things kind of hang around. That to me, that's the one thing that I don't quite understand by what they just did. Because,
the timing of it.
Well, the timing of it is, like I said,
because it's eccentric billionaire timeline.
But do you think the billionaire would run his business and say, "Hey, I'm going to keep the geologist around who keeps drilling dry holes for me"?
Well,
let's keep old Bill around for another 3 or 4 months while he continues to cost me money.
Maybe like the lead engineer on that site needs somebody who's been there to continue showing them the ropes.
Yeah, like you don't have enough faith yet that Chris Young could do everything that he needed to do. We need a few more months of Chris Young learning
if that's
from.
the case, you shouldn't have hired him.
Right. I don't know that that's the case, but I'm just trying to figure out like what could be going through his mind. Or hey, the season's still kind of on the rails. Things just got off the rails big time in the last month, and now I'm like, okay, we're going to cut bait.
Owner thought a lot of Chris Young, didn't he?
Yeah, you would think so.
He thought a lot of him about even when he thought enough of him to get rid of JD. I mean, he didn't think enough of him several months ago to give him the job.
Right. What was it, 18 months ago? And at the time, it was sort of a joint type of job. But, I think for Chris Young, as you're going along doing this job and you have JD there, maybe you have some ideas and JD doesn't share your thoughts. So, you go to ownership and you start making it, clear that you would like to do more. You would like more authority, more autonomy. And while you respect John Daniels, you want to have, and if you have good ideas, and it was clear today Ray Davis is getting sharper about baseball. I think this is a case of...
He admitted that, though, that he's not. He admitted
he's not a baseball expert.
He's not a baseball. So I wonder who told him to fire JD. I wonder who 18 or several months ago told him to fire JD. Because if you're not a baseball man, if you don't know, if you want to let everybody handle, who told him? Did Chris Young tell him that I would like more responsibility?
I think that's what happened.
I think that's what Dawson is certainly alleging. I mean, and there's.
So
I didn't tell you to do anything.
So this
no. So I didn't tell you to do anything. I just told you if you want me to do my job my way, I can't have this guy interrupting me at every turn.
The blood's then JD's blood's on Chris Young's hands, then, right? Is that what we're saying?
That I think that's what Dawson is willing to go out there and say. I'm at least willing
Gavin,
to throw that
right?
out there as that's
Blood on his
certainly an
hands?
option.
I don't think there's blood on his hands. No.
Oh, why not? You
Because
just said who told Ray Davis, who's not a baseball man, to fire JD?
Nobody told him. He just explained what I can do if you give me more authority and autonomy. I'm not speaking about another man's job. I'm just talking about the job you hired me to do. And if you want better results, I'm trying to take it in this direction. JD wants to go in this direction. So do you want me to be the GM, or do you want us to flip a coin on whose vision we're going with? I'm not trying to get JD fired. I'm just explaining what the challenges are for me executing my vision.
Because he thinks one thing and I think another.
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Do you wonder if JD said the same thing about Chris Young? You think he went to Ray Davis and told him about, hey, if you didn't have Chris here, we could probably do this.
My thought would be JD was offered, you can have more of a presidential type of role. We need you out of baseball. And JD said, I don't want to do that kind of job. I want to be on the baseball side.
I think that's why JD, when you asked him the question, everything on the table, I think he was interested in moving on from baseball.
Yeah, that's what we're hearing is that you know.
No, I believe that.
So one way or another, this was going to end at the end of the year. Either John Daniels was going to leave or he was going to get fired. And I think a lot of it is because they recognize Chris Young as a visionary. He's a builder of systems and processes that produce results. And it's one of the reasons Major League Baseball, asked him to head up projects like, hey, we have a problem here, here, and here. We need good solutions for it. And Chris Young would put his unique mind to that and come up with great solutions for them. And now after watching this team spin its wheels for the last 10 years, Chris Young is in there with new ideas and fresh ideas. And, eventually as an owner, if you own a baseball team, you might not be a baseball expert, but you start to learn enough. That's why when Ray Davis was like, well, it's clear what we need: 2 top of the rotation starters and a middle of the lineup bat. That flowed off his tongue like a baseball executive.
Like somebody told him?
No, nobody told him anything. He told you himself. He came up with that idea himself. But after owning a baseball team for 10 years,
he admitted it.
A lot of these sports owners are idiots. They don't know jack squat, but they make decisions, and they've headed up businesses, and they can tell when something's not working right. You don't need somebody, if you're the owner of a sports team, to tell you we got to fire this GM. But we're bad still.
But yeah, he admitted they were bad. But the thing about it is, he also admitted that he doesn't know baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he also knows that, okay, well, things aren't going right, so what things can be done here? Who's somebody that's been here long enough to where we can place blame on this guy for the lack of wins over the last half decade? I don't think you have to be a baseball guy to understand, okay, things are off the rails, our team sucks. Who can I point the finger at and blame? JD's at the top of that list. And you have an entire fan base that is just inundating you with bleep this JD guy. And, you want to fire Woodward, but all you hear from that is, it's like, okay, fine, you fired Woodward. No one really even cared about that. What was the fan text saying all day? Well, what about JD? What about JD? What about JD? And all Ray Davis has done is hear that for the last 48 hours.
JD did admit that they needed to they needed to do a better job.
Of course.
He admitted that.
Yeah.
Ray Davis is like, was he surprised? Maybe JD shouldn't have been surprised. Maybe JD should not have been surprised he got fired today.
Well, he clearly thought that he had enough cachet and enough respect for his run that over the last 17 years that he could make it through the last month and a half of the season and then go out on his own terms. Yeah. He clearly thought that because that was his plan. Yeah. So I think this really did take him by surprise.
Once Woody got fired, I knew CY is going to hire the manager. Whoever the next manager is, it's going to be CY's guy. Because I felt like John Daniels was going to leave. Yeah. I really did.
Yeah, and hey, JD, even if you were still here, I mean, you've gotten to hire some managers, and it hasn't really worked out for you.
I just wish Ray Davis would have fired him 4 months ago then. Or 5 months ago.
Or in 90 days.
Yeah. Or I wish he would have done it well, and then let Chris Young have this whole year, if that's the case.
Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 817, we will see heavy rain, little, and maybe some very small hail, maybe. Wind shear is very weak, so a tornado in this type of pattern is not likely at this time. It can change in a hurry. He knows enough to know what winning feels like. You're making it sound like you think he needs to know baseball like Jerry thinks he knows football. He knows business.
No,
the business is bad.
He admitted that he has baseball guys to help him with baseball decisions.
Yeah, but under his purview is who his lieutenants are going to be, who his executives are, and he knows leadership. He knows when a right hand man maybe has lost his hold on the steering wheel, and there's another guy emerging who might have better ideas for him. I think Ray Davis just wanted new ideas, and Chris Young happened to be a guy who was like, man, as an old baseball guy, we could definitely try things differently than what this organization has been doing. Jason from Midlothian, was Davis available Monday? Maybe he was busy and couldn't make the press conference Monday. This is sarcasm, by the way. Yeah, I don't know why he decided to do that. I don't know that he does either.
He was there.
Yeah.
The question was asked of, I think Evan Grant asked him the question, like you were sitting right there when all this was going on.
Yeah.
And he let Chris and JD hang in the wind. He clearly let JD hang in the wind.
Yeah, he let him come on here with us and do a segment, 15 minutes of asking you about
It's a cold world, bro.
Yeah,
God, the world is cold.
He's like, all right, you've done sort of the dirty work for me. Now
you've cleaned up your
you
own
may be
mess.
Excused.
I don't know, guys. Like getting millions of dollars and getting the last 6 weeks off of the work year for vacation. This is not being done dirty. You're JD, right? You made 2 good trades. You made a couple of World Series teams. You got 17 years of 7-figure salary. You get the rest of the season off and a head start to hopefully convince another team that you can help them.
I don't know, man. We've done things where we've allowed guys to kind of hang in there, say goodbye to everybody, do those kinds of things.
Yeah.
Show a little class, show a little heart,
Yeah.
Guy gave you 17 years of his life, good or bad,
I just don't think it's wrong to do it the other way. To be like, well, I'm paying him.
No, I mean, never feel sorry for a general manager or a head coach that gets fired because they are making millions. No question about that. But there also is a way you can go about it. There is a certain amount of like what's going to be different about the Texas Rangers in 40 baseball games. Hell, we were out there last night. They can't base run. They can't do things the right way to win baseball games. Is that JD's fault? Yeah, he's brought a lot of these players in. Is it Chris Young's fault? Yeah, he brought some of these players in too. So I don't know what's going to be different in 40 games that you couldn't let a guy just go out. And have that little bit of dignity about himself.
That's to me what tells me the young JD situation was not great. I need this guy out of my work environment, or I don't want to be in this work environment.
Well, and I think that JD would have said, knowing that he's probably going to, again, I'm like you, I'm just speculating here, but I feel like that JD would have let Chris Young hire this. I mean, and Ray Davis could have told JD, listen, I'm not bringing you back. Okay, I'm not bringing you back. So if you want to resign now, you can. He didn't even give him that option.
Yeah.
But he also, in a situation, if JD was going to leave, he could have said, Chris, this is your hire, bro. I'm not going to be here. I'm leaving after this season.
All right, we got to run. It's a huge day in the world of sports. There's news on the Mavs schedule, the Cowboys joint practice with the Chargers, and so much more. Plus, Bobby Belt's going to join you. The Expressway kicks off next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about the Frankels before we do anything.